Better not get me sick. My roommate's sick right now, and I got to stay the hell away from her because she's got the cooties. All right, but anyways, welcome everyone. Boy, this has been one heck of a day today. I was on Twitter. A lot of stuff happened. Had a space. Couldn't figure out how to get Planarwalk into the space. I don't know if it was on my end or Planarwalk's. So whatever. We decided to go just straight StreamYards because I owed Planner a discussion for weeks ago, and I flaked out on her, and I didn't mean to, and I felt bad, but she understood. So we're cool with that, right? I wasn't flaking on you.
Yeah, right? I'm cool with that.
Okay, so I felt better today, and I reached out and I said, "Hey, look, you still want to have the discussion?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm free now." So, anyways, this is that discussion that we're planning to have because Planarwalk's been on my channel a few times. You've changed since the last time you've been on, I think.
Oh, definitely.
Love the hair, by the way.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah,
estrogen does that to you.
I cut my hair off, and you grew yours long. Yeah. All right. So, anyways, you've been meaning to talk to me about certain positions I have, and I said, look, I put my money where my mouth is, so to speak, and I am open for revision. You know, I'm not a bad person. I will revise my beliefs. We've always gotten along. So tell me what you got. The floor is all yours, Planner.
Okay, so I guess where I want to start is there's something I want to probe you on to begin with. And that is, what exactly is your position on puberty blockers for minors?
Okay. Before I answer that, I just got a notice from YouTube saying that my post was limited in their harassment, where I says, "Show me where she says the Holocaust never happened, please. I've been asking." How is that? This is for J.K. Rowling that I've asked this question. Show me where she says the Holocaust never happened, please. I've been asking, and that has been determined to violate abuse and harassment. Huh?
The bots have gone stupid.
Report was reported. How is my post reported that I literally just asked, show me where she, meaning J.K. Rowling, says the Holocaust never happened, please? I've been asking. What is, see what I'm saying? You can't even talk about this stuff on social media half the time without some idiot finding offense to it. And then I said, you are the one that claimed that here about the LGBT Alliance. That's what I'm asking for evidence, but it's limited reach. It doesn't come across, they're not taking it off. They're just say it's limited. Why? I can appeal it, but whatever.
Because it had a particular bad word in it, and the bots go off of a word filter, not a context filter.
100% right. 100% right. All right, so get back on your question. I'll deal with that later. So you asked about puberty blockers.
Yeah.
Right? All right. So as my understanding is that puberty blockers were originally for kids that did not yet know if they were going to transition or not, and it gave them up to 6 months to decide, make some longer term decisions. We've subsequently have discovered that any longer uses of puberty blockers have detrimental effects. I think you would agree that you cannot be on puberty blockers forever. There is a limited time window where you can be on these things. You cannot be on them for the rest of your life. You cannot stave off puberty, correct?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay. So from what I have read, that it doesn't really give children that much time to decide things. It doesn't really show any kind of real need for them. Hank for $2 says Planarwalk hair is longer. Yes, we've already discussed that. We've already stroked your ego. We've already said, oh my God, we're so jelly, because my hair used to be, well, it wasn't that luscious, but what do you use, Pantene?
I just use like some regular shampoo and conditioner.
Fucking like Tresemme. Look at the shine on that. Jesus Christ. It looks good. It really does.
Back on point.
Back on point. So the puberty blockers, I don't really see a need for them, because what does it actually really do? And again, if it's less than 6 months and it has long-term effects, I'm not really that much against it, because if there's only when people want to be on it for like 2 years and then they say, oh, it has no long-term effects and it's not, it doesn't have any irreversible things, when we know that they do.
Well,
does that answer your question?
Yeah, I would argue that when it comes to puberty blockers, usually the amount of time that people are put onto puberty blockers, it's about, I'd say about 2 years maybe. And the reason for that is because I think after 2 to 3 years of use, that's when potential detrimental effects start to happen. The most common of which has been documented has been bone density.
Yes, osteoporosis. Yeah.
Yeah, but however, there's actually an interesting point that I need to look more into, and that is there are questions about whether that is a result of puberty blockers or a result of lack of exercise, because there are things that you need to do in order to have good bone density. Like if you don't exercise at all, then you're not going to have, your bones are not going to be that great. Is what I've seen, but I haven't looked too much into it. So we can assume that it's caused by the puberty blockers for now, but that is something that is worth keeping in mind. The reason for puberty blockers is because, let's say someone wants to get on hormones, and a lot of people out there, well, hormones we can say are irreversible, right?
Well, again, long-term effects, no. I mean, they have voice changes. They also have bone density issues. They also have heart problems. Voice changes obviously was a big one, but it all depends what you mean by reversible. And obviously the body is not designed to have those large amounts of hormones. I mean, look at Buck Angel. Look at the medical things that he had went through because of being on so much testosterone. He literally has massive medical conditions because of it. He's talked about.
But and yeah, there are some potential issues. That's why it's good to keep monitoring the patients in that. But the idea is that puberty, going through puberty, or taking cross-sex hormones are both things that, to some extent, can be reversed, but to a large extent are at the very least difficult to reverse. And so it's a decision that people tend to go on the side of, oh, well, it's natural. Let's let this continue with puberty. But then on the other side, it is, well, both of these things, if we get them wrong, if we make someone go through a puberty and it turns out that actually that causes way more mental health problems, then we need to make sure that we limit that, but also we need to limit the people that may be okay with going through their natural puberty. We need to make sure that.
How do you differentiate though?
Well, that's where the puberty blockers come in. We put them on puberty blockers. We say, okay, we'll give you 2 years.
2 years is not, but that has irreversible effects. We already said that 6 months is about the longest they can go without having irreversible effects. That's what studies show.
It's about 2 years, I think, is the 2 to
outlier.
3
That's
years.
far outlier. 2 years is way long time. Let's assume 2 years is max. I'm okay with that, just for the sake of argument. Let's go 2 years max.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So if after 2 years you still feel like you want to transition, then that's probably okay. If you don't feel like you want to transition after 2 years, then just stop taking puberty blockers. It's one of those things where it's basically to make sure that it's not some kind of phase, right? Because 2 years is actually quite a long time when you really think about it.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's a very long time. I think probably too long. But let's say that somebody's 13 and they're on puberty blockers, and then they hit 15. Then what? Should they be allowed to have these medical decisions? And as AT2 points out, puberty blockers, as you well know, started off as prostate drugs, and that has a side effect of being used for chemical castration. So for long-term effects, there is a sterility involved in this. It does either make them infertile, which can be reversed, or sterile, which is irreversible. But let me ask you, how long you said you've been on estrogen now?
I've been on estrogen for 1.5 years.
All right. Do you think that everything that you've had done is 100% reversible, that you can go back to exactly the way you were as I knew you a couple of years ago?
Probably the one thing that I'd say wouldn't be reversible, should I say, is the breast growth.
Okay, fair enough. Because I mean, obviously, estrogens can promote breast tissues. I agree with you. But would you think your voice would change? But I mean, your voice hasn't really changed that much. You still sound like a Kiwi. No offense.
Here's the thing: any difference in my voice is not due to estrogen. Estrogen actually has no effect on the voice.
Yeah, I believe that. I think you're right on that. Yeah, I think you're right on that. Yeah, because I haven't really noticed any voice changes. It's that accent though. But you decided how old were you? Can I ask how old you were when you decided to transition?
I think I was. Hold on, I'm 27 now. I think I was about 25 when I made that decision.
A full adult. A full adult.
Yeah.
Okay, so prior to that, when you and I'm going to ask difficult questions, but I know you're competent enough to ask them. This is why I've been wanting to get you on, because you will answer questions. You will have these conversations, and let me tell you, I respect that to no end. You really have my respect on that, because these are not difficult topics, and you don't shy away from them. So let me ask you, when you were a kid, when you were 13, 14, 15, what do you think that was happening as far as your gender expression, your sexual, coming into yourself, especially around the age of 15 to 16? Did you just think you were gay, straight, trans? I mean, what was going through your mind? Because transgenderism really wasn't as prevalent as it is nowadays.
So when that was happening, I was being told by a lot of people that I seemed really gay, and being as that was an insult back then, I vehemently denied it, and I was like adamant that I was straight. And like technically, depending on how you look at it, like I was definitely into girls, but it's one of those things where people could tell that I was queer in some way, and it's like I didn't know why, because as you say, like trans people wasn't a big thing.
Yeah, parents generally know whether there's something a little bit different. And could it be that bi? Were you bi then? Would you say they were bisexual?
There was probably some bi feelings back then, but I chose to ignore them.
Okay, well, again, and I'm going to go on record here. It's unfortunate that people stigmatize being gay as being something that's harmful, and it bugs me when I go on Twitter and somebody's like, "Well, you're using the same argument that gays promote this," and I'm like, "No, I'm not," and it bugs the shit out of me because gays have worked so hard to get where they're at, and to have that stigma bothers me.
I will say, though, that a lot of the arguments that I've noticed are recycled homophobia. It's basically taking the exact same argument from way back when and then rebranding it to now, because a lot of people have forgotten what the arguments were used. Like the whole... I've seen arguments made about abuse towards... like a lot of trans people have been abused when they're young, right? And they say, therefore, it's a result of trauma. But I've also heard those arguments being made against gay people, saying that
right. No, I agree with you, and that's not a good argument. Yeah, it's not a good argument. Do I think there might have been trauma? Sure, but that again, we do know from trauma people can change their sexual proclivities and their orientation. We do know that does happen. Do I think it's the majority? No. Do I think it's a minority? Yes. But we do know it can happen. You do agree with that, right?
I think that to some extent things are fluid, like when it comes to... I think that when it comes to sexuality, there is some fluidity there, and maybe I also want to actually address a different thing as well after I
take time.
this.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's definitely some... Where was I going? All right, there's definitely some fluidity there. The issue is that it's not really a controllable kind of fluidity. It's one of those things where some things can impact it, but how it impacts it is really... we can't determine how it will impact it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think that it goes back to the whole nature versus nurture thing, and I do think that most people that are gay are born that way. I believe that it is just a biological fact, like anything else, is immutable. It is objective. But I also believe that there are situations where in the formative years, people can have something happen to them where they They might have been different had those things not had occurred to them, right? And so for you specifically, which I don't think there was any trauma or anything like that, it just sounds like you're going through, you know, life like everybody else. You maybe had an interest in boys and girls, and you had people in your life telling you that that's wrong. And I think you had a religious background, didn't you? Did you?
So how do I put it? Growing up, my parents weren't particularly religious, especially my stepdad. He was very anti-religious. When it came to me, though, I think it was up until the age of 13, 14, I considered myself a Christian because that's what I had been taught. And there was a program that we've got here called Bibles in Schools. And I went through that, and I thought, oh well, I'm a Christian because I don't want to go to hell.
Yeah, it's so funny because that's Alex O'Connor's point of view. Remember how he was basically bullied. He was scared. He was scared of hell. He was literally scared of hell, and that's why he became a Christian.
Yeah. And so I don't really have. And actually, when it came to me finding out about gay people and all that, and people were using gay as an insult, I didn't actually think that had any religious connotation at all. In fact, a lot of people that used gay as an insult had no religious affiliation whatsoever. So I was very confused about when I found out that it did largely come from religion.
Yeah, I think it has, but like I live in California, which is a very liberal, progressive state, and even back in my day when the term "gay," if it was ever used in any kind of pejorative, and it wasn't even pejorative, it was comical. You know, like that's gay. It was not offensive. Even gay people were like, yeah, that's freaking gay, right? It was gay people and straight people both agreeing that's really like Liberace gay, you know, or Richard Simmons
over the
never
top.
came out as gay. Yeah, very flamboyant. That's gay because even gay people were like, yeah, that's gay. And we used to laugh about that. And there was no hatred at all until, again, you have religious people that are very far right wing. And I do think like the Westboro Baptist Church, who thinks that, you know, they use I don't want to say it on YouTube because they'll flag me, but, you know, a certain pejorative that is starting with an F, go to hell. And that's evil. That's evil. And it was so funny when people say that I am somehow transphobic or, you know, anti-gay, you know, LGBTQ plus. I'm the one out there going, Westboro Baptist Church are evil for saying that. I'm the one that left Mormonism because their stance on gay marriage back in, what was it, 2008 on Proposition 8, that the Mormon Church was saying, oh, well, we need to, you know, have man and a woman, two men shouldn't marry. I'm like, screw that. What? No, your church, stay the hell out of that.
Oh, Steve, the issues with Mormons go back far beyond that.
I agree. But I'm just saying that, you know, I'm the one that was promoting gay rights and always been staunch supporter of gay marriage, and my friends who are gay. And yet now you have the trans community out there weaponizing that. And I don't understand what the hell has changed, because I support trans people that are legitimately trans, that are just trying to live their lives, that are not trying to influence political decisions that have things like, 12-year, 13-year-olds having double mastectomies. I'm against that. I'm sorry, I am. But if you're an adult, do what you want kind of stuff, right? Have you ever heard me, and you've known me a long while, have you ever heard me ever condemn somebody for being gay or trans? The correct answer is no, because it's never happened.
I will go ahead and say, when it comes to, I do dislike this idea of trying to purity test over who is actually trans. Like saying, let's take, for example, Dylan Mulvaney.
I knew, you know what? I already knew you were going to say that.
Called it.
Yeah, I called it. Yeah, we're going to disagree on that because Jared and I, we believe that Dylan is a con man.
But when it comes to, let's say, we can use other people like Ava Tyson, who came out as trans, and there are people that don't think that these people are legitimately trans because of, maybe they've done something in the past which may even seem transphobic. I know that Ava Tyson has made a video where she was doing like attack helicopter stuff, and it's like, well, that was a transphobic joke. However, I don't think that nullify. I don't think that delegitimizes her transness.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'm familiar with the name, but I agree with in principle what you're saying. You know, people say things 10 or 20 years ago. I sickens me that people bring up old shit. People change, right? You know, I mean, be accountable for what you said and then go move on from it. And so, yeah, I've changed my position on that and to be done with. Anything less than a couple years old, I don't give a shit what you said 20 years ago. I don't care. If you change your position since then, I go by your position. And I understand what you mean by purity tests, but look at somebody like Buck Angel. I think most people would agree Buck Angel is very sincere, to be presented as a male, although Buck recognizes that she's still a biological woman. She's never denied that.
I would say that a lot of trans people recognize the biology of the situation. Like if I thought that I was a biological woman, right? If I thought that I was biologically female, why would I take hormones?
Right? Jared, take that one. That's Jared's question. Right. Similar.
Yeah. That actually is a good parallel for the questions that I've had that I've gotten flack for even asking and not gotten a genuine answer for. It's the asking why have the demarcation if there's no difference?
Right. Well, let's be blunt. I mean, you obviously express as female, right? So your expression is female. But what is your actual belief? I mean, to get inside your head, what is it you actually believe about yourself? Because you have, I think, non-binary on your profile, if I remember correctly, unless you changed that. You did it one time. You had NB.
I legally I am non-binary, and it's one of those things where so initially it started out as gender fluid. It's like, you know, swapping between and sometimes I do have a bit of gender fluidity, but I feel like
you're still settling in.
Right. But you don't. But here's the thing: you don't actually tell people, look, you are a biological woman, do you? Because you're non-binary. That would make no sense.
I do. So this is something that can be contentious to a lot of people, and that is I do call myself both non-binary and a trans woman, because when it comes to that, but I'm not going to say that I am biologically female.
Okay, because there's some disagreement even in the trans community whether what MBs would fall into, and that's a different topic. But I respect that position though. You're not delusional. You have no delusions about objective reality. You're just being yourself. You're living your life how you want to live. I have no. Why would I have any issue with that? And yet I'm lumped in with these fucking far radical conservatives sometimes because they're against it. They would be like, what you're doing is wrong. And I'm like, why? I don't care.
I think it's because a lot of the positions that you have, and I can't remember any at this particular time, because you're actually taking a much more reasonable stance right now than what
I'm pretty reasonable. You know what's funny? It's because on YouTube, you can suss out things more eloquently than typing something on Twitter, right? I have been getting better at being more measured in what I type in Twitter. I actually think about it now that I got Twitter Pro. You can edit and you can undo, and there's a nice little feature on Twitter that I just recently found out about for premium. When you send something, you can set it to delay 10, 20, 30 seconds, so it doesn't automatically go right through. And that gives you time to look at how it looks and undo it and then fix it. And I like that feature. So I'm trying to be a little bit more measured in what I put on Twitter. But again, YouTube is a little bit better to assess that. But can you think of anything that you've heard me say that you would disagree with? That's what I'm looking for.
So I've just seen something here, which is definitely echoes a lot of sentiments that you see from the far right, which is, quote, "We must protect trans kids," end quote. "Then stop promoting ideologies that involve children having healthy body parts removed, suffering irreversible damage from puberty blockers and HRT, and forcing them to shower and compete with adult males. You are not protecting trans kids, you are harming them. That is something that is.
Where's the error? Where's the error in that statement that I made that is incorrect?
What is the promoting of an ideology that is what's that?
In 2021, over 750 girls between the ages of 13 and 17 had double mastectomies for gender affirming care. I don't believe a child under the age of 18 has the wherewithal to make those types of decisions where they're surgically altered, because who knows what they're going to be like when they're 30 or 40. You have no idea.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to have for like like breakfast.
Right,
tomorrow.
but these are kids. Again, these are kids. These are kids are removing healthy body parts that because of a belief. I mean, we all agree that these are beliefs. And the child says, "I believe this, therefore remove my breast." I have a problem with that. Do you not see why most people have an issue with that?
Well, what do you? My question was what is the promoting of ideologies here? What is that?
Well,
what's being promoted?
Okay, there's a couple of things.
Promoted?
Sure, under general, I mean, you're familiar with this. Under general, gender critical theory, there are things like, for example, gender self-identification, where if you just say you're trans, you're trans. There is no other talk about it. There's no medical. There's nothing. You're just trans. And so you have men who are using that loophole, dressing up as women, just putting on some makeup, not doing any transitioning, not on hormones, nothing, just dressing up as women, putting on some lipstick, going into women's spaces, and they masturbate. This is a fact. This happens. Now, I'm not saying that's the norm, but they're using that loophole because of gender self-identification, and that the trans community has to accept them as trans. You talk about no purity test, but what test do we use to say, first of all, we both agree that's abnormal behavior, but they're still just using that trans movement and say, well, I'm trans, you have to accept me as trans because of the trans self-identification policy.
Well, here's the thing: if someone does something like that, and I've seen things like that where it's actually been done in, I can't remember the exact things because there's been like a few things. I think it's libs of TikTok have been putting out where it's like someone. It's not clear whether they're in a bath, what bath or what changing room they're in that are doing stuff like that. And I agree, that's creepy. That you shouldn't be like doing that kind of stuff in a.
We all agree with that part. But even still, they take pictures and they do have this weird sexual fetish that they get off using women's spaces. But don't you think that women have always talked about this patriarchal stuff, and there is a patriarchal system in society. I don't just deny that. Generally speaking, things have historically been very patriarchal. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. Right? You agree?
What's that?
That in society, at least in America, generally has been patriarchal in nature.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And I hate to. And look, I'm a white guy. I mean, I'm an old man. I hate to admit that, but it's true. I think that there's been a patriarchal system, and I think women have a right to speak out about that. I never have ever criticized women for speaking out about that. I think that sometimes they overplay it, like with wage disparities and things of that nature. But for the most part, yeah, the world has been generally run by men. But when you have these males that want to be treated as transgender, what do you say to them? Do you say, look, just because you put on a dress and a lipstick, you're all of a sudden transgender, or do you have a purity test to say, look, I just don't believe that you're actually transgender. You're just dressing up like that to go use female spaces or go to the athletic events and compete against women because you couldn't compete with the men.
Well, the thing is, the question there is, what do we do to purity test? Like, a lot of people say, oh, you got to be on hormones, but then there's some people that feel like they don't need hormones in order to pass, for example. And sometimes people who aren't on hormones do pass really well. And it's like, okay, well, we could try to purity test and say, okay, well, you're not on hormones, therefore you're not allowed to use women's spaces. And that can potentially put them in danger if they use the men's room. And it's like, okay, well, I'm not comfortable with having been someone who wasn't on hormones, who I don't know how well I passed. Like I think I thought I passed pretty well at the time, but like I look back and some of the photos are a bit
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. At least you try. You put forth, as Buck Angel has said, there are trans people that put forth an effort, and then there's ones who just don't. I mean, you've seen these pictures of these guys that just look absolutely ridiculous, right? I mean, let's be honest here. They look ridiculous. They have some lipstick on. They look nothing like a female. At least you look feminine. Okay, I will grant you that. You look feminine. They don't, and they don't even try.
I think that there is a conversation to be had about, like, do we need to make sure people look feminine, or do we need to change how things work? Like, I think that sometimes it's actually best to be like, okay, let's have let's have like non-binary not non-binary toilets, gender neutral toilets.
Yeah, look, if they have non-binary, what are we going to have? Like one toilet for every kind of possible gender out there or something?
We need 72 different toilets.
Right. I think the solution is pretty simple on that. And it is, I am sorry, but should be based on biology, except if you're, this is not fair. I admit this. I'm happy to criticism for it. But if you're not passing, then I'm sorry, but you're not putting forth the effort. You're passing. If you were to walk into a female bathroom, I don't think anybody would really care. I just don't.
I do have to ask, but like, sometimes passing isn't really based on the amount of effort. Some people pass pretty easily, and then there are some people that
fair, yeah. But my mic's blowing out. I'm sorry. I you know what? Here, I was talking like I was before when I had my I'm in StreamYards now, so I have to adjust here. Is that better? Now that I have it, I'm sure it'd be blowing out now.
Butter.
Good.
And also, when it comes to this is what I was trying to remember when it comes to the passing thing. The issue with using passing as a metric is that there are different standards for what passing means. So there are some people which there are some people which you could say like have a full beard who don't pass, right?
Yeah.
But like there are some people with a full beard and like boobs. Right.
Yeah.
Have you been watching me lately? Kidding.
No, you have moves. You have moves, definitely.
Oh.
So I think most places, and I'm not against this, I think that most places should have a third neutral bathroom for families, kids, things of that nature, and for larger organizations that can have these. Clearly, smaller buildings cannot maybe incorporate this, right? But the reality is if you're out in public, most people are going to know where they can go to use the facilities. Okay. That's not really a problem in public, in big cities and things of that nature. We're not talking about going to a truck rest, hopefully, people are not using truck restrooms, truck stops unless they absolutely have to. But that's a whole different category, right? I mean, for somebody like yourself, I would think that, you'd be better off using the female restroom than the male on a truck stop. Okay. Because they're probably assholes there, it's not, there's a seedy type of situation. But if you're, in a big, large building, they're probably going to have third party, restrooms. Would you be okay with that?
Well, yeah, I would be. I am definitely okay with gender neutral restrooms. In fact, there are times when I would prefer to use a gender neutral restroom than a. In fact, in general, I prefer gender neutral restrooms.
I find nothing wrong with that. Jared, are you on board with that?
Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah. See, this is normal conversation. This is what most people would probably agree upon.
But like, I think that there's also the issue that there are places like there's one time when I went when I remember going to the movies, and it's like that movie theater only had a male and female bathrooms, right? And it's like, okay, well, I think I was dressed pretty femininely, but like I was pretty early on hormones, so I had worries about like whether people were going to be okay with me using the one
level of self-consciousness.
And it's one of those things that it's one of those things where it is one of those. I'm trying to remember where I was going with this. It's one of those things where I'd rather there be options, But also, in that case, I probably would definitely prefer to use the women's bathroom, even if there is potential problems. And like one of the potential problems is one of the potential problems could be that someone doesn't think that I pass, and that they tried to kick me out. But then what if I looked the same and I was a cis woman?
Well, let me ask you this: if somebody like did do that to you, and you say, "Look, I just need to go to the bathroom," do you not think that most people just like do your thing, right? I mean, how often have you ever really been what you would say harassed and say, "No, you must leave," blah blah. How many times has that actually happened to you?
I don't think it's ever happened, but I do always have that kind of worry. I think that if
understandably so. Yeah, understandably so.
Yeah, I think if I was in America, I'd be a lot more. I'd have a lot more
down south, maybe. But even then, like I said, I think most people wouldn't care. Your hair, they just kind of see long hair and kind of not care. But look, I'm not on camera now, but I mean, if I walked into a women's restroom, even though I don't have long hair, I cut it all off, and I even shaved my goatee and everything. I'm not going to camera right now, but I'm letting it grow back in. But right now I'm clean shaven. I think I would turn some heads, right? And I don't mean in a positive way. I mean, seriously, if I walked into a women's restroom and I say, "Hey, look, I'm trans," people are like, "No, get the fuck out," right? At least because the difference is that there's clearly nothing about me that's presenting as trans. When somebody like yourself, most people generally just wouldn't care. That's from my experience.
But then you've got to you do have to consider that there have been experiences where people have been harassed in bathrooms because someone thought that they were trans. It's even happened to cis women who go to use the bathroom, and then you got people in there that are like, you're clearly a man trying to use the woman's bathroom. Get out! And it's like, no, this is a cis woman.
Yeah, but again, it makes more sense just to go on, hey, look, how are they presenting themselves? Again, if Buck Angel walked into a female's restroom, it would probably turn some heads because Buck presents very, very masculine. And I think it would be appropriate for him to use the male restroom in that particular case. Again, I do think it's to be divided biologically with some exceptions because no system's perfect. And it sucks that it has to do with passability or how much effort somebody's made, even though, like you said, some people don't need to make an effort. But again, if Blair White used a male restroom, most guys wouldn't care. Well, most generally speaking, I don't think they would care. And the ones who do are just going to be assholes about it. But she should use the female restroom because nobody's even going to second guess that.
Yeah, like I do think that there are sometimes some issues with women using men's restrooms. I've heard a few where it's like it's usually a bit more of a problem than when someone can lodge a complaint or something.
Yeah, that's a good point. When there's a complaint to be made to a management, that's when it's a power trip. Because I got to tell you, like at a bar, women use the men's bathroom all the time. All the fucking time, man. I'm telling you this. You go to any dive bar. Yeah, women, like somebody pointed out, women take longer. And nobody cares at a bar. That's a situation where people are drinking alcohol, where people get horny and things. You don't see a lot of people accosted in restrooms at bars like that because they're so close to the people. I mean, it's just because like at most bars, the bathrooms are right there. If anything happens, somebody's going to be right over that. Somebody's going to kick that person out.
Yeah,
so it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, whereas when it comes to like I think the problems usually come from not bars, bathrooms at like shopping malls and stuff where the bathrooms tend to be a lot less packed at any given time.
I agree with you on that. All right, so what else though you think? Like I said, we've talked about the puberty blocker, and again, I haven't really seen where I'm in error so far. I mean, we could have a little bit different nuances in our position, but it sounds like we really don't disagree that much so far.
Well, I don't think I really got an answer to the question.
Which one?
What? So when you say stop promoting ideologies that involve children having healthy body parts removed, yada yada yada, what and where is this ideology being promoted?
Schools, politics.
Okay.
How many gender affirming clinics were there in 2007 as compared to there are now? They're all over the place. So obviously something has changed in the landscape where there's a lot more people needing this gender affirming care. There's an ideological approach to indoctrinating kids in the K through 12 system to have pride flags. I mean, what do you need a pride flag in kindergarten? Why?
Well, I'd say that it's when it comes to that kind of stuff, it's like I think it's more teaching them that people, different types of people exist.
But they're going to find that on their own. I mean, the kids are kids.
Yeah, but like, there's different ways of finding. How did I find out that gay people exist? I found out that gay people exist through homophobia.
But when you're a kindergarten or first or second grade, there shouldn't be discussions about the fact that people are sexually attracted to certain things. That's not a discussion that needs to be happening at that level, I don't think.
Well, the discussion there is more some people have two mums, some people have two dads, some people have a mum and a dad.
And I think that's part of where the criticism has come in from Steve and even myself, where a lot of the visibility tends to go towards the extremes, and the extremes that from the US that are getting the visibility are not sticking with age appropriate subjects around the greater topic. They're going farther and more in depth than necessary. In addition to some schools in some parts of the country deciding to take measures on behalf of the student while encouraging and actively cutting out the parents completely.
Okay, so when it comes to that, can you give like an example of what that might look like, or what you think that might look like?
Teachers and school staff recognizing behaviors and markers in a child, assuming that, well, they're not gender normative, so they must be somewhere under the LGBT plus umbrella, and encouraging that, bringing that to the child, and not having the discussion with the parents. To the point where there have been
exactly they're not including the parents. Yep.
There have been reports of in middle schools and a couple middle schools and high schools where the school staff has even gone to the measures of helping the child to transition, even beginning medical transition, and actively saying, we are keeping this from the parents. You can tell us and we will help you keep your secret.
And that has been so much pushback on that. It's against parental rights. Global Mom says this real quick, then I'll get Planner's answer. Global Mom says a teacher in California got fired for moving American flag because it made her uncomfortable, and she replaced it with a pride flag and had kids say a pledge of allegiance to it. I mean, I think you have to agree that that's indoctrination, isn't it? That's something that you would agree, or would hope, is wrong, right?
I feel uncomfortable with like any pride of allegiance. Not pride.
Okay, that's beside the point, though. That's beside the point. There, here you have instances of people of teachers indoctrinating their students because of their affiliation with the LGBTQ plus community, and they're not informing the parents. Matter of fact, in one state, they decided that parents cannot opt out of LGBTQ plus curriculum. That just came out like yesterday or today. That's horrifying. That you have no right to take your child out of something that you're finding is to be uncomfortable with, because you've seen these gender ideological books. I mean, come on, I know you've seen them. They're graphic in nature. They're pornographic in nature. Even you have to say, come on.
There's a lot. There's a lot that I need to respond to. So I'll try to start from there and work my way back. So when it comes to these books, I think it's about what what age are these books being shown? Because as far as I can tell, they're usually showing at
They're
would it
literally
be
they're literally K through 12 books. Most of them are K through 6.
what's K through 12?
In America, I'm sorry.
Kindergarten,
I
where you're
forgot.
looking 4 or 5 years old at the youngest.
Yeah.
Because most of the ones I've heard, it's been about. Do you have intermediate school over there?
That
We have middle school. We have middle school. That's
Middle
7th and 8th
school.
grade.
That's depending on where you are. Middle school is either 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, or 6th, 7th, and 8th grades.
Yeah, I think intermediate school was like 7th and 8th form. Oh,
Yeah.
well, no, first and second form, which is year 7 and 8. It's so weird trying to translate between countries. Damn American freedom units.
People don't realize that different countries have very different viewpoints. If you've never been out of your own country, you don't understand that there is fundamental differences between countries. I have been all over the world. Jared's been all over the world. We know that shit is different in like Australia. You're Kiwi, but close enough. Sorry, I know you hate that, but I mean, you go to like Thailand or Hong Kong or even Australia. They're very different. So societally speaking, it's a whole different world, so to speak. Abu Dhabi, oh my God, go to Abu Dhabi. If you don't think that culture is very regional specific, go over to the American Emirates, American EAU. Oh my goodness, AT2. You went over to Dubai, Bahrain. It's different over there, huh?
Sorry, I was sneezing. And actually, I have not been to the sand pit, thankfully.
Yeah. It's different.
I was
Anyway.
Westpac, so I saw the Japanese.
I was Westpac too, but I didn't go to Japan. We didn't go to Okinawa. But I'm sorry, Planner. Go ahead. Finish
Yeah,
your-
to get back on topic, because I do remember there was a book that would probably be considered pornographic by a lot of people in intermediate school. That was in the library, and this was a book called Where Willie Went, and it was meant to be an educational book, and that was roughly when we started learning sex ed. That I think in intermediate, and I think I was about 11 back then, and one of the big reasons for that is, well, you start going through that's in a period where you can start going through puberty. People need to be
right.
aware
We had that in 5th grade, and also though, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty damn sure we had to get parental note from our parents to have that. I'm pretty sure that we did. But again, a lot of that was dealing with girls menstruating, boys, the things that happened to boys going through puberty. That's what a lot of it was about, to explain what was going to be expected. These are normal changes, and I'm all for that. I'm 100% for that, because it wasn't promoting any ideology. It was promoting biology.
But if there are different ways to, like, a lot of it can be very very how do I put it, make it seem like, oh, this is the way that it can only be done. Like if you I just saw something come up on chat.
Oh, I just gave you a school
Okay.
reference, so you.
Yeah, but when it comes to that, integrating, saying, hey, this is how some people might feel. Like some people might not be attracted to some people might not be attracted to women, some people might not be attracted to men. That, and having that as a point can be quite useful, I think.
Well, yeah, but they also weaponize that. For example, one of the questions came up recently because there's a lot of lesbians I follow on Twitter. Just not because they're lesbians, just people that happen to be lesbian. But the question had came up, should trans women be able to go on lesbian dating sites? Matter of fact, there's that whole Tickle versus Giggle lawsuit that's going on because a biological male sued an app that was designed to be solely for women and girls. They felt that, oh well, I feel like a woman, therefore I'm entitled to be in this app, and they've sued. They're not going to win. I'm just telling you right now. I'm pretty convinced they're not going to win. But do you think that one, trans women should be on lesbian dating sites, and two, do you think that lesbians should accept them as such?
Okay, so this is something where I think that you're allowed to be attracted to anyone you want. That attraction does not have to include everyone. So, like, I assume. So, Steve, I'm assuming you're straight.
Last time I checked.
Okay.
Last time I thought about it. I mean, I mean, sometimes you get the alcohol in you and stuff. I was young and college. No, I'm just kidding. No, I've always been straight. Yes,
I like that answer right there.
Married. Yeah, we used to have private hangouts. You know the story. No, I am straight, but again, I didn't try to be straight. I didn't grow up thinking that I might be gay. Yeah.
But I'm assuming that there are some women out there, and we'll say that I'm assuming that there's some cis women out there that you are not attracted to. Would I be correct in that?
That would be correct. Yes.
Yeah, and I think the same goes for we can say trans women are women, and you don't have to be attracted to trans women.
Okay. But here's the thing. What do I do as a cis white heterosexual male, who happens to be, I think, the majority being treated like a minority. But what when I say, oh, you won't date me because I'm trans, and I'm like, but there's certain women that I won't date because of certain characteristics that I don't find attractive, right?
I think that it's usually down to why won't you date them because they're trans? Is it because
I have no sexual attraction to somebody that has a penis? None.
Okay, that's fine. You are allowed to have genital preferences.
Thank you. Why am I told I'm not, though? I mean, again, I agree with you. I don't think anybody should be forced to date anybody that they're not attracted to. I don't see any transphobia in that. If I was a lesbian, I wouldn't want someone to tell me that I have to, be attracted to somebody with a male genitalia.
And you're allowed to say, hey, I don't want to date someone with a penis, so I won't date you. You're allowed to say that, and I think that a lot of people, the people that are against that, are very much in the minority.
I agree with you. I agree, but they're vocal, but they are in the minority, right? Yeah. But somebody had asked a question. I responded to it earlier on Twitter. Yeah, I think it was a really good question. It's been asked before, but they had asked, if you were on a blind date with somebody and you found out they're trans, would you leave? And I think this was my answer, and you tell me if my answer was not rational. My position was this: if I was having a good time with them, I would let them know, look, I don't see there's not going to be any kind of relationship or anything like that, but I think you're cool and you're friend. Let's go hang out at a bar and meet some other people, find somebody that might be, for interest for you and interest for me. You could be my wingman, and we're going to go have a fun time. How is that a bad answer?
I don't really see a problem with that.
I like you. I would totally hang out with you at a bar, and you probably get hit on more than me. But you're a friend. I always had an amicable relationship with you. I wouldn't be like, oh, Planar is biologically male, therefore I don't want to have anything to do with him on a blind date. I just like, look, there's no sexual attraction there, but you're friendly, you're cool, you're outspoken. Let's go hang out and meet some people.
It is something where I think that the people, and this is a point to be made as well, a lot of the people that have controversial opinions or fringe opinions do get boosted a lot. You see this with people on the right. They'll try to find, I think Rationality Rules has described it as nut picking, where you try and find the most outlandish thing that someone has said.
There's actually another term for it. It's
sensationalism sells.
Yeah, but it's taken the smallest minority and promoting them and elevate them to make it sound like they're more prevalent than they really are.
Oh yeah. That's definitely something that happens.
And I agree with you on that. I think that the people who say they're fringe that say, oh, look, you have to date somebody that's trans. If you don't, you're transphobic. That I think is narcissism. I think that's ego. Look, if I ever said, I
would even say beyond that, it's just straight up toxic as hell.
It is toxic. But if I said, look, I think that a woman should date me because I express as a lesbian, I would be like, I'd be vilified, and it should be, right? I don't think a lesbian, again, should have to have that on their dating site. Just like you have Grindr, which is should a woman be able to go on Grindr?
Well, so here's my position on it, and I think Planner might agree with me on this, and it was already put in the chat. Let them on there, and let the bulk of the community that's on that site make the decision whether or not they want to interact with that person.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this I figure this question will come up. Lunar says, let's take your hypothetical further. What if Planarwalk was post off and bought a surgery and would hit you, at least consider dating them? No, because I like natural genitalia. I don't think artificial genitalia. I'm not into that. I'm not sexualized by that. And so no, it wouldn't matter to me. And so it's if they ever had a penis.
Well,
have you ever seen a neo vagina? It's not the same. There's just there's no relation. Now, if somebody had asked me, I'll say this. Hang on, I'll say this. There is, full androgynous, testosterone and sensitivity syndrome, right? CISA, I think it is, or CIAS, where women are biologically male, but their phenotype is female. They're you could not even tell from looking at them. Everything is completely feminine, right? Except they have testes on the inside, way up, and inside, and they can't get pregnant. But for all other practical purposes, they're completely female. That I would probably if I've met somebody like that, and I could probably look past.
Well, what I'll say is that when it comes to, I think a lot of people don't realize how much actually changes on estrogen.
What do you mean?
There is when it comes to down there, there is a lot that changes on estrogen, and it's very surprising how well they can do with bottom surgery.
Not from what I've seen, but even still, it's not. I'm not interested in that. It's just not my thing. Again, everybody has their interest, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I will say that I don't know what one looks like. I do know that a lot of them do end up needing revision surgeries, apparently.
Multiple. Yeah, and very high infection rate.
I haven't heard about the higher infection rate, but I have heard about revision surgeries because my friend Alice has.
I think over half. I think over half. Was it 40 or 50%? I'm not really good at memorizing statistics. I get approximations, but if I remember, I think it was about 40 or because I think the details are insignificant. But if I remember correctly, somewhere between 40 and 50% needed some kind of revision.
Yeah. I think that it is pretty high. Some people don't realize how high it is. As I said, like my friend Alice does need to go in to get a revision surgery, and it's something that I think should probably be more talked about. And in fact, I think here's one of the things I want to talk about. I think that there is a big problem with the way that certain people talk about trans issues that makes it more difficult for trans people to get the information that they need. A lot of people talk about things like AGP, for example, autogonophilia, and to try and say, oh, if you might have transitioned because of if you have any sexual intent or anything with transitioning, or if you do anything sexual with that, then your AGP. And I think
I don't agree with that.
I think that stifles a lot of discussion because it makes it harder to talk about sex as a trans person.
Do you believe AGP is a thing?
I think that AGP is a thing in terms of we can classify people as AGP, but whether it is a thing that causes people to transition, I don't necessarily think so. Okay. I think that it's a thing in as far as we can classify it. Like we can classify.
Are they trans?
I mean, if I take the position that if someone is not the gender, if someone identifies as not the gender that they're assigned at birth, they are trans. If
I hate that assigned at birth. It makes no sense. I will push back on that whole. We're not assigned anything at birth. Okay, that's a weird language thing that we have, but that's not how it works. I think everybody agreed. Nobody's assigned this. The doctor says you are this because they look and see that you are this. We've worked. That system has worked from the dawn of time.
Well, we do assign people genders at birth, and sometimes the doctors even get that wrong. Even if we decide to say sex, it's like we basically assign a gender based on sex generally, but then even sometimes the sex can be incorrectly observed.
Very rarely, and again, DSD and intersex is such a very small portion of society. But like this question, AGP, aka crossdresser, is a kink fetish. What happens if you had somebody who was a crossdresser, had a fetish for it, that they were sexualizing being in women's clothing? They weren't identifying as a woman. They're like, I'm a man who likes to dress women, kind of like drag. Drag don't identify as women. They are not going out saying they're trans. They're men who like to dress as women. Nothing wrong with that. I don't care. That's where I completely diverge from any kind of right side stuff, because anybody who says that a man shouldn't be in drag, why? Who cares? Let them dress as they want, right? I really don't care about that. But at that point, they're not trans. But all of a sudden, the next day, they say, "Oh well, you know what? I am going to be considered trans, so I can use female spaces." What would you say to that kind of person?
It depends. I suppose when it comes to that, I would ask why they want to use women's spaces. And they may have an actual valid reason for it. Because, if you are cross-dressing and from the cross-dressing you pass quite well, it could be that you found that you're more likely to experience harassment in men's spaces.
What about the ones that are just so, you can, obviously men, they have 5 o'clock shadows. I mean, if Jared just threw on a wig and some lipstick and said, "Hey, look, I like wearing women's clothing," which happens every other weekend, if you watch his channel, and he goes into the women's bathroom, I think people are going to say something.
It's something where it is hard to say, like, who we... this basically goes back to the whole passing thing, right? It's like who we classify as trans. I think using like someone self-IDs as trans, then it's like, okay, I'll even if it's like malicious compliance, I'll be like, okay, like if Jordan Peterson starts saying that he's trans, then I'd be like,
well, yeah, okay, like Mary Kate Devaney. I don't know if you follow her on Twitter.
No.
She's the one that posts the listen to trans people, because she'll find the most violent trans people on Reddit and show what they have to say. And they're vitriolic. They're the far outliers. That's true. But her argument is that transgender community is not addressing these people. That's her main argument. Why are they not addressing the hostile vitriol that's coming from the transgender community? That's her main argument. And she identifies as a biotrans, assigned female at birth trans woman, meaning that she's just a woman to try to make a point. Yes, we all know she's trying to make a point. It's not like she actually believes this, but she's using gender self-identification theory to say, well, I'm this because I declared it. And nobody has really given her any kind of reasonable, rational argumentation against that I've seen.
Well, it's one of those things where I use the definition of do you identify as a different gender to what you're assigned at birth as a classification for being trans.
But you're born male or female. Everybody's born male or female. Everybody is. We're all born male or female. That's a fact of biology.
To some, like, when it depends how you define
the male of the species and the female of the species. Every species has categories. In the humans, it is sexually dimorphic. It is two gametes and ancestogamic. So there's the large and the small. There's everybody born is either in the category of male or female of the sex of the species. Everybody. Do you don't agree with that?
Well, when it comes to that, like when it comes to how we classify people as intersex, classify people as a sex, then it's like, okay, well that clearly has some middle ground. It's not a big middle ground.
But that middle
Like,
ground is secondary sex characteristics. It has to do with traits.
yes. We classify people into sex based on the secondary sex characteristics.
No, we do it on primary.
Yeah, I mean primary. That's what I mean. And there is a small middle ground. Like there are some people with ambiguous genitalia there, and it's like, okay, well, we can't quite tell there.
But let's say they did a karyotype, and all of a sudden they came up with XX.
Well, then the probably, and there are times when they might not be female. Like if like let's say they had an SRY gene on one of their X chromosomes, then that would make them be.
It's even with SRA positive on XX, it's still going to be female with a male phenotype. Just like if you have Turner syndrome XO, that only affects women, and so if you have XO, you know that person's female, do you not? There's no possibility of them being male.
Well, it is one of those things where there's a difference between how we can classify people. Like we can try to create a box where everyone fits in neatly into one box or the other. How useful is that? And how much do people actually use that? Like biologists might use that for simplicity. If we're using it as a thing where, okay, we just want to know whether what we should classify this baby as. It's like, yeah, we're probably not going to go deep down into what their genetics are to try and find.
But that's ambiguities. My position is that male and female in the species are mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive, but sometimes it is difficult to determine what category they're in. But that's an ambiguity issue. That is a problem with our understanding of how to determine. Like 100 years ago, they didn't have these tests, right? They didn't know what a karyotype was. They, maybe they did. I don't think they did, but I mean, 200 years ago, they certainly didn't.
And rather than getting bogged down in that sort of minutia that really actually tries to avoid the actual problem, let's start with a base fundamental understanding question related to this. Planarwalk, when you are evaluating an entire population, do you use the 99% or the 1% as your metric to classify that population?
Well, I would say typically that I would use words like typically to say typically humans are male or female. That can allow for exceptions. Like I think another good example is rather than saying humans have 10 fingers or 10 digits on their hands, I'd say typically a human has 10 digits or 5 digits on each hand.
The primary modal presentation is a bimodal in this manner.
Yeah, well, that's the bimodals of feminine and masculine traits, right? I mean, so that's
even using that precise language, that does say that primarily that there is chances of there being something that is at some level not part of the norm, that are not part of the 99%.
But it's still determinable, isn't it? I mean, that's my view, is it's still determinable.
Yes.
It may take some effort, but here's the thing. I have not seen a case where somebody was indeterminate of what their sex is. Not one.
Well, but even then, again, we're staying base level. We're staying just fundamental processes, because this subject goes to people who don't have the care or knowledge to go down more than just the base level understanding.
Correct.
With that being the case, do you classify a population as what you are typically expected to see based off of the 99% of the population or the 1%? Because what we've been running into is a lot of the pushback is from the people who, when you talk about the generality, they immediately push to the outlier.
I'd say how does it? I'd say that the question there comes down to how does it affect the 1%? Because we could because going to intersex for a second, there are people that have had intersex conditions where it's like, okay, well, humans are meant to be this way. And the consequence of that is that people who are intersex have operations done on them without their their babies. And so basically they have an operation done without their consent. They can't even consent. And it's like, well...
And that's where informed consent of the parents come in.
So
The parents
I
are the ones that are in charge and have the responsibility to make the decisions for their offspring that their offspring is incapable of.
I agree.
Even
But
then, I'd say that even then I'd say that there is a problem with that, because it's like if there is no danger to the child, trying to put them through a surgery to make them normal, I disagree with that. I disagree with circumcision on minors as well.
I got to tell you, I've actually been changing my viewpoint on that. I had debates years ago, and I'm like, look, it's a parental thing for circumcisions and things of that nature. And that's one of the things I've actually kind of modified my position on, believe it or not. I think I have more moved being against circumcisions, which is a huge change for me over the last 10 years. So, but because again, I'm willing to change my position, but I've had, I've weighed a lot of the things and to be consistent, it would make sense for me to be against circumcision. But that's a different topic. But I want to not lose sight of this, because AT2 had a really well stated way of looking at this. Take away that middle ground between the mixtures of the feminine and masculine traits. Just look at the modes themselves. You would agree that if you took away the intersex stuff, everybody else can be thrown in one category or the other, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The intersex and the trans community, I don't know why they were so related to each other. Most people that are trans are not intersex. Matter of fact, there's one person on Twitter who I have a lot of respect for, living with XXY. They have Klinefelter syndrome, which is a syndrome that only affects men. And yet you had people, I see it all the time because I follow him. People saying, "Oh, well, you're actually a woman. You're XXY, or you are intersex. You're neither male or female." And the frustration he goes through, because XXY is just a karyotype. It can apply to male or female, but Klinefelter syndrome is a very specific type of XXY that only affects men. Women cannot have Klinefelter syndrome. Women can have XXY, but they cannot have Klinefelters. And people see that XXY and they go, "Oh, that's 47 XXY. That must be Klinefelters." No, it's Klinefelters when it affects the men. Men only have Klinefelters. And yet you have people telling him that he's a woman or he's neither. How distressing that must be for him. And it has been. I can see that.
I think that there is a problem with trying to force someone. I have a problem with trying to force someone into a box. Like some people don't want to be put into certain boxes. Like there are people who are non-binary, for example, who don't want to be put in the trans category. And it's like, okay, fine. I do think that being non-binary usually means that you're trans, but in some cases I'll be like, okay, fine, you can not be trans. And I think it's just, in that case, it's just a general respect for how someone wishes to...
that's pleasantries. Like, for example, I refer to you as she. I have no issue with that. It's respectful. You're a friend of mine. And so I'm going to treat you as such. But you agree, though, that if I see somebody who I believe is an AGP that is just making a mockery of women, I don't have any kind of onus to use any preferred pronouns that they want, because I think they're just being shitty fucking people that are actively causing harm to the trans community and other people.
Even then, if someone, let's say, there was a case, I think a few years back, where there was a trans person who may or may not be sincere in their positions, and them being trans. I think it gained a lot of traction because this person was this person was, I'm trying to remember, there was like a bathroom incident. I don't know if you remember it. And there were people that would not respect this person's identity, but then there was a case to be made that, hey, what if we just respect their identity in relation to in relation to their pronouns, use she, her pronouns as kind of a weaponized
Malicious compliance.
Malicious
exactly,
compliance.
yeah, malicious compliance. And I think that in some cases it's good to use malicious compliance if someone is being
Okay. It's a fair argument to make. But do you think that people have a moral obligation to somebody else? Because I again, as social pleasantries, we can adopt these types of pronouns because we know what we're referring to. But because pronouns are called anaphoric, and what that means is that they refer back to something else. So an anaphoric word is something that refers back to something else in a conversation or a sentence. So if I say Planarwalk went to the store and she bought milk, that she is referring back anaphorically to the primary clause of who I'm referring to, which can be very confusing, in certain, connotations when you're talking to somebody. So for simplicity, I would make sense to say, okay, in this particular case, use she. There's no confusion there. People don't even know they don't even have to know who you are. There's no confusion there because they know I'm referring back to the original name that's existing of Planar, not just you. But if you look at somebody like Buck Angel, when you refer to him as her, there's an incongruency there, right? Because we're generally predisposed to say the pronoun that's what we're looking at. That's just how society works. So if I say Buck Angel went to the store and she bought milk, anybody who doesn't know Buck Angel is going to go, "What the hell is that?" I mean, or that does know Buck Angel is going to say, "What is that?" Well, I guess they just saw a picture of Buck and not know. Yeah.
Well,
you know what I'm saying.
It because of the whether you know who Buck Angel is or not, it does put a wrinkle in the back of the head of, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like I think that like Buck Angel might because Angel can be like somewhat feminine depending on how you use it. Like Buck, I'm not sure, but like I think
Buck is pretty masculine.
But like I think like Steve, like saying Steve went to the store and she brought some milk. It's like Steve is like to a lot of people is a very masculine name.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Again, because this is because of social norms, and it's so funny. People try to like be against stereotypes and social norms, but yet reality is based upon these. The reason why we have masculine and feminine features is because we know as a society what this means. If I say, look, Buck Angel presents very masculine, that's a stereotype, but it's a stereotype for a reason. What we mean by masculine, very hairy, gruff. That's not a negative stereotype. Stereotypes can be positive.
Yeah,
right. And I was just about to mention that is another thing that has been annoying me more so over the last couple of years is people hearing the word stereotype and immediately thinking negative. It's not always a negative. And that's where people have this ingrained negativity penchant for some level of victimhood, be it for themselves or others, that one, grow the fuck up, people. And two, not everything is even remotely intended to offend or to cause some sort of change or amplification of a power dynamic.
Correct. And it's also
people are just people.
Like, it's very cultural. For example, like, people say like Asians are good at math, which is called a positive stereotype, even though not necessarily true. But it is a stereotype for Asians that their families are generally more wanting their children to be very successful in the academic arena. That's a stereotype that's true. That's a fact.
I think the question can often be put down to like what is causing the stereotype, because of course there are stereotypes that are true. I know that I myself have lent into like certain stereotypes and and it is something where
Are those Pokemon things what you're referring to?
no, I'm referring to the IKEA shark.
What?
Yeah.
The IKEA shark. The
shark plushie. Yeah.
Oh, the plushie. I got it. Okay.
Do you not know? I'm guessing you don't know.
He is unaware. Let's absolve him of that. Planarwalk, go ahead.
Refresh my memory.
Basically, the IKEA shark, also known as blowhigh, has become a trans icon, and a lot of trans people have blowhighs, and it's become a bit of a stereotype.
Okay.
But yeah, there are stereotypes which I do think may not be true. Like there's a lot of racist stereotypes out there, right? That that aren't necessarily true. That that are created to basically create this idea of a race that they don't, you know. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not sure that.
No. I mean, for example, like
negative stereotypes too that do have an initial origin in some truth, but have been overblown with time.
Yeah.
Well, for example, like like the stereotype, blacks are better at basketball, right? One of the things they that you have to take into account is that a lot of cultural things, blacks play a lot of basketball. It doesn't mean that they maybe have an inherent ability that's any different from anybody else. It's a cultural thing. They play a lot of basketball. They're probably, but
there's a biological component to that too.
Yeah, but and here's the thing: we do see a lot of blacks play basketball, right? I think it's a lot of a cultural thing rather than probably athleticism, but there might be some truth to it.
It's a bit of both.
That shouldn't be a negative stereotype. But that doesn't mean that all black people can play basketball.
But here's the thing: it shouldn't be based off of the face of it. If you're looking at it in a very nuts and bolts, it is the fact of the matter. Mm-hmm. But it's the connotation that a number of people have used it for that has been picked up culturally, where it has become negative,
and it can be weaponized. I mean, like waffles and chicken and watermelon. These things are racial stereotypes.
Hey, chicken and waffles is fucking tasty.
I happen to like chicken and waffles, but those have been weaponized to be negative caricatures of the black community.
And I think that also there are some things where where stereotypes can be like, even a stereotype like the blowhigh. There are people in the trans community that get annoyed at it because it's like you're kind of expected to have a blowhigh now, and it's like there are a lot of people that don't want it, and
Well, look, have what you want. I mean, I don't know but you talk about ideology. That they seem to be making into an ideological thing that you have to have one now, or you're not one of us.
I would say that it's more like a joke when I've seen it as you've got to have one, but like a lot of people don't like jokes like that. It's like a good example would be the ironic misogyny, right? That some people do, where it's like misogyny, but it's meant to be ironic.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people that don't like that because it does kind of to some people it reinforces.
Well, that same thing goes back to dark humor and humor that involves stereotypical type comedy. But again, when things are done in comedic form or not to offend, then that's when it's acceptable in society. It's when you try to offend somebody, when you're going out of your way to be hostile to somebody and offend them, that's when it's no longer a laughing thing where people can all get together and laugh at certain things.
Yeah,
I think that's a huge distinction.
I actually disagree with a lot of this trying to be anti-woke in comedy, because I think a lot of the problem that people run into is that they're not trying. They don't realize this, but they're not actually trying to be funny. They're trying to make a point.
Mm-hmm.
So I've never seen, for example, I've never seen Steven Crowder be funny. I've always seen him trying to make a point and calling it comedy.
I don't think he's that much of a comedian. I don't find him very funny.
Yeah.
I mean, he's made some salient points, and I find it entertaining. I mean, some of the stuff, not all, but that's the whole point is entertainment, right?
And like,
You know?
I could use another example, like Dave Chappelle. He has made some really funny jokes, and
he's hilarious.
I think the problem is like in some of his, like, I remember the last
He's good.
the last Netflix special that I saw. There was one joke that I can remember that made me really laugh, and that was the can a gay person be homophobic? And the punchline was, yes, of course. Look at Mike Pence. That was a funny joke.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
not to Mike. Mike didn't probably like that, but
but like that was a funny joke, and I felt like a lot of the rest of the special didn't have nearly as much punch. It felt more like a lecture than a
that might be true.
than a comedy special.
But
And
don't you think that he actually said that though? Don't you think he actually said something along the lines? I don't remember where, but basically, look, he's been around a very long time. He's just using his platform to get his views out, and if you find him funny and add some humor to it, but he's not doing the type of humor that he originally started doing, like in the Chappelle show, because that shit was edgy as shit, man. I mean, come on, when you listen to R. Kelly's "Piss on Me," that video that he did, that parody, that shit was fucking hilarious. It's a very tense, sensitive subject because the subject matter. That's what I believe dark humor is most to do. It's supposed to take something that we find shocking and find some levity so we can process it.
And I'd say that there are times where you can use dark humor and be funny. Like, I think that dark humor does have its place. It's just that it has to be funny. Like,
yeah, I agree. Yeah.
And like I think that a problem is that we take a lot of these comedians that have made funny jokes. Like, we can look at Ricky Gervais as well. Now, I haven't seen a lot of his newer stuff, but I do remember him making a lot of funny jokes back in the day. Like his whole thing about Noah's Ark. That was hilarious.
His Golden Globes, was it the Golden Globes speech when he was giving away the awards? Oh, he just said, fuck this. He just went so far off script. It was one of the greatest moments of television history when he was, you have to watch it if you haven't seen the Planner, with Ricky Gervais. And I'm not a huge fan of him because he can be really, really funny. And then other times he just be way off the mark. And he's way off on atheism. But
I think part of that is also.
But watch that. Watch his presentation when he was just excoriating the people in the audience. I mean, he was like, "Come up, get your little award, thank God and Jesus Almighty, and then go back to your fucking seat in your $1 million mansions and watch, kiddie porn or something." It was brutal. He was calling out, Hollywood for all the dirty underlying crap that was going on, and it was brutal, but it was fucking funny, man.
And
you didn't see it? You really didn't see it?
No.
Oh, dude, we'll have to watch it. It was fucking brutal.
Yeah, and I think that there is there is definitely a component sometimes of like, if you disagree with something, you will obviously be less likely to find it funny. Where because let's say someone is quote unquote brutal against the trans community, it's like,
okay,
trans people might not find that funny. Because if it's just like a bunch of punches, there's this whole idea of where you're punching in comedy, and if you're punching up, you're gonna get a lot more approval at least from regular people than if you're punching down.
Yeah,
and I think
because punching down is easy. It's easy.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So
but like you said, it has to be funny though. And again, if you just bash on somebody to bash on, that's not funny. But you used to be like, oh my God, again, stereotype. But gay people have some of the greatest comics of all time.
Yeah, there are. I think I've gone to a comedy thing recently, and it was not gay, but trans person, and it was hilarious. And
what's that?
I went to a comedy show by a trans person, and the show was hilarious. But one of the things I noticed is that it wasn't about this person being trans. sure, there were elements of it in there, but a large part of it had things about the COVID lockdowns, and had a lot of music that was just wacky and zany.
So what I hear you saying is that you went to a comedy show and the comedian was good.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the thought. God forbid.
Well, no, because that really is a hallmark, and that's part of one of the entertainment media problems lately is you have comedians who are being propped up that aren't funny. Yes, I'm looking at you, Amy Schumer.
Oh, she ain't funny at all. And then there's one butch lesbian comedian that I watched some.
Oh,
of
the
her
one from
special.
Australia.
Yeah, dumbest thing I've ever listened to. Wasn't funny at all.
I would also say that we do have a problem with people having been funny, and then like people assume that because they have been funny, that they're still worthy of all the attention, even if they're still not funny.
Comedy
look at Bill Cosby. The mighty have fallen.
Yeah, I think there's been like I can't remember the specific people, but like there are people that I used to find funny, and then I go ahead and see their new stuff, and it's just very meh. Yeah.
Well, okay. Some of my favorite comedians, Fluffy has some of the greatest stand-up comedy I've ever seen in my life.
Gabriel
Fluffy is
Iglesias. God, I love that dude.
Especially his older shit. It was masterful. I also really liked Sam Kinison. I really liked Ralph. He passed away, but remember Ralphie?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely fucking hilarious. Richard Pryor, one of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
Robin Williams, another all-time great. That's the humor that I grew up with. And even like for example, you talk about somebody who's no longer funny. Eddie Murphy used to be fucking one of the greatest comedians of all time. Raw, bar none, fucking funny. What the hell happened? That dude lost every he has no humor. He ain't funny anymore, but he used to be.
I think part of that is there are some people who do not deal well with success. They get up to a level, they get that success and notoriety, and they don't know how to maintain it. Eddie Murphy is, especially lately, is one of those where the switch happened in the 90s when he started doing the family-friendly movies. He stepped away from what made him famous and what got him. Yeah. Yeah. Around that time. Well, even the Doolittle series.
Yeah, I remember the Doolittle.
Good movie.
That wasn't bad.
For what they were.
Yeah, right. The first one I actually liked him as Professor Doolittle.
But not what made him famous, not what got him the notoriety, not what built his audience. And once you lose your core audience, unless you are a damn good artist with what you do, good luck building a new one.
Yeah.
I mean, it is possible. Like you do see that sometimes, but it depends how you go about it, I think. But yeah, I do think that there is a level of if you get famous, a lot of people like not being famous can be a kind of thing to help you improve your jokes, right? And sometimes when you get famous, it's like, well, everybody loves me, so anything I say will be considered funny, and then that it's ego.
Well, look at Bill Burnham. Remember Bill Burnham? He burned out on this. It literally destroyed his fame. How he got popular so quickly and he was enjoying it, and all his music was expressing what bullshit it was.
Yeah.
He was very self-reflective. I mean, brilliant. That guy is a genius musically and artistically, and he knows it. But he also recognized how fucked up the system is that shit became so popular. And yeah.
By the way, there is an artist that people that I do like. that has been compared to Bo Burnham sometimes, and actually in one of his shows,
Matt Rife?
he made a reference to so like he had something deep to say and then said, "Bo Burnham, what are you doing here?" as a joke. His music,
Who's
it's
that?
often seen as silly, but it actually has some interesting themes, and his name is Will Wood.
No, it doesn't sound familiar.
He's got
You
a
know-
lot of good stuff. He's a bit smaller and he's on hiatus currently, but he's
You ever listen to Matt Rife? He's funny. He works the crowd. He does crowd work, and it's amazing. Crowd work is the hardest thing to do in comedy, and people that do it well can be very, very funny. But they kind of, go ahead.
Also, I do want to say, like with Will Wood, the song that you should listen to first depends on what music you like, because he makes a lot of different types of music. Everything from like really heavy jazz, and when I say heavy jazz, it's like jazz that sounds like metal, to really
Interesting.
really soft acoustic ukulele songs.
Well, I got a pretty eclectic music taste. I seriously, I mean, I can listen to anything from like speed metal to classical sometimes, or jazz even. I don't care. It's just, it has to be good.
He even has doo-wop songs.
Being able to hit different genres like that just shows a creativity that you have to admire, especially if you can do multiple styles like that well.
I will say that his latest album is a lot softer, and there's more him trying to express himself.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got the normal album, which is very much about mental health and stuff like that, and has a couple of doo-wop songs, and has some like really fast jazzy songs. Then you've got Selfish, which was his chaotic era, where it sounds like heavy metal but jazz.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, and then that's the blend I'm looking forward to hearing. I already have his YouTube channel up in another tab.
You need fusion metal jazz.
Yeah, it's like
fusion jazz metal. I guess
I
would
think
be.
a good example of that would be. I'm trying to think. Is it Cotard? I think Cotard Solution is like the most heaviest. Then you've got
Minchin is hilarious.
Minchin is really good. Yeah.
That's actually one of the examples where I used to find him really funny, but I feel like lately he hasn't been as funny. However, that doesn't mean that he doesn't make good songs. I love the song Airport Piano.
I'm trying to remember that one. I remember last one I remember hearing from him was he can only sing an F sharp.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's when you know you're a musical genius, when you're able to sing off key and hit a particular note. That's skill.
But yeah, like Airport Piano is like a really good song, but it's just not funny. And yeah, I do agree with.
Yeah, that's okay. We all over the place here, But here's the thing. But here's the thing. What it proves is that look, we shouldn't care whether somebody's trans, straight, gay, or whatever. It's just people, and we all have things we agree with and disagree with. But you don't see anybody calling out somebody as a bigot, homophobe, Nazi, transphobe in these types of discussions when you're dealing with rational fucking people. That's the whole point of these things.
Well, no, and here's another thing. This is, I think, what more people need to see something like this happen with is we don't agree on everything, everyone that's here on this panel. But you know what we all have in common? We can treat each other with respect and have a natural conversation that will go to any subject that comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that one of the issues that we get with a lot of things like that is that a lot of things like this is that there are people out there who try to have these sorts of conversations, but only to provoke dumpster fires. If you look at...
fuck them.
Oh, completely.
Yeah,
completely.
There are, and sometimes they try to make it like they try to make it a thing where they seem like to a normal person you might go, oh well, they're being sincere, but in
They have
reality,
dishonest intent.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen a few people like that. There's a
There's nothing
billboard.
wrong with sorry, what?
I think there's like a billboard guy who goes to a
Billboard
lot of
Chris?
places. Yeah, I think that might be.
No, he actually believes what he believes. He really does believe what he believes. And I've talked to Billboard Chris, on Twitter, but
it's not so much. I can believe that someone believes what they say that they believe, but they can also still be provocative.
Yeah, I think he does that. Yes, but he does that intentionally, and it's funny because I like Billboard Chris, and I like Buck Angel, and I've had communicated with them on Twitter before. But here's the thing: they had a fight on Twitter the other day. I'm like, and people were saying, "Look, you guys should be allies," and Chris is like, "No," and I really it soured me a little bit on Chris, only for the fact that he's so divisive that he can't even understand when people are being allies. And that I will agree with you on. I find it to be a little off-putting.
Yeah. And I don't mind having conversations with these people, but I think the reason why it's hard to have conversations, well, for me to have conversations with these people, and why it's so easy for some random person who is a bit more, how do I put it, a bit more angry to have conversations with these people, is because the anger sells. If I have a conversation with Billboard Chris, what's that going to look like? It's going to look like it's not going to be a shit show. Maybe he might try to turn it into a shit show, but it's hard.
I don't think he would.
It's hard to turn something into a shit show without looking bad yourself.
And actually, that leads to a lot of the interactions that I have on Twitter, where I go down the reductionist route, and it is, I will admit, with that intent right there, I get that whiff of dishonesty from the person that I'm interacting with. And I go down the reductionist to a point that they expose themselves. But here's the hilarious thing. I do it in a way that they think they're winning, so they do it even more.
The approach on that is, and I'm the same way. When I sense somebody's not being honest in their discussion on Twitter, I do an internal critique. I switch it completely into my internal critique mode. And I'm like, forget what I believe. It doesn't matter. Let's talk about what you're putting out there. Oh, God, do they hate that. They hate to be analyzed for internal critique. I'm like, wait a minute. This is your position. Let's talk about this. You can come on my channel. We can talk about my position all day long. But this is what you said. Let's talk about that. No, they don't want to do that because they don't understand that things I look for is internal consistencies in the position. I look for honesty. I look for rationality. I look for logic. I look for reason. I look for facts. There's a lot of things that go in to my discussions with people both on air and on Twitter. And when I see somebody being dishonest, I'm just like, Jared, this is why, like, when you came on, like, you've been on my channel before, you knew what to expect. You knew coming on, there was not going to be any gotchas. There's not going to be any kind of moment where you're going to be treated ill. And if anybody came in here and started giving you shit, I'd kick them the fuck out. Right. So there's no problem with that. But when you do go on a channel where you don't know what to expect, and we've all been there, it can be terrifying. It could be terrifying when I've been like when I went on Jim Bob's fucking channel, right? The whole audience was just nasty. Their Discord was idiots, absolutely fucking morons, dude. And he's somebody that would condemn you just for being trans. He's ultra conservative, Christian, whatever, younger creationist type. And yet, I was like, okay, fine. You invited me on your channel. I'll come and have a discussion. Yeah, he's just a dick, man.
Yeah. And I think that there's a reason why people like that on all sides get more spotlight time. And it's because everybody wants to have a discussion with that type of person. Nobody wants the discussions where like it's good faith are really boring at times.
Yeah, maybe, but those are. I will take 9 of these discussions and 1 dumpster fire. That's kind of my ratio. But the dumpster fire, again, they make it such. I don't go into a discussion looking for a dumpster fire most of the time.
Yeah,
so here's a comparison, and this will help frame it. Is that when you have your own particular level of intellect that you want to maintain and increase, you go into discussions with a different mindset and a different purpose. You're going in to learn not just about yourself, but also from the other person, and hey, maybe I am wrong. Is there something I'm missing? That how many times have we asked that question?
Oh
And
God!
some people think it's rhetorical.
All
No.
day long, all day, the last couple of days, you and I have been asking that question. This is why I have this discussion on it. Show me where I'm wrong. Planners, welcome to come in and discuss it. And again, we haven't really got to any point where I think either one of us are really wrong. It's just different viewpoints, but there's nothing been objectively where we can say, hey, this person is fundamentally wrong. People have different beliefs and ideologies. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't condemn Planner for her belief. I don't see anything wrong with it per se. She hasn't said anything that I found to be egregious. Okay. So
right. And then when you look at the dumpster fires, and the reason why those get traction, the reason why those get visibility is because they're immensely clippable, because there's going to be the gotchas, there's going to be the clips,
channels.
and it is that sensationalism, similar to the news that we get from freaking mainstream media now. It's not really the news. It's not just the facts of what's going on. There's always editorializing and sensationalizing to go along with it, to try to sell something, even if it's just to get attention.
I think
it's clickbaity. Yeah.
I think a good example of this would be when it comes to debates about the flat Earth. Because I've been wanting to debate flat earthers for years.
You don't know. Stop. You don't know. You don't understand the harm that will cause. Don't do it.
However, I'm never the first person. Now, let's be honest, I'm not that great at debating. However, I've always had a sort of openness to debating flat earthers. However, they'd much rather debate someone like FTFE, who is a lot more, how do I put it?
Bullshit?
Sorry. Bullshit.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I agree. We're not big fans of him by any stretch of imagination.
But someone who's a lot more, there's a word, aggressive, than I am. And because of that, people want to debate him more to try and bring him down a peg. Whereas I generally try to be, hey, let's actually have a discussion, and yeah, people think that I don't need to be taken down a peg because I'm polite or something like that. That's why people for a while people always wanted to debate Nathan Oakley, was because
but that's the same thing with Nathan Oakley or Nathan Thomas or Jeranism or any of them. They all are so insincere, so incredibly insincere.
Even with Jeranism, I'd rather debate him than debate someone like Nathan Oakley or Nathan Thompson, because at least with Jeranism, he can be polite.
Jeranism, I grant him he can be civil. He's Oakley is way over the top. I had one of my most popular videos on this channel was Nathan Oakley, and it was just a cluster, dude. It was an absolute cluster. I couldn't. But again, with a lot of them, with the flat earthers, again, I don't think they actually even believe what they believe. I think it's just bullshitting. They're just trolling. I'm not even joking, Jared. How many times have I ever asked Red, is this person serious?
Oh, so when it comes to the flat earthers, you have to remember that if you are interacting with a vocal one who has their own channel that they produce and release their own content, 95% of the time, if not 100% of the time, you are dealing with someone who is trying to farm for engagement, not someone who is genuinely involved in the subject matter.
Absolutely agree.
And that is more the reason why that they will agree to go on a show with someone like Craig, not because they want to bring him down a peg, but they realize it's going to get the views, it's going to get the traffic, it's going to get the money.
Yep, absolutely. And like Arn Raw versus Jeranism. I mean, again, Arn caught onto it instantly with Jeranism. You know, Reds debated Jeranism too, and throughout that entire discussion, I was constantly asking Jaren, to talk about what Reds was bringing up. I was like, he He got so far into like trying to say pi wasn't even pi. He didn't even know what the fucking circumference of a circle was. Talking about math and that the flat Earth, and I'm like, well, you don't even understand geometry or what pi is, and you're telling people they're wrong about the shape of the Earth. It's like that's weird.
Do you think that there's like some similar stuff going on with like the trans debate where like
Yes.
because I think definitely with Matt Walsh is someone we can point to who is definitely being over the top provocative and all that kind of stuff for engagement.
Yes.
Well, I think it's a little bit of both here. I have watched some Matt Walsh. I think he does try to be provocative, just make a purpose. But I also believe that he actually believes what he believes, unlike flat earthers. Right? I think Matt Walsh really does believe in a man and a woman, marriage, traditional values, things of that nature. But I also believe that he's not going to go out of his way to willfully, like for example, if he's having a conversation with you, I don't think he would willfully try to antagonize you just for views. Maybe, but yeah,
I think he might.
Maybe.
I do know that every conversation that he has the gotcha question, which is what is a woman?
But that's not a gotcha question to me. Right? I just answer it. Adult human female. I agree.
Well, it's one of those things where something can have multiple definitions. Now, it's not a gotcha question if you consider it. I actually have used what is a woman as a gotcha question against people who are being transphobes, surprisingly enough.
Mm-hmm.
But like I think that a lot of people see it as a gotcha question because people don't give the answer that they expect.
Yeah.
And it's like if I were to, it would be like if I were to ask you, Steve, what is an atheist?
Person who believes there's no God.
Well, you don't have the right definition of atheism.
Let me remove you. I have that power. Real quick, Soul Watcher, I have heard of this. I know that Jared and Rez has talked about some things to Antarctica, but you got to remember, like that's cold. I don't know any. Why would you do such a thing? It's silly to me. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
No. So here's very quick high level on that. You have a pastor here in the U.S. who has come across the flat Earth debate, who's decided to try to be some sort of mediator to try to get it settled, and is taking one flat earther, one reality acceptor, and himself down to Antarctica to film the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, but that's just an exhibition thing.
Right.
That's all it is. I mean, we all know that flat Earth is BS. I think I'm convinced, as you put it, 95% of the people that have flat Earth channels know they're BSing. They just do it for engagement.
Right.
So what's that?
Well, and that's where when I talked to Reds after a group call that they had where the guy finally released this information to them off air, Red's suggestion was, you don't need to bring one of us, take two flurfs, because guarantee you the majority of them are going to say no, they're not going to go because they don't trust you.
Yeah, but the reality is they already know, and it'll be a waste of their time. But look at like Jeranism, who did that experiment, is like, oh shit, interesting, because he already knew the experiment was going to go the way it did. He knew that was complete fucking bullshit.
Yeah, but have you seen those marble countertops he has in his home?
No, I don't pay. I don't. No. And by the way, let me just I'll go a little off script here. But there's no such thing as the actual definition does not exist for any English words. Okay, there are definitions, but these are descriptions. Okay, so one thing I keep on trying to explain to people, and I do this all the time on Twitter, is that most modern dictionaries are called synchronic, meaning that give you the word usages that's generally used in common parlance or general parlance. They're not prescriptive. They're not sensu stricto or sensu strictissimo. They're sensu lato, and they basically are, how is this word being used in America? Well, that's all it means.
Well, it's how is the word being used predominantly in the area that this dictionary was written
Yes.
for.
Yes. There's no such thing as a prescriptive definition for a colloquial general uses words. They do exist in specific domains of discourse and mathematics. You'll see them, but not just for English.
Yeah, well, when it comes to like definitions about stuff, like when was the last time you hung up the phone?
Hung on what?
Hung up the phone.
Oh God, about 20 something years ago.
1988. I don't know.
Yeah, but like a lot of people still use the term "hang up" to refer to ending a call.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but isn't hang? I mean, when you hit end on a
So
when you hit
when
end
you
on
hit,
a cell phone, that's hanging up on them.
yeah, you are ending the call, but the parlance of hanging up the phone, you were literally putting the receiver back on the base to end
it's a
the
carryover,
call.
right?
Yeah.
By the way, so thank you, Dr. Sean Esquire. He's neither. He's neither a doctor nor a lawyer, but that's okay. Earth is flat. Fight me. Thank you.
No. Earth is
Earth. But
Earth
but you're exactly right.
I agree. Earth is a curvy bitch.
But here's the interesting thing: that idiom, right? If translated into another language, may not carry over because idioms are such that you cannot determine the usage by the actual word combinations. It's if I say raining, if I went to Korea and says raining cats and dogs, they're not gonna know what the hell that means.
I was actually watching a show the other day because I was at a friend's place and they had Archer on, and I don't know if have you seen Archer?
Yeah, the cartoon.
I fucking love that show.
Yeah.
And it was in the season where basically it was like the pirate island thing. I don't know if you've seen that part.
I know of the show.
Okay, yeah.
And like one of the things that was said was, "Oh, we rely on idioms a surprisingly amount to talk about stuff."
Oh, you know what? I did see that clip. I do remember something like that. Yeah, and he kept on giving examples.
Yeah.
So like Lunar says, when the last time you rolled down the window of the car? Yeah, because it used to be the hand crake.
Yeah.
Oh, how would you know? You're neither that old.
25 years.
So it's been a long time. But like here, MCG says yes, but before we can have a discussion, we must agree on terms. I don't agree with that. I don't think we have to agree on terms. I can say, look, this is how I'm using the term. You can say how you're using that term, but that's
the thing. What do you mean by agree? What do you mean by discussion? What do you mean by terms?
Right, yeah, it gets bogged down in that kind of. And by the way, I will tell you right now, I don't have those kind of discussions. When I use a very generalized word and somebody asks me for a source or citation, I ignore it. I'm like, you're not even going to. I'm not going to bother with that kind of person because it's so. It's so menial. It's so puerile. It's so bottom barrel when you have to everything you ask. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? Go Google something. I even put this on Twitter the other day, and I stand by this, and I recommend everybody do this. If somebody is too lazy to go Google some shit before they ask you about it, you have no onus to explain to them fuck all. Because there's simple shit anybody can go Google. I'm not your fucking secretary. I'm not your personal assistant. If you don't understand something, I'm happy to explain it to you. But at least look it up first. Before you come to me and by like, what do you mean by this? What? Go Google what the phrase means, and then if we disagree, we can talk about it. But don't ask me what a simple fucking sentence means when you should know. Like, what do you mean by roll down the window? Well, we mean by it, but it's like we lowering the window. We don't have to really mean roll. So again, I'm not saying somebody did that, but yeah, people ask me all the time. Define something. It's like stupid.
Sometimes there is a valid reason for doing something. Like it's useful to point out when someone is using the equivocation fallacy.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. In very nuanced discussions, I agree with you. There are some times that legitimately ask, in what sense are you using this? But most of the people don't have those kinds of higher level discussions. They're very bottom of the barrel. They're not asking what nuanced sense of a word is. Like, for example, I have this thing on Twitter today with the word disbelief, right? The word disbelief in logic means a very specific thing. It means to affirm negation. Disbelief means
I was about to say when I use that word, I tend to go towards that. So my inclination is if you say you disbelieve something, to me, that means you hold the negation of
Correct.
the positive belief.
But-
But if I suspect that the person may not be utilizing terminology in the same way, rather than asking them what they mean, well, what that word means or what that, I ask for, can you clarify that for me?
Right. Well, that's where I was going. I had used the word disbelief today, and I purposely explained that I meant as an unable to accept as real. Okay, because to stare in disbelief doesn't mean to believe false. Stare in disbelief means you're unable to mentally process something. That is a legitimate use of that word. That's how that word is used. But I noted that in my tweet. That's how I'm using it. So nobody can say that I'm equivocating, right? Because I made it very clear, and sometimes you can through context as well.
I think that I think that it's also very important, like to ask things like that in certain discussions that I've had. Like you know how I mentioned earlier that I have actually used the what is a woman as a gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think it was in discussions of whether cisgender is a slur or not, and
that's a good discussion. Yeah.
And one of the things I ask every time is, what do you recommend using instead of the term cisgender? And a lot of the time I get man and woman, and it's like, okay, well, you can have trans men and trans women. You can have a trans man or a trans woman. So what does woman mean to you? And if they say adult human female, well, it's like, okay, then that does not mean the same thing as cisgender.
Right.
Because
no, I don't understand how people use cis as a. I've heard people say cis is offensive to them. I don't get why. It's not to me. But again, offense is taken, right? Offense is something you have to go out of your way to actually say, look, I'm offended by this. What is offensive about cis? I'm not offended by the term in any way, shape, or form. Like example, are you offended by the word trans?
No.
Okay, then there you go. It's like, why would we be?
No, so what it is, it's your small-minded neophytes who are the ones that get bent out of shape over it and try to push that cis is a slur aspect because of the change in language, because for the longest time, they did not have transgender as part of the basic vernacular, so there was no need for there to be a cisgender. But now, since the prevalence of transgenders has increased to the point where there is that moniker that exists in the language now, you need its opposite. You need its counter. Because if you are transgender, you are that whole transitioning, that whole difference of that change of, well, what are you changing from?
It has utility. The word cis
right.
has utility, or the prefix cis. I mean, whatever you want to use it. Yeah. And by the way, without a lawyer, you got to fight that out with Aaron, man. Aaron took over the cult, man. I have long since stepped down as cult leader.
I do want to also say that there are some people that point to cis may be being used as a pejorative, and sometimes understandably it is, and so I can get taking offense, but it's one of those things where it'd be like taking offense to being called black, or taking offense, like if someone called me white and said something mean about me because I'm white, it's like I wouldn't take offense to being called white.
I'd laugh at him.
I'd take offense if I were to take offense at all. I would take offense to the fact that they're trying to demean me.
Yeah, of course. Exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. Flamo says answers in atheism panel is offended by mechanism. Yeah, well, that's Jared's favorite word too. What's the mechanism for that?
Because honestly, I enjoy using terminology like that for some people, because it needles them right where they're insecure. Because the people who get offended by certain levels of interaction and communication, it's because ultimately they're insecure. So they have to puff up, they have to bloviate, they have to behave in a certain way. So if you find that subject that they are most engaged with, and then just poke, maybe twist a little, and just get them to dance. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, but that's when they get. I have people. What's so funny is I have people like today. They respond to me, and then I go to respond back, and I'm already blocked. I'm like, "Fuck! You didn't give me a chance to even like." Oh, that's just cowardly.
I've had that
Isn't that
before.
cowardly?
Yeah, like I've had people where they ask me a question and then block me before I can even answer the question or something like that.
I've even posted and have called people out that have done that. It's like, what's the point of replying if you're just going to block me right away?
Right. I literally like right away. And by the way, no, I guess purple velour has been the robe of choice still. So yeah, they're comfortable. So.
Yeah, I actually don't often block people. I think I have one person blocked on Twitter.
I don't think I have any.
Oh God, I have a whole bunch. But here's the thing: I generally don't want to block somebody unless they've just come out of the gate with something so over the top that I just know nothing will be productive. Then I'm like, okay, fine. I don't respond to them. I just block, right? But I haven't really blocked anybody in the last couple of weeks for any particular reason other than just out of the gate they're just being an asshole.
I think I actually might have more people blocked because I just remembered that I've been blocking a lot of my pussy and bio bots.
Yeah. Well, I don't block them. I mute.
Yeah. I don't mute.
I do want to respond to something in the comments saying I've been a woman for 50 years and I don't see why I now have to add cis. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, you don't. It's only when it's relevant to the discussion.
Yes, I agree with that.
If it's like for me, if you just want to call me a woman, fine. But like sometimes it is necessary for me to call myself a trans woman because otherwise because to demark the fact that I am trans. It's not something where I always have to call myself that, but if I need to call myself that, I will. Sometimes you might need to call yourself cis to indicate that you're not trans, but in general conversations with someone, just say that you're a woman.
Yeah, and it's funny because these would only come up during these types of discussions. But when we're talking about music or comedy, nobody gives a shit whether somebody's trans or not, or cis or not. They're not relevant to the discussion. Yeah, and that's the point. That's the point where I think is a big demarcation between people that talk about these things and people that are doing it for engagement. Because I do believe that you have these really far right and far left that cannot have these civil types of engagements. And everything has to be tailored towards some kind of gotcha or some type of engagement because they have large platforms and that's what they think that people want to see. And I don't have to worry about that because I think from day to day, most people just don't give a shit whether you're gay, straight, trans. Are you a good person? That's all that fucking should matter.
Yeah,
that's not how it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think that the problem is that I feel like a lot of this culture war stuff is taking away from actual issues. If you want to know what I want to talk about, I want to talk about public transport. Things like trains, things like getting railed. I mean, rail.
That's for the 18 and up streams where you have to make it age. You have to tell YouTube. Nope, there's going to be 18 plus.
Hang on, audience, fucking clip that.
Live streaming. And it's funny because I actually have really good public transportation where I'm at. I actually like public transportation. Yeah.
And like things like that, because if we want to talk about why California is so shit, right? It's easy to point to the wokeness and all that, and it's like I think it's more to do with NIMBYs not wanting any change. It's like, and that's why you've got a bunch of homeless people. Like trans people aren't causing homelessness.
No.
As much as people might want to try and paint it that way. No, the problem is that there's a housing shortage. And part of the problem is also that everything's so spread out. If you had higher housing density and livable neighborhoods, then you'd start to see the homeless population decrease.
Yeah.
But people want to talk about culture war because there are some people that don't actually have a solution to homelessness.
No, but like you said, that there are people out there, the enemies that just do not want, like, for example, a homeless shelter next to their, estates kind of stuff.
Or even just like give like homeless people houses.
Well, here's the thing though. We have shelters like in my area. They do have curfews and things of that nature, but unfortunately, the people in the shelters, they have to abide by certain conditions, and many of them just can't. They choose not to. I just say they can't, but they still want to do drugs. You can't do drugs in a shelter.
But then there's also like the reasons why someone might not, because if I feel like I need a certain drug in order to be able to live life, then saying that I can't do that, well, it's like, sure, the rational thing to do might be to stop doing that drug to try and improve my life. But am I going to do that? Not necessarily. Like, we like to think of people as rational actors, but that's definitely not
rarely
true.
the case.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
especially okay. So there's a lot of factors with like the homeless in my area. Many of them do suffer from extreme mental unwellness. They're like literally arguing with the sky kind of stuff. All of them are, I think 90% more probably are addicted to some kind of trank or drug, because trank is like the new type of drug. There's another one out there too that's very similar. But they're also thieves. They go. Matter of fact, the CVS that in my area is closing, and the reason it's closing is because of the high theft. The cost the cost for the products were extraordinarily high for CVS, and people are just going in there walking out with stuff. And CVS says we can't have this, and it closed. They've got other CVS's further down in a more lucrative area that doesn't have that problem. But with the CVS where I was at, there's an encampment for homeless people, and the police didn't do anything about it. And of course, that's what's going to happen. It's going to cause these places to shut down. They can't compete. You can't have that.
And like the thing is, people are like, oh well, just move the homeless people somewhere else, and it's like one of those things where you're just moving the problem.
Yeah, that doesn't solve the problem. No.
Yeah,
I think we need. Go ahead. Go say what you think we need, and I'll say what I think we need.
I think we need to deal with the core of the solution, or the core of the problem, and that is that there are people who don't have houses, that don't have access to means to be able to get houses.
Well, I mean, I think when you mean by house, you mean a place to live, right? I mean, you're not going to give somebody a house. It just means a place, a bed, a shelter. What we need is to really strengthen the infrastructure to just say, okay, like for example, the other day I saw a doctor and a couple nurses going around to the homeless that live in these bus terminals, because every bus terminal here has people there. There's one in Palm Springs that if you go to this bus terminal, all you see is people smoking crack and injecting themselves 24 hours a day. There's a couple of different bus terminals just like that. It is prevalent to an extreme in California. Okay. And these were going around, they were asking them, how's your medical? And they were helping them, taking their blood pressure, and if they need medical help. I think that's great. But they also be like, hey, look, if you want to get off the street, we'll get you into a program, get you some kind of skill, find some kind of employment for you, see what you can do, and see if we can find some kind of housing for them. Because there is housing available, but again, they have to do certain steps to be able to get into that housing, and those types of homeless shelters.
Yeah, and I think that there's also issues of what causes people to end up on the streets. Like California is pretty bad because of high housing prices.
It's ridiculous here.
Well,
yeah,
and another factor is you'll actually find the higher concentrations of homelessness are actually climate related too.
Oh, yeah, I haven't noticed that.
More temperate areas are going to have a higher population of homeless than your
We
colder
got hot.
climate.
We got hot as hell here.
Well,
We also
yeah,
have cooling centers.
but how cold do you get there?
Oh, nobody's going to freeze to death here.
Right.
Not where I'm at. Nobody's going to. It's not going to happen. I mean, if we're lucky, we may get down. I think maybe once we got down to 33, which is still not freezing. But most of the time, even in the dead of winter, we're like in the 40s. That's nothing.
Yeah. So, and that's the thing is, you'll find areas that have consistent weather like that where you can survive out in the elements for an extended period of time are going to have a higher concentration too.
Yeah,
That's probably true.
Yeah, so like right now, you'll find homeless in New York City and Boston, but not nearly to the level that you'll find it in, say, Miami, Atlanta, LA.
Mm.
Hang on one sec.
But yeah, I think that there's like different things that can be done. Like obviously, housing prices is a big issue, and like treating housing more as a commodity rather than something that people need to live has been a big issue, because it's like, oh well, if our house prices go up, then we make more money, and we can't have houses prices go down, because then I lose money on my house that I bought solely as an investment because I wanted more money.
Yeah, and that's the problem. But here's the thing. In California, property values are so high, but that doesn't mean it's actually worth that. What it means is the dollar has been devalued such that you're paying 2 or 3 times more than you would have been 20, 30 years ago for a house.
I think it's also the fact that there haven't been housing hasn't, and especially in California, housing hasn't kept up with the population.
It's not that. Actually, they have run the numbers, and there are actually enough places to house nationwide. There are enough vacant homes to house the homeless. But the problem does come down to the access, to the cost, to the actual willingness of opening up programs in certain areas. So saying that there's the numbers game and that there's an availability gap, the availability is not whether or not there are the apartments and houses available. It's the affordability of those houses and apartments.
Well, that's why you help them get a job and get them self-sufficient, where they can get into a place.
But one of the things that you also need to look at is that the supply does have an effect over the price. So if you increase supply of houses, then the price of housing should go down, at least to whatever extent that it can be forced down by market stuff. But what I've heard in California is that they've made it very difficult to get anything approved, because basically a lot of people will come in. If you try to build an apartment building, you basically have everyone in the neighborhood going, that's going to devalue my property, so we can't have it built.
Yeah, but I don't think that happens as much as you think it does. I mean, sure, it can, but most areas that have been gentrified, people have actually wanted it. As a matter of fact, there have been buildings put up here that were big lots that sat there for decades, and now they're finally starting to build something on it. We have a mall not too far from where I live that has been basically sitting doing nothing for probably 20 years. I used to work at a Sears for a couple months for Christmas, and that was like this big store in the mall, and then that got shut down. That went out of business or whatever. They moved, and then the whole mall started falling apart. And now there's nothing in that mall. Just is this vacant lot. They could easily turn that into a homeless shelter if they wanted to, but they don't.
That's the thing that I was talking about. Like, you've got places that can be turned, like that mall could be turned into apartment buildings.
They haven't had like 2 businesses in there for 20 years. The rest are all shut down. It's just sitting there.
Yeah,
just sitting there.
And you have people that are opposed to that because they think that it is going to either devalue their homes or is going to change the character of the neighborhood, which is usually code for racism, because they're opposed to any kind of change, because the way that things are the way that things should be, or stuff like that. The whole idea of NIMBYism is
not in my area, because my area is 99% Latino, like literally is almost all Latino. So there's really not a lot of racism when it comes to that. There are racism against blacks in my area. Unfortunately my roommate has experienced that far too many times, and it's repugnant to me. It's not that it's prevalent, but it's just the 1 or 2 times that it happens a year still makes it seems like it's bigger than it is, because it just has that effect when she comes home and she tells me, she's been called some kind of racial epithet from a customer, because you wouldn't think that. It's like my area is generally not like that, but that 1 or 2 people that it happens, it fucking makes it all seem like shitty,
I think that I don't think that racism is limited to areas that have majority white people or anything like that. I think that all races are capable of racism. And
yes, I agree with that. Yeah. And I really hate when people say blacks can't be racist. Of course they can. Any group can be racist. Sorry, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, I do think that there is some the only validity to that kind of thinking is the whole systematic racism, because there is a problem where like some races are more affected by systematic racism than others, and it's like one of those things that's really hard to fix, because sometimes it is just a sort of unconscious thing in the minds of some people.
Yeah, let me address this. So this person says no customer called her a racial epithet. LOL, that never happened. You want to fucking bet? You want to? I can tell you the stories, because she'll come home and say, "Look, we like, for example, they charge for extra sauce, right? If you want an extra sauce pocket," and she'll let the customer know, "Oh no, this costs an additional 40, 50 cents, whatever it is," and they will actually call her the N-word. It has happened more than once. I know these stories. So when you say that it never happened, how is it that I have vivid recollection of her telling me these stories? Because this happens to her.
Steve, don't feed the trolls.
Well, I mean, it's just mind blowing that somebody has the audacity to say that.
I agreed, and I know you needed to get that out, but now don't feed the trolls.
It's just mind blowing,
Mm. And I think one of the things I do want to... Oh, delete you.
Well, it did happen more than once. Hey, she's... wait. Kano.
Look at the end of that.
Wait, hang on. Kano, how many times a year do you get called the N-word from a customer? Once every 2 months. But this person says you're lying.
I'm not lying. Everybody be standing around hearing it.
It's on. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's on audio video. Trust me, this happens. I'm telling you. My roommate is right here, letting you know it happens.
I do think that like there are a lot of people that don't realize that. Like I think a lot of white people, especially, don't realize about systematic or even just general racism that people experience, because it's hard to say, oh well. It's easy to go, well, I can't see like this thing happening to others.
Well, no, this, like I said, this person's just trolling in the live chat. I'm gonna let them go a little bit, but and by the way, if you are the kind of person to go out and call people the N-word, you're not going to be somebody who likes my channel. I guarantee it. It's just not.
Yeah, but
wait, hang on. What?
I even had one of the girls in the kitchen to call me one, and my best friend and one of the team leaders confronted her about it, and she apologized for calling me that.
Yeah, so she has coworkers calling her that. And it's funny, she's half white. Her mom is black, her dad is white. She's 50-50, but her phenotype is black, but she's still half white.
My dad is English.
Yeah. It blows my mind. So yeah, I again, it happens once. She said once every 2 months. That's still way more than it ever should, but it makes it seem like it's predominant in my area, but I don't think it really is. But those few isolated cases,
And a few years back, one of the customers said it right in you hit your coon quarter.
Wow.
One black person working here.
Wow. I look. I have a coworker who's black. She's the only black person that I was working with. She's the only one hired, and I've had customers right in front of me call her the N-word, and I would step in and probably
and
like
to bring
say things I shouldn't have. But I mean, I'm like, fuck that. Nope, not happening.
And to bring it back around to trans people, to
always about you, isn't it?
Yeah, but like, I think that a lot of cis people don't realize that like trans people go through stuff too. Like I have benefited from having the appearance of a straight white male. I know that I've benefited from that. However, like coming out as trans has definitely changed things in my life. I know that now I have to keep a bit more of a lookout when it comes to creepy men, because I've had creepy men hit on me at bars. And
isn't that what every woman has ever gone through in a bar?
Exactly. It's not like it's not like it's something where I don't experience that. I do, and like if I were just like a straight male, I probably wouldn't experience that.
Let me ask: if you're at a bar, if you're in an LGBT plus bar where everybody there is gay, trans, whatever, then if somebody hits on you, right, you have just like any other type of situation in your bar, you have either the consent to go, okay, I accepting this person hitting on me and you reciprocating, or you say, no, I'm not interested. In some kind of way, right? But that's, everybody has to like, we've all been hit on in bars, at least most of us, except for Jared.
I think there's a difference between being hit on and like, because I've been hit on in bars plenty of times, and it's been like, I think last time I went to the bars, I got hit on many times by different guys. And one of them was actually pretty cool. I wasn't attracted to him, but he was pretty cool.
Did they know you were trans at the time, or was it?
I think they probably figured it out at some point, but they didn't bring it up.
Okay. And so it wasn't an issue to them.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where they were definitely, to start off with, they seemed more interested in me, but then they seemed more interested in my friends. So I think they probably figured it out and were less interested in me.
Who was your friend? A girl or guy or trans?
Cis girl.
Cis girl.
Yeah.
Well, it's so funny. Gay and trans people have a lot of cis friends, female friends.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where that is okay. It's when they linger and they're being creepy about it it's like, because there was this one guy, I was at the karaoke bar, and there's this one guy that came up to me and started asking me about things, and eventually he left, and then he came back and asked me what my favorite type of music is, and I just said evil jazz. And then they paused for a bit and asked, "Are you a man?" And like, they didn't. Even after that, they still wouldn't leave me alone.
Yeah, well, somebody has said like, they were saying that all straight men are attracted to other men. They just don't admit it. And I'm like, no, I guarantee that's not the case. But I do think that there probably are a lot of men out there that are bi, that were repressed on that, because you grew up, people telling you, being gay or bi is bad, and that might exist for a lot of people that present as straight, but they may not be. But there are a lot of people out there that are men that are completely straight. I assure you, they do exist. And there's nothing wrong with that. And again, to each his own.
Steve, do I have to bust out the script from Ron White to show you just how gay you are?
No, I remember that. It's like funny because I know a story you're referring to with Ron White, where he's like, oh, they want to see her, this big massive dick. Oh yeah, I want to watch porn that has these guys just pummeling her, and they're like he's like, oh yeah. And then it's funny because we were talking about lesbian porn on Twitter, and somebody were actually criticizing that. They're like, why are so many men interesting in lesbian porn? I'm like, why would that be a bad thing? I don't. They didn't have any argument against it. They're just like, oh, just men are so disgusting. They like lesbian porn. I'm like, why is that even a bad thing. I don't. What's
And
your
there-
argument about it, though? You haven't given me an argument why it's a bad thing.
There are hetero women that watch gay male porn.
Right. I got nothing against gay male porn. I don't watch male gay porn. I have no interest in it. But if people want to watch it, go for it. I don't care.
There is.
Yeah, I mean, why would heterosexual men have any interest at all in watching two beautiful women have at one another? I can think of no reason.
I look at it this way, John. I look, a woman is a rose, and you get multiple roses together. You got a beautiful bouquet.
Look, I generally view it in two ways. Like when you're watching like guy-girl porn, generally speaking, the guy's watching the porn because he's putting himself mentally in the position of the guy with the girl. And then when you're watching girl-girl porn, it's because you don't want to look at another guy's dick.
I cannot find fault in that argument.
Yeah, wait a minute. I got to think about that. Leave it to the English to kind of do a reductionism.
I mean, I'm not a connoisseur or anything.
I've done my research when we did have porn stars come on before, and just like Mercedes Carrera and stuff. So I mean, I know
that's what you call it.
You know what's so dude? I still don't know what's going on with Mercedes Carrera. She has been in jail since 2019, and still has not had any kind of trial. And I cannot find fuck all on it. It's just nothing. There's nothing out there about it. Nothing's been since like 2023. How weird is that?
What's she been held for?
I think it was child assault with a firearm, drugs, and something else.
What's the name? Mercedes what?
Carrera. I cannot find anything about her status updates. They kept on saying trial's going to be, and they keep on postponing the trial, and they've done this since 2019? Because she was a guest on the show, and she was great. I got to tell you, she was a very, very great guest.
So what I mean is, if they're holding her still, then she's either not been able to make bail, or they're holding her without bail, which means what she must.
Holding her without bail.
Yeah. So what they've accused her of must be fairly egregious.
Yeah, but for 3 years, 4 years, that's unheard of. But it's her own counsel that's keep on pushing off these things. But she has not been tried yet. I don't understand that. If you can find something on it, Jerry, let me know. But there's been nothing updating for some time.
I had no idea of the situation at all, and that's just what I was looking up. And so, the arrest happened in February of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
It was her and her husband.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say what the primary charge was because YouTube. But there was.
I already said enough that people can figure it out.
Yeah, but it's legit reason to be put in jail awaiting trial. Bail has been denied multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
And as of January 2023, they were still awaiting trial.
That's exactly. And did I not say that? That's what I found out as well. That's all I can find on it. That's weird though, isn't it? It's been that long.
Oh,
being in jail 5 years.
In January 2023 was a postponement.
Yes, it was postponed. The trial was supposed to start this. I think the last thing I heard was this summer. I think, or last summer maybe. I don't even remember. It's been so long.
No, it was supposed to. What I'm finding so far is the trial was supposed to start in January of 2023.
That's what I heard too. Yeah, summer of last year. Mm-hmm.
And it got postponed in literally like
by her counsel.
Before.
Yeah, by her lawyer, from what I understand. But here's the thing: can you imagine if she was? Let's assume she's innocent. Can you imagine being in jail for that long and you're innocent? And I don't know whether she's innocent or guilty. I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know is that she was a good guest, and I will not take, even if she's found guilty, I can't take away from the fact that she was a good guest. But of course, would ever have her on again? No, of course not. If she's found guilty, but it sucks because can you imagine being in jail for 5 years?
This is fucking part of it. All right, this is part of why it's actually dragging on. It's a court-appointed public defender on their side. So so the public defenders, they're kind of swamped in that area.
5 years? No, it's got to be more than that because they have.
But yeah,
there's a Sixth Amendment to deal with, and yet her side keeps postponing things, which means they cannot even claim Sixth Amendment.
So as of January 2023, according to court documents, a trial readiness hearing was scheduled for Friday, and the parties made the decision to vacate the January 9th date and postpone the trial.
Right.
So there's something in the process that is not kosher.
For 5 years. And here's the thing. Just hear me out here, okay? Because again, I don't know whether she's guilty or innocent, and I'm not even going to speculate one way or another. But I will say that if she was so guilty, don't you think that they would have been able to have the trial and prove this years ago?
This was part of the Gamergate shit.
That's what she got. She was known for being against Gamergate and talking about it years ago. Yeah. But
Did I miss anything?
No, we're being boring.
I figured I could probably take a bit of time to grab water.
What time is it in your lands?
7:30.
In the morning or night?
8:30 in the morning.
7:30 in the evening.
Yeah, that's right. So we got 7 in the evening for you. We got 8 for John. We have midnight for me, just a half hour past midnight. And
3:30 in the morning here. Yeah.
Jesus.
Have you guys discussed the? Obviously, I've come in late to this or early from my perspective. Have you guys discussed the CAS review in the UK and stuff yet?
We didn't talk about the CAS review, but might save that for another time. That's a whole different. Yeah. That's a whole discussion right there. I can just say that I am thrilled with the CAS review. I think it was well presented. I would say I read a majority of it. I can't say I read all of it, but I did read. It's a long document, but I skimmed through all of it at least.
Well, but basically, it's a review that took place over a 2-year period, and then took another 2 years to actually compile into the document, and then another year waiting for it to be published. To tell everybody what they should have already known anyway.
Right. The interim report was a year ago. And by the way, I agree with the CAS report. When I read the first look at the CAS report for the interim, I was like, yeah, this seems common sense to me.
Yeah.
There are issues with the CAS report. One of the problems that I've seen is that a lot of the evidence was thrown out because you've got the CAS review, right? And then there are sort of analyses that it links to which aren't in the review, but were done for the review.
So this is one of the primary criticisms of it, and some of it is justified and some of it isn't. But basically, it has to conform to a minimum evidentiary standard, and you've got a lot of people who have been treating children through the Tavistock based on this study X. And they've been using study X as a justification for deploying pharmacology on kids or whatever the case may be. And the CAS review has looked at that study and gone, this study's shit. It doesn't meet the evidentiary standard required to justify anything.
The methodologies were found to be poor.
Yeah.
But then there's even times when the only reason why it calls a study poor, and I've seen this with one of them, is because it's not double-blind. It's not a blind or have a control. There's some issues with that because like hormones, you can't really
do a placebo.
Yeah. And with having controls, there are potential to having controls, there can be potential issues with that if you deny someone medicine, right? Like if I were to go ahead and do let's say I didn't believe that SSRIs worked, and I wanted to do a randomized control trial with people on SSRIs and give some people a placebo, there would be some issues with trying to do that because I'm essentially withholding medicine from people and potentially putting people's lives in danger.
Yeah, so the thing that's worth bearing in mind with a lot of these medications, where that kind of testing is difficult because of the nature of the medication, the way the medication was, the way we used to do this, the way we should do this, is with the precautionary principle in mind. So you only ever use those medications which may potentially have unknown causes and side effects with those people that are in desperate need of them, and then you closely monitor that patient. Right?
Yeah.
What the Tavistock was doing was giving them out like Skittles and then fucking off the monitoring afterwards completely.
I'd have to look at that, but look into that. But like
because when the Tavistock's been asked for their sort of post-treatment records, like how much detransition do you get, what's the health like of these patients after you've treated them, what, etc., they have either been intentionally not recording the data because they don't want to know the data, or they've been withholding the data and not reporting it. Even the CAS review, like in the report, she was like, okay, where's the data for this? And they're like, we don't have it. So the problem that you in what you're saying is true. Double-blind, placebo-controlled studies with hormones. How do you? It's like nutrition. You can't. It's a really difficult thing to study with, because you can't. Like with nutrition, you can't withhold food from people to see what happens. And well, unless you're Tuskegee or Mengele. But and the same is true with hormones. You can't withhold. You can't withhold hormones from somebody who's developing naturally because they're right. So it's. I agree with you. It's a really difficult area to study.
Yeah, and I think
even more caution with deploying the medication, of which there was none. So
yeah, and I think that when it comes to things like we need to be careful of the negative effects. Like a lot of people, like there are some people that try to point to certain studies. I know that a lot of people try to say, oh well. This doesn't seem to be such a bad thing because people with gender dysphoria tend to grow out of it anyway. So we should do more studies on that. However, the problem is that the studies that they're referencing point to the most recent one, which I think came out of the Netherlands, pointed to gender discontentedness. And it's like, is that gender dysphoria? I don't think so. And a lot of the
that sounds like an intentional lowering of the bar.
Yeah, a lot of things with a lot of the things when it comes to these things that show I think it's like 80% desistance rate, use the DSM for the DSM-4 classification of gender incongruence. Right, rather than gender dysphoria, which are two different things. The DSM, what's it called, specifications or something, actually define them differently and have different. To meet gender dysphoria, you have to. There's certain.
What's the difference between them? What's the functional difference between the two?
So gender incongruence is like it. It's the whole meme. Like if you play with Barbies, right, as a kid, and they're not going to immediately try to put you on hormones because it's like, oh, that's just gender incongruence. Whereas if you as a kid have a persistent if you are persistent in saying that you believe that you want to be the opposite gender, then that would be considered gender dysphoria. There's a difference between the two in the level, I guess, of how much things.
Yeah, I mean, it's like because otherwise you would end up if you lower the bar too much, then otherwise you would end up with every single young boy who has an older sister being treated for gender dysphoria.
Yeah, and a lot of people take the gender incongruence and see that there's an 80% desistance rate for that by the time that they have gone through puberty, and equate that to gender dysphoria, which is...
Because I can speak from experience with this, in that my son, he's 5 years old, and his sister is 8. And if he wants to play with the toy that she is playing with, he will kick the fucking door down to get the toy.
Sorry. Let me interrupt real quick. So I got to ask you something. So, Planner, I just tagged you in a comment on Twitter. Okay.
Yeah.
And so this was a response. This post that I have has 3,000 views already. This is from yesterday, I think it was. And I had sent a comment to the pissed off lawyer, right? Legal tweets. And a lot of people are like, Steve's right. And you not addressing this proves his point. And I wrote, I want you to read what I wrote. But then this person underneath wrote this just a few minutes ago, and I invited them to come join us. They said, your comments are the biggest load of bull I've read for a long time. You need to hide from the cleansing sunlight until darkness. Bullshit meme that they put up there. So I asked them, okay, why don't you come on and explain what's bullshit? This is what I do. This is what Jared does. We all do. Come and have a discussion. I posted that we're having a link. I'm having a link with you. And this is a JTNB. You may not know them, but where is the dialogue with these types of people that just says, oh, my comments are the biggest load of bull that they've read in a long time, but have never explained what is bull about it. How is that productive? This is what we see from the trans community when we say, stop it. Stop doing this shit. It doesn't help anybody. Well, if you think something's bullshit, explain why.
Yeah, like I do disagree with like just jumping into like give a criticism without expanding on the criticism. But that's like everybody that does that. I've gotten that from plenty of people. Like there was a video that I had recently where people were just jumping into the comments to say things like, "Oh, you're a man," or "Stop pushing this down our throats," or stuff like that.
But you're not pushy when it comes to that. It's not your style.
But that's what people were jumping in to say. And it's something that I think I don't like doing the both sides meme, because like sometimes one side is a bit better than the other. But like I will say that I do disagree with the comment above that from you, where you say
that's not above me. That's a different thread. That literally is the first thing I have in that thread. So it must be a different thread.
Well, no, it says where it says the trans community is fast losing support, and honestly, it's in large part due to people like you. I think
that's below the one I was referring to. I think that's my second one, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it? Maybe.
I don't know. I have to look. Maybe you're right. I haven't looked in the thread. I think the first one I wrote was they keep tilting a windmills one, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm talking about, where you say the trans community is fast losing.
Oh yeah, it's the same post. Okay, that's why it got me confused. Because you said below that or above that something. But yeah, because I do believe that the pissed off lawyer is harming the trans community, because they will not defend their claims. They'll just say, I'm this, I'm that, this, you're all bigots, you're all transphobes. Yet people have asked them, okay, what is it you are disagreeing with? What is it you're agreeing with? Because you're not saying anything. You're just saying, like, for example, they say the trans panic is in full swing globally. That's I'll push back on that. That's bullshit. I don't believe in a trans panic. I think that's nonsense.
I would absolutely say that there's a trans panic.
Who's panicking? Who's in panic mode?
The people that are trying to make laws to for example, we've had a politician here in New Zealand that wants to make a law to keep trans women out of women's bathrooms.
How's that a panic?
It's something that is just based on the fact
biology. We've already been there. That's just people wanting to be based on biology. That's not a panic, though.
Well,
this is like the satanic panic. It didn't happen. There's no such thing as satanic panic.
Acting like it's a huge problem is a panic. Like when it's barely anything. Like if you want to talk about like the assaults that happen in restrooms, like I barely see any assaults happen. Like even reported on. You'd think that there'd be heaps of examples that would be able to be pointed to. I actually see more examples of trans women in bathrooms getting assaulted.
So this actually happened to me recently at my gym. I've never come across this in the wild. I've obviously discussed it at large on a hypothetical basis. I've never actually seen it myself, and I saw it myself for the first time about 6 weeks ago. I went into my gym. I was getting changed, buck ass naked, and the rule of the gym has generally been that male members of staff deal with the male side of the gym, and female members of staff deal with the female side of the gym. And this male member of staff comes in with a female member of staff, and she's walking through the gym. Now there's a bunch of gym bros in there, swimmers, old boys, all of us basically butt-ass naked. One of the old boys, when I say old boys, I mean that's a sort of a British colloquialism for sort of an older gentleman. He goes, "Excuse me, what's going on? What's she doing in here?" And she didn't say a word. We presume it was a she because she didn't say a word. But the male member of staff said he knew instantly what the guy was referring to. He didn't say, "What is she doing in here?" The guy just said, "What's going on here?" And the male member of staff said, "Oh, she's new. It's all right. She's pansexual."
Okay.
But sexuality
What does that have to do with
has
it?
fuck
Right,
all
that's
to do with
attraction.
gender.
That got to do with it. Like,
Yeah,
that makes no sense.
There is a issue I find with people like people don't know about these certain stuff. Like I've actually had discussions with my sister about gender, and I had to explain to her that being lesbian isn't being a different gender.
Yeah. And by the way, just to let you know, I did appeal those things from this is what they wrote me back. We've determined that no violation and restored your post availability for this appeal. So I had 2 posts that reported because of, no offense, but straight up trans people reporting my post unfairly, and I appealed both of them, and clearly they got they just got reinstated. But you see how dishonest that type of they're looking for gotchas, even though neither of my posts were in any way abusive or harassment or nothing. One literally just says, "Show me where she says the Holocaust never happened, please." I've been asking. How is that abusive? But this is what I'm saying. Trans community, this is one of the bigger issues I have with the trans community, because it does seem to be very prevalent, and I want to ask you about it, Planner. Why are they so desperate to shut down anybody who disagrees with them by falsely reporting people? I have seen that so much from the trans community. It is unbelievable.
I think that there is the sort of issue of that a lot of people, because when it comes to discussing trans issues and certain things about that, a lot of people don't want to have that discussion, and the reason being is because it takes a lot of energy, and if I try to let's say I had a discussion with Matt Walsh. That
would be interesting. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, but now that could go well, but if it goes badly,
those guys at the Daily Wire rhetorically are very, very sound. They are difficult to go against.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you wouldn't be the type of person that Matt would really want to have a conversation with. I think he really would go for the more radical person for the views.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he would want to go with people that are going to be more that are going to say the wild things. Something like if they were to say something like we're
coming after your kids.
Yeah.
Exactly. Good point.
Yeah, even if that was said as a joke, like what it was said, and there was this gay choir or something that said something like that as a joke.
They did an entire song about it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, especially in the States, it's different. It's a bit different here, but especially in the UK, that is. I don't think the trans community can afford to make those kind of jokes at the present time. Sad to say, because I'm one of those people that, from a human point of view, I'm an absolute make jokes out of anything. But I think, just going back to Steve's tweet, the way I perceive it is that I don't think the trans community is actually losing support. That would indicate, in terms of what we would say, quote unquote, the normies. We all of us spend quite a lot of our time on the internet. I don't think anybody in this chat would classify themselves as like a normie. We're sort of the circles that we swim in online.
Well, we put our views out there. Me more than most because I spent an enormous amount of time on Twitter recently because I don't want to stream. But now that I'm trying to back streaming, again. But yeah, you're right.
Come back. But the way I perceive it is that the vast majority of people, from the transgender perspective, like the vast majority of sort of the middle of our population, who hadn't ever really given it much thought, don't really give a shit.
Yeah, they don't.
And I think that there is a level of radicalization there, which does make it seem as though we're losing support. Because like when it comes to
drag queen story hours, or some like a transgender person who doesn't even vaguely come near to attempting to pass. They've not even bothered shaving that morning, and then they try and walk into a women's bathroom, and that makes the national news.
Well, we brought that up earlier before you came in here, and I think we all kind of agreed that the trans community probably should call out dishonest agents. But how do you determine the dishonest agent? I'm sorry, there's a subjective evaluation of that, but there is. But there's nothing wrong with that. We can subjectively evaluate somebody to be a dishonest agent, I think.
When you say that the transgender movement is losing support, I don't necessarily think it had the support. Most people didn't care, but when you get
they had support. I mean, when I mean by this, let me clarify, because it was my text, and I'll address this comment I want to get to. When I say it's losing support, I mean that people are all supportive of people living their lives. Like, for example, Planner can live her life the way she wants, be happy. Most mainstream, as you said, don't give a shit. But the radical ones that are out there, like the ones that Mary Kate Delaney's pointing out, saying, hey, look, we should go out and, assault people because of this and that. They're calling for violence. That's the kind of rhetoric and nonsense. She's saying, hey, why isn't the trans community policing their own and saying this is wrong? This is wrong, that people should be promoting violence.
The problem, I think, is that when it comes to this kind of stuff, it is very much would be like if you said to a black person, you need to call out O.J. Simpson or something like that.
Well, he was guilty, and I believe he was guilty from day one.
Yeah.
The shout,
and it's like,
yeah, and I got called racist for that back in what was the 80s, something, the 90s. I think it was like the early 90s, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe circa 94. What was it? When it was OJ?
The OJ trial, early to mid 90s. It was shortly after Rodney King.
Yeah, it had to be in like 93, 94. I don't remember the exact day. I'm thinking 94. But here's the thing. I believe that the man was guilty, not because of his color of the skin, had nothing to do with anything. But I got called racist. And even though we found out later that he was guilty, even because he was tried in civil, and civilly he was liable.
But my point is, if you told like black people that they had to denounce O.J. Simpson, it's like that would seem kind of weird, like it would definitely be at least a little bit racist.
It's the collectivism individual argument. So look, you're not responsible for what the transgender community does, in the same way that I push back against the whole concept of like white privilege, because so I get what you're saying, but the thing is the LGBTQIA plus flag exists, and like it or not, you have sort of all been dumped into the one group.
But here's the thing: why would people criticize Mary Kate for showing these types of things? She's just showing what other people wrote.
But like, I shouldn't be expected to answer for everything that some radical people have done.
Right? Nobody says that you should, but people do want to hear is a trans person say, "Look, those trans people don't represent what I stand for, and I'm against their type of vitriolic rhetoric." I say that all the time to people. There's people, like all the time. I go by views, not the person. I could be like, this person I agree with on this particular issue, and every other issue they're a complete asshole and they're a disgusting person.
I think it depends. I think it's difficult to articulate, but so for example, if you've got a transgender person who is transgender and they are also part of, for example, an activist community, or they make their transgenderism a focal and a very visible part of their identity, sort of almost like as in terms of sort of like campaigning for rights. So let's take this back. Look, if we go all the way back to the suffragettes, if you're part of a suffragette movement and a suffragette engaged and another suffragette who was a different part of a different organization engaged in some kind of terrorism or said or did something that brought the whole campaign into disrepute, it would be incumbent, I would think, on the other suffragettes or the other suffragette organizations to go, oh, well, actually, no, we disagree with that and be very vocal about it.
Yes.
I think it depends on how prominent someone is as well. Like, because like a lot of what. Oh, okay.
You guys are in different parts of the world, and the latency here is ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's what's causing that disconnect between these two. By the way,
the point that I wanted to make is that when it comes to the account that Steve was talking about, some of them are just like random people on Reddit, not people that are trying to make a statement to a.
they're on Twitter too. They're Twitter too. Let me address this real quick if I can, so I can just get out of the way. So Watcher says, originally I'm trans, and no ideologies made me that way. I'm 52 years old. Can't say it was social contagion either, mate. Well, yeah, because the social contagion has really been only in the last couple of years. I mean, the last decade maybe that has become more of a social contagion. So people way before then that it wasn't a social contagion.
I would disagree with the social.
You can have transgender people that now exist, or you can have people who think that they're transgender because of a social contagion. And I would say that those people aren't necessarily legitimate transgender people. And then you can also have transgender people who are legitimate transgender people. They're very sort of, some people are very impressionable. I mean, I meet people on a regular basis and I look at them and I think, geez, you're like wet clay. Yeah, like I could.
Yeah, nobody could convince me to be trans, right? There's no social contagion in the world that's going to happen with me, right? I don't have those angst that kids would have, or those.
Like kids are very pliable as well. Kids, yes. You can accidentally manipulate kids if you're not careful.
But like, Lana, you didn't know what trans was until people told you.
I think that when it comes to these kinds of things, so when it comes to the social contagion idea, like there is no evidence for that happening on a large scale.
Aside from kids, kid is on a large scale. They have
the evidence for that is from one paper that is being thoroughly criticized there's a huge selection bias. They didn't even ask the kids about their experience. They just asked the parents of kids, and they got the parents of kids from websites that were anti-trans, which introduces a huge selection bias there. I think I think that it also mirrors a lot of the rhetoric that we heard from anti-gay people back then. It's like this is a social contagion when gay people became
But there's a difference, and let me tell you the big difference. When it comes to gay people, we've noticed historically, if I remember my stats, it's somewhere between 8 and 12% or 8 and 11% on the average. It doesn't change a lot. Yet in the last couple of years, there's been a dramatic rise in the last decade or two of transgender. I mean, exponential rise. Well, that is not normal behavior as far as like, we don't see gay people just all of a sudden, I'm become gay. There's just statistically a portion of society that are born gay. It's been pretty stagnant. That number doesn't change much.
We've actually seen that go up heavily. Like
no, we haven't.
We have. Like I saw a Bill Maher thing on this recently where they said that the thing was mostly about trans people, but at the start it had a thing where such and such percent of Gen Z is LGBT, such and such percent, and there was higher for millennial and then higher for Gen Z. The thing there is that more and more people are identifying as LGBT. That is. And not all of them are for it to be only an explosion of trans people. That would be would be seeing way more trans people than we actually see.
So, Planner, I think it depends on over what period of time you view it. So, I don't think anybody could specifically with the gay thing. I think it depends over what period of time you view it. Obviously, if you go back to like the early 1900s, where it was illegal and you could be executed for it, and then slowly over a period of time, the punishment was lessened and lessened and lessened, and eventually it was legalized, and now we have gay marriage. Obviously, over that period of time, you are going to see an increase in.
I agree. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But if you go back to sort of slightly more like if you go back to like the Romans and the Greeks and you look at and you interrogate their literature and you look about 10%, and then you look at the population now about 10%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's been 8 and 12, 10%. Isn't that? It's a ballpark that is usually fluctuates.
Sexuality within our species seems to be about 10%, and yes, we can massively reduce the visibility of by being very draconian and totalitarian and abusive, but you can't artificially increase it, I think is what's now the problem with transgenderism, especially is that when we go back to the Romans, for example, the Greeks, the salience of transgenderism, even though they were incredibly permissive around those sort of behaviors, wasn't particularly high as far as we can tell. There's almost no other culture in the world that has the salience of transgenderism as we do right now. And the other thing that's worth pointing out are these sort of massive statistical outliers in kids' schools. So we've got the equivalent of a K through 12 school, a junior school in Brighton and Hove. It's about 400 kids in it. And somewhere between 70 and 100 of the kids identify as some version of transgender. That's 25%. In one school.
Yeah, and in other places, like I said, that one county had 78% of the school identified that way. Come on, that's disproportionate.
One of the things that also needs to be taken into account as well is that, like, firstly, when you've got something that is as low a rate as transgender, like about 1%, I think, is what we. Is the general sort of rate that people
statistically
accept.
The expectation for trans was actually initially calculated to be less than 0.1% globally.
But one of the things is that when you have that, it is very hard for anyone to know like what being trans is, and even if people have an idea of they feel like they're in the wrong body, they may not necessarily recognize that as trans. Like I know a bunch of trans people myself who felt like they're in the wrong body. So you want to know what these people did? They worked out because they're like, clearly I just need to be more masculine. It didn't help. They felt like they're even more in the wrong body.
Can I just ask a question in terms of, because obviously it's part of the discussion at the moment, which I'm not sure that whether I agree or disagree with it, or to be honest with you, but the concept of or the psychological condition, the autogynephiles, do you see that as a sexual kink, or is that a legitimate transgenderism?
I think that the whole idea of autogynephilia is a classification that some people can have. A lot of cis women would have autogynephilia.
Suggesting I'm just asking if you think it should go in the transgender bucket or if it's something separate.
I think that I don't think that anyone who has if someone just has like some autogynephilia thing, then that would be completely separate to them being trans. I don't think just having something like autogynephilia would make someone transition.
But the fact that somebody who has autogynephilia would sometimes that manifests as them wanting to have artificial breasts and wear a dress and grow out their hair, and even though that's the case, like it looks very much like transgenderism, even though it's not. And in terms of like skewing the statistics of who is and who isn't, because obviously we're talking about the proportion of our population. So that's why I asked the question, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think that it's. I think that autogynephilia, whilst it's you can classify people as autogynephilic, I don't think it's something where it's responsible to a large extent for making people transition. It's like classifying people as, I don't know, it's like classifying people as sex manic and then like saying, oh, these people are just getting married because they are sex manic and because they want to have sex like more than twice a day or something like that. And
there is an argument in like through some of the psychologists and again the legitimately anti-trans sort of campaigners have sort of jumped on it in that what they're saying is that those men, specifically men who transition at a later stage, that's actually not transgenderism, that's not body dysmorphia or dysphoria, that is also gynophilia. They're essentially just living out a sexual kink, and society has become that permissive that it allows them to do it in public now.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that say that. I think that the big problem with it is that, like, firstly, it was used to describe certain trans people that didn't fit into a neat box. It was the idea, I think it was Ray Blanchard came up with autogynephilia and said that said that if you've got a person who is trans, who, let's say you have a trans woman who is attracted to men, then that person is clearly suffering from dysphoria. Whereas if you have a trans woman that is attracted to women, then that person is AGP. I think was the
something like, well, kind of Blanchard had. I looked into Blanchard's theory a couple times, and it was very cross-dress in nature. It started with transvestites and then transsexual, and he was just arguing that there are men that are sexually aroused by the thought of being women. Now, there might have been issues with the methodology and the studies, and that's all been discussed, and I'm not really going to get that deep into it. But I think the premise behind Blanchard's theory it has some value to it. I think that there are people like that, but I also think it's more than that Blanchard probably didn't dive into, is that it is an explosion of narcissism, that you have these men who want to be able to feel like they have empowerment, and they're using loopholes in the law to do that. That's what I think. That's what I see.
Yeah, I mean, I have a degree of sympathy for sort of. I mean, I do not use. If I have a conversation with somebody, and just along the axis of narcissism, Steve, if I have a conversation with somebody, and they say, "Oh," and I can see that they are biologically male, for example, but they tell me that they are a woman and they would like to be viewed as a woman, and their pronouns are she/her. If they convince me that they're being sincere, I will use those pronouns. I will break principle and I will use those pronouns for the comfort of that individual. But they have to convince me that there's utility to it, and they have to convince me that they're being sincere. Because in order to exert control over my behavior, I have quite a high bar for letting people reach into my autonomy like that. I won't use these, they, them. I don't care how.
I don't use pronouns at all.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not.
I will say that the amount of people that I have met in real life that do not use either she, her, he, him, or they, them is zero.
Yeah,
I have met like one person who prefers to be called it. It was a weird person.
kind of goes without saying, but yeah, you don't find a lot of people you actually saying "call me Z's" or Zim, and even if they did, this is my argument: is that nobody has a moral obligation to do so.
Even if I did know people that used Z's or Zim, I have met people that do use like pronouns like that. However, they've always used something else like they, them as well.
Most of the time, they have a secondary, right? And again, here's the thing: you can always call somebody by their name, the proper name, if it's uncomfortable. But as you pointed out, John, if somebody can convince me that they are legitimate in their approach, then yeah, why would he be antagonistic? I wouldn't want to be antagonistic to Planner. Why wouldn't it serve any purpose? If
I was engaging in a debate, and I don't mean like a dialectic or a discussion, but if I was in a debate with a person and the debate topic is around this transgender issue, and my position is the position that I'm arguing for is counter to the other person. I'm not going to use their preferred pronouns in the debate, because that fundamentally would concede my position on the altar of politeness. So, like, but the other thing that when you said about narcissism, Steve, yes, the world is replete with narcissists. But somewhere where I have a particular sympathy for legitimate transgender people, they can seem like narcissists a lot of the time, because they feel, or the way I view them is that they internally feel that they have lost complete and total control over their body. It doesn't jive with their identity, and it's actually easier for them to attempt to take control of my behavior and your behavior and our language than it is for them to take control over their own body, and that may actually make them feel better.
I actually do find that trans people feel like they have a bit, like, sure, sometimes there are trans people that would wish their body would do certain things that it doesn't. Like, I know someone who would wish they've got certain muscles that they wish would just disappear, which don't seem to be disappearing quite as much as I'd like them to. But like, I think that a lot of trans people, we are surprised at the amount of stuff that we can do to our body to change it. Sometimes, I can't speak for everyone.
I think that's standard, transgender or otherwise. I think that's standard. I mean, the amount of time I spend in trying to get rid of my sort of little beer gut. Like, I'm happy with every other aspect of my body. My wife says that I have chicken legs because my upper half is significantly bigger than my bottom half. If I could get rid of my beer gut, I'd be happy. But
I think to respond to this whole, it can seem like trans people have narcissism point. I think it's because it does feel like control. To some extent, it does feel like control is constantly being taken away from us. Like, for example, my YouTube channel used to be fairly successful. Then I came out, and then it just dived.
Really? I thought it would get bigger after you came out.
Nope. I lost a bunch of subscribers.
Really?
Yeah.
You seem like a sensible transgender person, though, so that doesn't surprise me.
And I've watched old videos. I mean, you go back on YouTube, not as long as I don't think, but you've gone back a ways. You know, you were getting in those fights with the creationists and things of that nature.
But like when it comes to that kind of stuff, like a lot of people, like basically as soon as I came out, a bunch of people unsubscribed. Every time I do a live stream where I have some kind of trans flag in the live stream, I lose like 50 subscribers as soon as I do that.
See, I couldn't care less if you're talking about like what you didn't get into the flat Earth, but what was some of the big stuff you used to talk about?
Nigel Cheesy Hands.
What?
You don't know about Nigel Cheesy Hands?
No, I don't remember that being on your channel.
He's famous for going, oops.
Nope. I'm an American. We don't know these things. I have no idea what you're talking
about. Basically, it's my most popular video on my channel where he talks about how he is in a room full of like Navy people and how he figured out that 1 + 1 = 1 because of a magnet.
Nigel Cheese? He's on Rational Wiki. Has it been that long since I've been to your channel? Holy crap. When's the last time it's probably been in 2 years since it's been on mine, I think. Sometimes referred to as Nigel Cheesy Hands, is an English pseudoscientist who has often been ridiculed by those within the debunking community. He was a former sailor in the British Navy, a fact he wishes all his viewers to know. He claims to have doctorate degrees as well as many other credentials, but he has failed to provide, has provided no proof that he does indeed have these credentials. He claims to have an IQ of 207. Wow, that's impressive.
So basically, another Kent Hovind-esque sort of personality.
Or Van Helsing.
But yeah,
good old Von Poopy Pants. Those were the days.
But
okay. You know what's so funny? I go to the photo of the guy. I go to images, and now I remember this. The Magnus or cold fusion. That guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I have seen that. Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch the video, but I've seen the things for it. So okay,
Yeah, but like it's one of those things where to get back on topic, since coming out, I've lost a bunch of subscribers, and a lot of it was definitely from people that that didn't like the fact that I was trans for whatever reason.
I want to get those people on there. I want to talk to those people. I really do, because if you're just putting out information and your videos are about a specific topic like pseudoscience, because you've always been a pseudoscience debunker, then why would I? Again, I couldn't care less if you're trans about that. That is of no importance to me. It's about the topic and the quality of the content.
Well, if I go to my comments, sorry.
No, go ahead. I want to know what comments you get on it.
Yeah, so if I I should probably go to comments on the particular video. Now, obviously, the top comments are supportive, because of course, like I didn't lose the majority of my audience and subscribers. But if I go to, I even made a video saying what has it been like for me coming out as trans. But if I go to, where is it? Here we go, coming out. And I go to comments, and I just go by newest first. Then, so yeah, we've got one person saying, "Oof, what just happened?" There's quite a few people saying, "Oh, here we go." We've got a couple of comments that are a vomiting emoji. Got one person saying, "LOL, trust the science man did a 180."
Hans, when you came out, did you say that you could change your sex, or did you make the distinction between? Because if you trust the science and then saying that you've changed your sex, you've done a 180. That's different than saying that you've changed your gender, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, it's something where I don't think I ever talked about sex. Like, I did talk about sexuality, which is a different thing, but I don't think I talked about sex. That may have confused a few people, but like, the point of the video was to say that I'm trans and to explain like why I'm trans as well. Yeah, and then there's another person here saying, "I came here for the science, and 2 years later, oh, okay, back to the science." As long
as you put out scientific facts, that's all I give a shit about.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't have a lot of good debunkers in the communities any longer. A lot of things have been overdone, but a lot of the people in the scientific debunking community, I'm not fans with. I'm like, people know the shit with the Professor Dave that went down. I do like some. We have good ones. MC Toon, I like.
Yeah. Dave McKeegan is pretty cool.
I like Cyman Dan. Who Dave McKee? I don't recognize. But I mean,
he's a newer one that's actually gotten traction and presents things in an appropriate manner.
But here's the thing, all of it is still just I don't know, overdone, because again, there's only so many times you could like disprove Kent Hovind, right? I mean, like, move on. I don't talk about Kent Hovind that much. He got annihilated. He, occasionally we could bring it up every so often, but I won't have a whole channel dedicated to disproving Kent Hovind. It would be boring.
Yeah, I try to. For me, I try to toss things up a bit by talking about different things. Like if I go to my channel, like, what was the most recent one? Most recent one was a comment video, and I actually do like that people have finally started watching my comments videos, because they're actually really fun to make. It's something where I think that they're very fun videos that it doesn't really.
It's a way to have interaction without having to do a live stream.
Exactly.
Ooh, Planner, somebody's calling you out. You want to? I'll let you take this
I
one.
never tried to cancel rationality rules. I don't. I
I don't
I
recall
think
you canceling. Yeah, I don't think you called for a
yeah
call out cancellation of rationality
yeah
rules. I know you were involved in those
I-
discussions.
Well,
I
what I remember from that, and this was my perception of your position on that, and correct me if I'm wrong, was it wasn't exactly what he was saying that was the problem. It was how he was presenting himself and his argument.
It sounds like tone policing, though.
Yeah.
I don't really remember like what position I had. I do remember that um, a lot of my takes on trans women in sports until very recently is it's complicated, and I mean it still is complicated. But I would say that there
I
are things. What's
It
that?
seems it seems like it's been made more complicated than it needs to be. In the same,
I agree. That's what I think. I don't think it's complicated at all.
I think that I think people are trying to push for a simplicity without realizing the full ramifications of going for the simple route. When it comes to it, there's actually ways you can go about it. There's ways that you can go about it that people just seem to completely ignore. Like let's take a sport like weightlifting, for example. Now, let's say that bones do impact that sport. We know something else that impacts that sport immensely, and that is the amount of testosterone that you have in you. Now, let's say that the bones impacted by a certain amount. We could say, okay, to account for that, let's say that the trans woman to compete against cis woman has to have below this amount of testosterone, and it's below the average amount of testosterone that a cis woman would have to compete against cis woman to make up for the difference in bone structure from going through puberty.
Yeah, the problem I personally have with that is that it's not a zero-sum game, and you cannot quantify and quantitate the metrics by saying this will actually offset this in far as competition. People that have gone through male puberty have inherently more benefits to athletics than women. Period. There's no way to get around it. There's no way to even metric. You have a metric of gauge.
But you also this is the statistical and the logical fallacy that people engage in, which is trying to use, like, we look at averages, right, across population. So I can't use the average across population to make a prediction about an individual. So why would we think that we can take the average across the population to modify an individual's biology to make them commensurate with the
exactly. Same point. If I had runners, I say, look, this runner, to compensate for them being a male, we're going to make them carry 50 more pounds of weight while running or something, or we're going to hobble them. We're going to put spurs in their shoes or something. There's no way to actually judge how these compensate. The reality is men have always been physically dominant over women. That's a biological fact. You go through puberty. I don't understand, and this is a great question.
We even begin introducing the equivalent of a golf handicap across all aspects of human endeavor.
Yeah, but there's a golf handicap because men can drive the ball further. It's just a fact of life.
One of the things that we do have to also consider is that what is causing this? Because of
biology is causing this.
Well, yes, but obviously biology is causing this. But like, which part of biology is causing this? Because we can look at things like testosterone and realize that actually testosterone plays a huge role in why men can perform better in certain things.
But why would why do we need to? But why do we need to? Well, look, hang on. Let me finish. Why do we need to? Because why should sports be based upon a belief?
Well, it's already based upon a belief.
No, it's not. It's based upon biological categories under Title IX. It's based upon biological sex. It's diversified.
Actually, it is
based by gender now because of Biden.
No. It is based upon a belief. It's based upon a belief that women should be able to fairly compete.
No, but it's categorized. But hang on, it's categorized by objective fact. There's an objective fact of the matter that somebody is biologically male or female. We already established this earlier.
But that is the first thing is that we have this belief that women should be able to compete fairly, and to be able to. Now, the facts of the matter is that they would not be able to do so against men.
Correct.
Right?
That's the whole point. Yes.
Yeah, and
That's why they separated them at Title IX to begin with.
But I
So-
think
But now we have men that believe they're women that think that they have a right to compete against women in women's sports. Why? It's a male belief. That belief is what they have, but that does not make it objective fact. We've already established this.
I think
the
easy
belief.
for this issue
belief-
is to have the male category as an open category.
Well,
Because- It covers all of the safety concerns. It means that if you're a biological female who transitions to be male, or who transitions to be a man, then the person who is putting themselves in harm's way is the person who has transitioned, the person who's made the active decision, as opposed to having a biological male transition to be a woman and then goes into the MMA ring and starts breaking skulls.
Yeah, I could see. Okay, and again, life isn't always fair. I can see males being open to allow women, but hang on. But there's safety concerns there, right?
It also takes for all those people who go, women are just as capable as men. Women can do everything that men can do. Well, if that's the case, it shouldn't be a problem, should it? Go and fight.
Yeah. Well, here's the reality: the NFL and the NBA allow women to join. People may not know this, but a woman can become an NFL player and become an NBA player. They don't, because there's been nobody that can compete at that level.
But one of the things you also have to consider is what we have this belief that women should be able to compete fairly, right? And
is that a false belief?
Well, it's a belief, and it's something that we can't say that it's a false belief or a true belief. It's what people believe.
That's okay. There's maybe not been an objective fact of the matter there. I agree with you. By the way, let me get this real quick. Awesome. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Showing a little love for the stream. Thanks, Steve. If you guys want to support my indica buying, yeah, I'll take some super chats. Come on, support the stream. Appreciate it. But go ahead.
But
this is fun. This is good. This is interesting. I like this discussion.
The thing that you have to consider is okay, what other people should be able to compete fairly? I think that trans women should be able to compete fairly. Now,
against whom?
Trans women cannot compete against males.
Okay.
Or cis men because there's their biology has changed due to them taking testosterone.
But that's just a fact. But look, here's the reality, and I'm going to be blunt here. And okay, not everybody's going to have the physical the physical being to compete. And if somebody is going to be trans, then they may not just be able to be in the athletics that they want to be in. It's just a fact. Some people, want to be ballet stars, but they cannot do ballet very well, or be an opera singer, but they can't sing very well. There's going to be limitations.
Well, you could say that. Well, you could say that about women competing. You could say, oh, well, they're just not cut out to compete in sports.
Yeah. Exactly. If somebody's trans and they're taking estrogen and testosterone and hormone therapy and all these other things, maybe they shouldn't be in sports because they're on drugs, right? Basically, and again, we criticize people for doping for that very thing.
Can I just?
The argument can. I just want to say that the argument can be extended then to cis women. Why do cis women get their own category? They should just try to compete with men. And if they can't compete,
that was already mentioned that there are a couple major sports leagues here in the U.S. that do not exclude women from potentially playing, and yet they still can't.
How many professional NFL women are there? 0. Why is that?
So, Planner, there are a couple of things that you've said that I think are they're a commonplace position that people have. So, in terms of categorizing the concept of fair play as a, I would say that's a deontological value that we have, not necessarily a belief. It's sort of the center around which we form a load of other beliefs and then act upon them. But that is the central value, fairness, right?
Yeah.
But it's actually it's a lie. There's no such thing as fairness. We're all individuals.
Yeah, it's an attempt. You know what it is? It's an attempt to be fair. It's a way to at least attempt to be fair. Yeah, because again, nothing in life is completely fair. And by the way, I watched Kelsey Plum throw that That T-shirt, Jesus, was that a throw? That was one of the most perfect throws I think I've ever seen from anybody. Did you guys watch that when Kelsey Plum threw that T-shirt? Holy cow! It was brilliant throw.
I think I know which
Go
one.
look it up. Go look it up. Yeah,
I'm looking it up now. Oh yes, her. Yeah.
Yeah, she throws it like so. It says 75 yards uphill to the person in the stands, and it was a dead-on freaking throw, man.
So
huge props.
With regards to, yes, you're right in that women should have the right to compete fairly. Men should have the right to compete fairly. And historically, now whether this is right or wrong, we've always divided this down sex lines. It's quick, it's easy. For the most part, you can see it on its face. But the notion that the competition is fair, it depends on how granular you want to get for fair. Like that person might have a better trainer, that person's got a better bike, that person has just got this biological this quirk of biology that means that they're 6 inches taller, or their hands are bigger for swimming, or their feet are bigger. Yeah, there's only so much you can equalize through training, and there's only so much that you can categorize. Now we have determined that it is fair, or as fair as we can be, for men to compete with men and women to compete with women. If you allow women to compete with men because men are, in the realm of sports at least, physicality, then even if a woman wants to go and compete in the male realm, then the men are still able to compete fairly with one another, because and if the woman outbeats a man, then it was still a fair competition, because the person who comes from the category that on average is less capable in that sport, by some skill or genetic quirk of fate, is superior to them. They have competed fairly. If we take a person from the male sport and drop them in the female sport, then nobody's competing fairly in that. And just because you give somebody the label of transgender and then dump a load of hormones in them that maybe give them the hormonal profile, that doesn't negate all of the benefits that they have. So making the male category the open category would still allow everybody to compete fairly, but with the exception of possibly the transgender person. But as we've already discussed, the number of legitimate transgender people in our population is so unbelievably low. We're now in sort of like this consequentialist. We've got to take a look at the consequences of it. If we take one man and put them in the female sport, 50% of the population can no longer compete fairly. If we take one transgender person and allow them to compete in the male sports, then it is just the transgender person that is no longer able to compete fairly, and 99.9% of the population is still able to. Until we square that circle.
Don't you think that can be used to like justify like racist like things? Because like I know that like a lot of racists try to claim that black people would have an unfair advantage against white people, so that and they might even decide to use that as a discrimination, as a way to say, hey, we should also divide sports based on race.
Well, Hitler actually, you're parodying either intentionally or unintentionally. You're parodying a Hitler quote, because during the 1939 Olympics, obviously a lot of the African athletes were kicking ass, as they all, in like the running and all sorts. That there is a biological difference between different races within the human species that give them different physical attributes. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging.
And that's actually something I was going to point out earlier.
Aryan race superior, and he said, well, yeah, but humans don't race against cheetahs, do they? He didn't categorize them as humans. That's not the case here. We're all humans, aren't we? We're not saying that a transgender person isn't human. So it's
like,
let me ask you this, Planner, because you're on estrogen. Let's say do you play any sports?
No.
Okay. So let's say that you did play a sport. Let's say you pick a sport and you have and you're going to set up your own transgender team. So everybody on this team is transgender. They're all equal, relatively speaking, in same kind of physical condition. We're taking estrogen, which is obviously going to reduce muscle mass to some degree. And then you have somebody like Mike Tyson who says, you know what? I want to compete against Planner's group, and I'm just going to say that I'm trans, and I'm going to jump in there because of a loophole saying that if I identify as trans, I now become on that team, and I could take some estrogen or whatever they think. Do you not think so? Still, he's going to have a massive an advantage. I mean, again, depending on the sport, but don't you think it's going to be like throw your entire group out of whack when you have some statistical outlier because they've already had some massive advantage?
Yeah, so like when it comes to like, I do disagree with the idea that someone should just be able to identify as trans to be able to compete against. Like, if you've got someone who's male and then decides to identify as trans to compete on the women's team,
Like Leah Thomas, for example.
Well, we'll get to that. But I don't think that they should instantly be able to like compete against women. What needs to happen is they need to be on hormones for a certain amount of time to be able to negate a lot of the advantages given to them by testosterone, because testosterone does help with building muscle mass. And I think it's generally around 2 to 3 years is the amount of time that you need to, which is a long time, really. And also, I would be okay with saying, hey, the bar needs to be lowered to, because I do think that there is an issue with the current regulations, which is like they take the average range of female testosterone and say you got to have you got to be within the certain average range, and the high end of the range is like the high end for cis women. And it's like, well, not every athlete is going to have that high range.
How many axes are we going to try and equalize across? Because obviously the focus seems to be on testosterone. And obviously a lot of the structural differences between biological males and biological females are imbued into them through the process of puberty. And the reason that puberty, we have such an argument against puberty blockers and HRT and stuff at that such an important time is obviously we understand the biological reality that if we interfere with the puberty process, then that will create on the other side of it, from a transgender point of view, more quote unquote passability. But so even if you level off the testosterone, even if you level off all of the other hormones, you get like the best endocrinologists in the world to monitor it down to like millimoles per deciliter and all the rest of it. That doesn't change the fact that if you got my hormonal profile to be perfectly on average with that of a female of my age, height, weight, etc., and you put me in a boxing ring with a woman who was the same age, weight, height, I would completely annihilate her. My bone structure, it is just bigger. There's more mass. Like, what are you going to do? Give her weighted gloves? I mean,
that is why I advocate for maybe even having to account for that. Maybe lowering the testosterone, because testosterone does a hell of a lot for like the muscles that you can grow and stuff like that. So sure,
it does, but it also controls like temperament as well, like physical aggression. Yeah, even if you've got two people who are of the same stature, the person who has a more aggressive mindset is probably going to win because they're going to be explosive.
Well, that's why you control for, like, that's why you basically go, okay, well, any advantage that can, so if in a sport there is an advantage that is conferred by things like bones and not muscle mass, then you can go, okay, let's lower the testosterone requirements to be able to offset that. Then it may not be. It's not a perfect solution, but at least it means that everyone's on a more equal playing field.
Well, the question is, how are you going to figure out where that level is and which type? Because it's not just the muscle mass, it's not just the testosterone, it's not just the bone structure. There's also differences in the connective tissues, which leads to a lot of advantages. There's difference in distribution of fast twitch versus slow twitch muscles.
Yep. Yeah, the reaction. I don't think. I think there's a lack of. And I'm not accusing you of this, Planner. I think you've probably looked at this a lot more than most. But the difference between men and women in terms of the realm of physical sport, I don't think you can equalize for it.
I think you can. I don't. Trying to like. I feel like what we end up in this thing is that there are a lot of small things that do change stuff, and we point to the small things as being complicated without like looking at, hey, maybe there are solutions to be able to, because even with the small things, it's like, well, how the hell have we managed to map the fact that the small thing gives an advantage if it's such a small thing? It's like, okay, well, obviously someone has managed to map that out, and we can do that with other things like testosterone. We can map
so
the advantage that gives out.
Let's spin this around the other way then. So, like, you're convinced that you can essentially nerf a biological male down to the realm where they could safely compete in women's sports, right?
Yeah.
I'm not, but I'll concede that for the sake of argument. Flip this around. How are we souping up a woman so that she can compete in male sports?
Well, testosterone.
No, they're going to die almost instantly.
There are examples where there's been like a trans man competing against men in boxing, actually hasn't lost a match so far. And in fact, a lot of people have concerns about what happens if we let trans men compete against men, because and now I will admit that this is due to the inverse of the problem, where like rather than it's like, okay, so there's like a certain amount of testosterone that you can have, a certain range of testosterone that a male will have, and if you're injecting testosterone into yourself, you may end up on the high end of that, and therefore be able to outcompete a lot of men.
Well, here's something else to consider. And this is actually taken directly from a professional women's athlete. Serena Williams, when she was at the top of the game, in multiple interviews, was asked about her competing against the men. And she outright admitted, I would get thrashed by the top players on the men's game. She has been thrashed. She did a warm-up with like the 200th and the 400th seeded. Hang on, I'm getting to it.
Sorry.
It wasn't just the physical that she was talking about. It wasn't just the difference in the way she's built versus the way the men's are built. She outright said it's a different game. And then, she did a game against the player ranked 202 and lost.
Yeah,
handedly.
Is that a cis woman versus a cis man?
Yes. This is the difference between the male and female realms of tennis.
So what you're talking, this is just obviously he's not saying that this obviously the male hasn't been equalized into the female sport and the female hasn't been equalized into the male sport. What he's identifying here is the physical difference between the two players. You've got Serena Williams, the best female tennis on the face of the planet, and she can't beat the 202nd seeded male. And she was paying one set less. Like the women's game's 4 sets, the men's game's 5 sets.
But the issue is that we're still because we see a lot of things where it's like men have better men have more muscle mass than women, and that is true on average. Like men do have more muscle mass than women. And but to use that as a justification for testosterone not having an effect, which is it seems to be what we're doing here.
So we're not saying it doesn't have an effect. It's just that you can't. Testosterone has an impact through puberty that you cannot take away. Just dialing down the testosterone doesn't dial down all of those advantages. Like you take away my aggression, you take away like my testosterone, you take away some of my muscle mass. my fist is still 40% bigger than my wife's, and it is a fucking hammer at the end of a longer arm. You can't take that away.
Well, and
Yeah, but you-
even then, sticking with the testosterone aspect that you want to go with, in her prime, even still to this day, Serena Williams is freaking jacked. Like people
Yeah,
think
she's in good shape. Yeah, no
It-
doubt, no
But
doubt.
she's not like taking testosterone. Like it's one of those
right,
things.
and she is
Yeah.
a freaking beast. And
She's
still got obliterated by a nobody.
so
But she's
Serena
still not
Williams.
taking testosterone. Like it's one of those
Serena
things where,
Williams.
like, obviously, I don't think that everything comes down to testosterone, but I think that a surprising amount does.
How much do you think? Okay, so how much do you think Leah Thompson would have to take to make it equalized, where it's competitive? He's 6 foot something. He's definitely got more muscle mass and reach than any other female swimmer.
And this is another example. So Leah Thomas, when he was competing in the men's swimming competitions, was seeded something like 400th in the collegiate athletes or something.
Yeah.
And swimming against what was the blonde young lady who he was competing against? Riley Gaines. Yeah, and she was arguably like she was like seeded in like the top 5 or something in the collegiate athletes.
I have a huge question.
And they come in, and when they competed for the first time, they come in and put a time that was identical. So
I have a question. When firstly, when did Leah Thomas start HRT? And secondly, when did she get the 400th position? Because I've heard about this, and I would like someone to.
There was a transition between swimming seasons, and that's when it started. It was less than a year.
Yeah.
It was 2019 when she started taking HRT, and prior to that, she wasn't, and people were bitching about it.
So Riley Gaines, I listened to an interview with her, and what she was saying is, look, like, all of a sudden, there was this swimmer that nobody knew, nobody had ever competed against, and they were putting in these phenomenal times, and they were essentially looking at these like. I don't know what they are, like the swimming equivalent of league tables. And then eventually they come together in like a swim meet and they're like, really? This person? Like, this is the person who we've been seeing like kicking the shit out of all of our times. And obviously this, when you get into these sort of like top flight collegiate athlete communities, it's a fairly small community. The commitment these swimmers have, they all know each other. And this person just came out of nowhere all of a sudden. And then when they met them face to face, they went, oh, I get it.
Okay, but
when did Leah Thomas?
So I think
2019. It was 2019. They started taking HRT.
And when did she place 400th in the men's?
The 2018 season, literally.
Just prior to that.
Okay.
Here's an interesting point to make. Leah Thompson was considered to be average in the male category.
Is it Thompson or Thomas?
Thomas.
I thought it was Thomas.
Thomas, yeah. Mediocre, but all of a sudden that, even while on hormone replacement therapy or whatever, they go into another category where they're competing against women, and all of a sudden, as John pointed out, their ranking went up to the top, whatever it was, top like 5. 10. Top 10. It was, 5th with Riley Gaines, but that displaced the other people the other women that would have won. No matter how much HRT that person was taking, it's an objective fact that they went from a mediocre male to one of the top female, and even after HRT. Now, wait 1 second. Wait. Even if Leah Thompson was never taking any HRT, do you think Leah Thompson would have dominated pretty much across the board if she didn't have any HRT? She just went from the male to the female. Would she have dominated completely? Do you believe that she would? Because I absolutely believe that.
So if she hadn't had HRT, she would have dominated completely.
Even greater. Yes. Would she have dominated?
Oh yeah, I would have. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's pretty well safe to say that Leah would have dominated with no HRT. Even with the HRT, she's still in the top 10%, going from a mediocre 400th place. That obviously that HRT did not have a massive effect. She's still dominated because she's male.
Well, I don't know what you could do in principle that would negate the benefit of a size 14 shoe,
You
a
can't.
reach
You
that's
can't.
35% longer, and hands the size of shovels when you're
Well,
swimming. It was
you-
it's the equivalent
you-
of putting flippers on. It's
Well,
mad.
it's not
you can put
just that.
Shaquille O'Neal on estrogen for 10 years, and I'm still Shaquille O'Neal's probably gonna still kick your ass.
Can
So-
I
in basketball.
There's one other factor here with Leah Thomas having gone through puberty as a male, then transitioning, that HRT is not going to affect. That does help a competitive swimmer. Lung capacity.
Yes. Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
that is-
Oxygenation. Yes.
That is why I've been consistent in advocating that when it comes to these kinds of things, we try to reduce the advantages by saying, hey, let's lower the
But you
bar
can't.
for trans athletes.
You-
Yes, we
you
can.
can't.
We
Well,
can.
hang on.
We can say, hey, let's have a lower bar for trans athletes for testosterone, and say, okay, that is to attempt to make up for the difference between between like people who have gone through a male puberty and people who have gone through a female puberty.
But that you can put
So-
that bar at just survivability level, and you're still not going to counteract a physical biomechanical advantage that is not going to be affected by a biochemical change.
And let me
So-
let me bring this up as well, even though it's not athletic specific. But do you think it was right for them to force Riley Gaines to shower and be in the same gym, the same changing of clothes with Leah Thomas? Do you not think as a woman she doesn't want to sit there and have to look at this guy's junk? Do you think that's inappropriate that she forced her to? And if she didn't do it, she was in the wrong?
I have I have an issue with like communal changing rooms in general.
Mhm.
I think that we should like all have our own cubicles.
But that's what she's arguing. That
So-
well, yeah, they had cubicles, but they were showering. There's open showers.
Yeah, we should have
just-
like separate showers and all that. Like if I go to the swimming pool, like I don't want anyone seeing I don't want anyone seeing my tits, and I don't want anyone seeing my my dick either.
So,
or I
Planner,
suppose I should say dick.
just
You
to
can say dick-
quickly,
you can say dick on YouTube.
obviously we've been talking about
It's like making a joke.
we've been talking about the technicalities and the practicalities of it. I'd just like to set out a value or a principle here. So, obviously, we've been pushing back hard on and disagreeing around the technicalities of how we can essentially nerf men or soup up women so that they have some sort of commensurate level of ability. In principle, I actually agree with you. If we could get like a biological man who transitioned and wanted to compete in women's sports, if we could actually in practice nerf that individual so that they could fairly compete in the women's category, I in principle don't have a problem with that. So I just want to lay that out there. I'm not one of those people who's like men are men, women are women, and et cetera, et cetera. This is the axis that I'm arguing on. This is about fairness. The changing room thing is definitely a different matter altogether. So my issue with changing rooms hasn't actually got anything to do with legitimate and sincere transgender people. I don't think they're any more or less of a risk than anyone else in our society. The problem that I have is that our societal conventions and societal rules are generally built around safety, and principally it's safety for women. And I, speaking as a biological man, can attest to the fact that we are fucking disgusting.
You remember your pubescent years in your early 20s, right? Yeah.
What I'm saying is, like, things like voyeurism, sex pests, etc. If you give these men of whom I am utterly ashamed and disgusted by, if you give them any opening at all, excuse the pun, they will exploit it. So this, I mean, men stand in bushes outside of schools watching the schoolgirls walk past, exposing themselves and masturbating. Now,
that's an English thing, okay? That's
like
that's like England. I don't see that happening in America unless you're Nathan Thompson. Wasn't he the one that did that?
Yeah, I don't think I think that it's a very much an overblown kind of kind of thing where, yeah, there are men that, like, I have heard of guys that have done some really shitty stuff, right? Like some absolutely shitty stuff. But I wouldn't base men off of those guys. Yes, we do need to have, yes, it is enough of a problem that we do need to protect women.
So but this is where, and it's intuitive, it's intrinsic. So, for example, if I was, my daughter is 8, and if I was with my daughter and my wife wasn't around, and she needed to go to the toilet, and she needed some help or whatever, I wouldn't really have too much of an issue approaching a woman and saying, "Oh, excuse me, would you mind going into the women's bathroom with my daughter and helping her, please?" If my wife did that with my son and she asked some random bloke to go and help my son in the bathroom, firstly, I know she wouldn't do it because of the inherent risks. I would be fucking livid, because the risks of those two situations are totally different. They're not commensurate at all. And that surely that has to apply for allowing men into women's changing rooms as well. It can't.
Well, I think there's a reason for that, because again, some stereotypes are true. Women are generally more nurturing than men. Biological fact. And so you're more willing to trust a woman to take care of your daughter, right, than a man to take care of your daughter, a random stranger, right? You're not going to tell some random stranger, "Hey, can you take my daughter to the bathroom?" That's not going to happen. But you're more likely to ask a woman because there's a security there, because again, women tend to be more nurturing, and even though there's still a potential of something happening, it's far less. It's almost non-existent. It's just at that point, you can't live your life completely paranoid. It just wouldn't be a good way to live. But it is because women are more nurturing.
Like, one of the things that I'd say is that I think that there is a fundamental problem with the way that a lot of these things are set up. Like changing rooms, for example. Not only do I not want to see people to see my boobs or my dick, I don't want to see anyone else's.
Yeah, no, granted. Yeah, no, but yeah, lesbian women are attracted with women so they can assault women, sure. But the reality is, men have a higher propensity than women. Do women have those types of? Yes, it happens. Some woman just recently. Some in the LGBT community, she just got, I think, arrested or convicted for 2 counts of assault with a child. And where's her name? Do you know what I'm talking about? It just recently happened. But the reality is, men are more physically dominant, so they have the ability to more physically overpower a woman than a lesbian woman. Generally, you don't see a lot of lesbian assaults. You just do they happen? Yeah, but for how often? Very rarely.
I'd actually go ahead and say that, like, there surprisingly enough, there is actually a link, at least one. This is from anecdotal evidence that I've noticed, a link between testosterone and men being aggressive. It's something that not only have I noticed this with cis men and people who have stopped testosterone, but I've also known reduced their testosterone. I've also noticed this with trans men who have said that they have noticed that they've been a bit more aggressive since transitioning.
Well, that might be true.
Yeah, I mean that's testosterone absolutely impacts aggression. I don't know anybody who would ever make the argument for that. Just going back to
just a point to be made that I think.
Talking about just having individual cubicles and changing rooms. I've actually, in the past, I've sort of said, yeah, okay, fine. If that's what we need to do to accommodate the transgender community, then yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Give us a chance to readjust the infrastructure. You can't click your fingers and have it overnight.
Yeah.
But actually, there is a part of that I'm not massively happy about, and I've been thinking about it lately. Like, men have lost almost all of their spaces. You're not allowed men's social clubs anymore. You're not allowed gentlemen's clubs because they're considered an unnecessary sex segregated space. I enjoy the company of men sometimes without having women around. And the thing is, like,
me too.
In the gym, it sounds weird. It sounds sort of like homoerotic almost, but like it's a bunch of in the changing room after a gym session or after swim, having a chat, having a bit of a joke. You can have a laugh. It's like a communal and fine. Yeah, you're getting changed. You're in a state of undress. But like, if I went into my gym after a gym session, I was talking about, how did you manage to lift today? Was it a leg day? Was it an arm day? See you in the sauna. Like, if you like fucking section off all of that, you lose it. It's one of the
I don't necessarily think so, because like I think the problem actually is, and this is like a broader problem. I think that we've got this problem where we've lost a lot of third spaces. Like, because I quite often, I'll quite often have hangouts with people, and unintentionally it'll become a hangout with just trans people. I just have a lot of trans friends. But like, it's one of those things where you can have those spaces for certain people, and the certain people, but you have to actually have a space which you can all meet up, if that makes sense. Like, if you have a bar, for example, that is like a very small bar or something, and it's got a local community, that's like a space that you can go to, and you're going to have the regulars there, and you're going to be able to talk about whatever it is that
Yeah, well, but like same thing. Like, we have what's called man caves, right? Sometimes the guys just want to get together, talk about beers, fart jokes or whatever, and not have women around. Like, exactly. I have this. I got to, like, I had one girlfriend that I lived with for 5 years, and she was very clingy, very possessive, and I would explain to her that when I said I needed space, it was not, physical space. It was just like a time away, right? But she didn't understand that if I wanted to go out to the bar with my friends, the guys, that it's all it was. It was always who you were with. It was that typical, oh, did you have girls? And it drove me fucking crazy, because I knew if she was out with us, it would be, oh my God, I saw you the way you looked at her, you talked to her. Fucking drove me nuts. I hated it. It.
Yeah, I actually have been in the same situation, except I'm not sure if I'd say worse, but like, when it came to me and my ex, what happened is I just wanted to hang out with one of my friends from IT course, who was also my flatmate, for a few hours to play video games. And by the end, she was like really, really jealous of me spending time. And like, I was just in the lounge, and she was like a bedroom over. Like, she could check in to make sure like I wasn't doing anything funny. We didn't have anybody else over. It was like, it was really weird.
It's very uncomfortable. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes these guys want to hang out with a bunch of guys, and I can understand women just want to hang out with a bunch of women, not have guys around. Yeah. I get that. And here's the thing. And listen, here's the thing. If a group of women have a transgender friend that they want in their group, there's nothing wrong with that. If they want to treat them as, one of the girls, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But my issue is when they try to say, look, if you don't treat this person as a woman and don't allow them in their group, then all of a sudden you're being transphobic or blah, blah, blah. And that's where I think that the line needs to be drawn, where you cannot force people to do something socially. You can't do it. It's just never going to work.
I think that there can be I think that when it comes to that, there can be a few issues. Like, if you've got a bunch of women who are all friends with a trans woman, and that trans woman is consistently not invited, then that does feel like it's a bit iffy to me.
Left out. I get it.
In the same way that like, if you've got like a bunch of guys, and they never invite the nerd guy to anything. Right. Yeah.
But here's the thing, like, you would probably mix very well with a group of women. It would probably just be like,
oh yeah,
just yeah. I mean, I wouldn't see an issue. But again, you look at the AGP type trans person out there, they're not going to mix very well. I'm sorry, it's just not going to. Why would they want to invite somebody who, just like I said, is a clearly male person putting on a dress and lipstick, saying, oh, I want to hang out with you? That's creepy. You don't come across as creepy, so women probably aren't going to be intimidated by you. No offense, they're not going to be like, oh well, yeah, Planner's here.
Well,
no, they'll be like, treat you as one of the girls. I couldn't care less at that point. That's their prerogative.
Well, yeah, I think that there is like a certain like some people do come off as creepy, and I think that there's also like a thing where it is a kind of like it's like the mustache, right? The mustache guy that has like the mustache and has like a thinning, receding hairline. You know the guy that I'm talking
Yeah, but
about.
Steve, yeah.
Yes.
No, I don't have my mustache. I shave my mustache, by the way. I completely shave. I shave my mustache and goatee off. I'm letting it grow back.
But like
In space is important because it's also about being able to, like, men interact very differently when there are no women around. I mean, here's an example. This is a very rude and crass joke. Now, I personally found it funny because it didn't really bother me because I actually really I like redheads. But this is a joke that sort of guys will tell one another. What is the difference between a ginger woman's pussy and a cricket ball?
I don't know what cricket is. No, I'm kidding. I don't know this joke.
Steve's not British enough.
No, I'm not. I'm so not. I'm really not. I still have not. I've still to this date had not had Scotch eggs. I don't.
So, Steve, what's the difference between a ginger girl's pussy and a cricket ball? The punchline of the joke: if you tried really, 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 really fucking hard, you could probably eat the cricket ball.
But I like redheads.
But it's a grim, disgusting joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's dark humor, of course. Yeah,
Yeah, I like.
that's a guy joke. Guys
humor.
would say those kind of jokes. Guys, look, there was a show called The Man Show that was all about that kind of stuff. Was it a bit over the top? Yeah, but I mean, they had some funny skits, but they really did play up the male stereotype.
But like the thing that I was getting round to with my example of like some guy who maybe also has a bit of a hunch as well, got the moustache, got a receding hairline and all that kind of stuff. What?
Nephilim free?
I don't get that reference.
God,
oh, really?
Another freaking throwback.
Nephilim free is an old school or younger creationist has been around for a day.
Okay. Basically, the idea is that like you might just instinctively, even though that guy may not have any bad intentions, you might just instinctively find that guy to be creepy and based on the way that he looks. And I think that there can be a lot of that for like people that don't necessarily pass, where they can seem creepy because
we're not talking about those. We're talking about the over the top ones. You've seen the pictures on Twitter of guys who look. It's completely bizarre. It's completely bizarre. There's just no chance in hell anybody's going to take them seriously, of them, even believing them that they're female.
I do think that a lot of trans people do go through a sort of period of time where they are cringe. I look back at some photos and it's like, I should have presented a lot better back then.
Because like there's two different types as far as I can tell. Well, there's probably more, but there's the type of transgender person who is a male and they are trying to take on the stereotypical aesthetic of a female and vice versa. And then you've got these people who are just sort of like they're like a Mr. Potato Head. They're like, I'll have the beard and I'll have the eyelashes and I'll have and there's some sort of like amalgamation of the two. And I'm like, what is your end here? What's your objective? I'm like, how is society supposed to treat you? Because we have a stereotype for women, we have a stereotype for men, we have a social convention for women, and we have a social convention for men. You have intentionally put yourself in a box that presents like if I call you mate or dude, am I going to get? Am I being hateful? What? How do I? This is.
They're probably non.
I call everybody dude. I think people know that about me. Dude is to me non-gendered. I call everybody dude.
I've seen people that do go for I intentionally ambiguous and intentionally really androgynous, whether it be including bits of both or having like neither. There are people that have androgynous looks and intentionally, and it's one of those things where I just treat them as a person.
People, I'm not saying I'm human, but just saying of my toolkits that I have of social conventions, I have a social convention for women and I have a social convention for men. So if somebody's like pick a mix, the
But
aesthetic
the
side of the
but
other.
the same thing can be said for like someone that has a but like you've probably seen like ladies who have a bunch of tattoos and a bunch of piercings, right? A lot of people think that they're violating some kind of social convention.
Well, I mean, you've just described my wife, so
Yeah, I have seen people say that take someone that's covered in tattoos, has a bunch of piercings like lip piercings, nose piercings, eyebrow piercings, and stuff, and say that this is disgusting or something. And it's like, well, we can always whether you like the way that they look or don't like the way they look, we can at least treat them with basic human respect. And
like disliking an aesthetic is different than yes, that might be flying. I mean, not so much these days, but you go back 50 or 60 years, like a woman covered in tattoos and piercings other than ear piercings would have been a massive social taboo, and people would have reacted to you a certain way. They may be cross the street or he'll abuse you, and obviously that was wrong then. And if it happened now, it would be wrong now. But nobody would go, "Oh, I think that person's like 60 years ago." Nobody would look at a woman and see that they're covered in tattoos and assume that they're a sailor. They're not going to treat them as a. We're talking about something that's fundamental and foundational to our species, and we treat people differently for a reason. So I think that I get what you're saying in terms of you're crossing a social boundary, or you're breaking you're committing a social taboo, or were committing a social taboo, and that might have had an impact on how people behave you. But they wouldn't have been scratching their head going, "Is that a guy? Is that a girl? How do I say Mr., Mrs.? What?" And that's what I mean.
I find that, like, in the majority of interactions that I have with people, gender doesn't matter. Like, the only time when I've actually think that gender matters is if you're attracted to someone, and like that's a thing where like if you're trying to find out someone's gender, like there are times when I've seen someone and they've got a very ambiguous gender, like short hair, but like they might sound kind of feminine. The voice can't really tell, and it's like, okay, are they a guy or are they a girl? And it's like, does it if I'm not attracted to them, does it matter? Not really. It's just another person that I can interact with if I want to. But at the end of the day,
it matters in their reaction. So I like to take. Look, I mean, I'd like to think that we've had a fairly serious but respectful conversation, right? I mean, I would think that. Would you agree, Planner?
Yeah, I think we've had a fairly respectful one.
I would happily sit down and have a beer with you. I'd shake your hand. We'd have a great conversation. I'd give you a hug. I'm not one of those people that is repulsed by transgender people or anything like that. If we engage in conversation with a mutual respect, absolutely fine. You're all good by me. Thumbs up. Great conversation. Let's do it again. However, if somebody puts themselves outside of a social norm, and then I come along and I honestly try and engage with that person, either just by saying hello or whatever the case may be, and I make a mistake, and I refer to them, speak to them in a way that they're not happy with, because I do not know out of the gate what the social convention is. We're replete with examples where the person instantly gets self-righteous and indignant, because how dare you? That person can just go fuck themselves.
I actually find that people are
to do like the other. Fine, I can engage with that person. So it's conjunction of the two things that make it very difficult for us to navigate.
I find that people tend to actually be quite lenient on things like that. Like I've misgendered plenty of people that accidentally, of course, that may not fit into the convention of what the pronouns, what you usually use for those certain pronouns, like someone who might be very feminine but uses he him pronouns, and usually it's just a hey, you got my pronouns wrong. It's like, okay, sorry, I'll do better, and that's usually the extent of it.
just as an example, Planner, we have a guy who's going through the courts in the UK at the moment because he lost out on a job, lost out on employment because something called a non-crime hate incident popped up in his DBS check. DBS check is essentially a background check. Now, he didn't even know that he had this recorded against him. The police, it's been ruled by the High Court in the UK that non-crime hate incidents are actually illegal. They're unconstitutional. They don't correspond to any bill in law. The College of Policing have just instituted this policy off of their own back. Fuck knows why. The arrogance of it is unbelievable. But basically, this guy had a non-crime hate incident recorded against him, which is where somebody phones the police, reports an individual. The individual has the report logged against their permanent police, like a police record, and it's flagged as non-criminal. So the activity didn't breach a boundary of criminal activity, but the police recorded it anyway. This guy was accused of handing a person a carrier bag in a homophobic manner. There are tens of thousands of these things, right? So when you say that people that you interact with tend to be quite conciliatory and practical and magnanimous, I'm sure that's the case. But fortunately, that we still have this problem. In a world where somebody can be accused of handing a person a carrier bag, I mean, how the fuck do you even hand somebody a carrier bag in a homophobic manner? What did they do? Mince across the shop floor? Go, delicious, darling. Here you go. I mean, how
I'd assume that like a slur was involved.
Or like, I guess like the limp wrist or something.
No, because if a slur was involved, it would have crossed the bounds into criminality and it would have been recorded as a hate incident.
All right, well, let's ask, what is considered to be somebody who's homophobic or transphobic? Because I can guarantee it, I have never been either. Anybody who says otherwise is just full of shit. They're fucking morons. But they've never look. There's one thing to say. Look, let me finish. It's one thing to say what you said might have been construed by some to be homophobic or transphobic. That's a different argument, and even then, I don't think I ever did. That's a different argument than saying you are a homophobe, you are a transphobe. Those are blatant statements that is attacking somebody's credibility merely because you're not you specifically, but you're disagreeing with somebody, and that's what we see happening. Nobody in here is transphobic. Nobody in here is homophobic. As John said, most of us don't give a shit. If people are gay, straight, it's not our identity. We don't make it an issue. We couldn't care less. Could anybody explain to me how that any one of us could be considered to be homophobic or transphobic or cisgender phobic or breeder phobic, whatever, any of these phobias? They're just watered down terminological weapons at this point.
I would say that there is different types of homophobia and transphobia. Like there is the obvious out and out, kill all the whatever group.
Okay, but we've already established trans people have been saying that on Reddit about straight people as well. It happens in both groups. So are they straight phobic? Wait, hang on. Are they cisphobic?
Maybe there are some people that do that. There are always going to be people in a group that have. They're
psychopaths that say these kind of things. I don't think
there'll be cis people that will be cisphobic. Like hell, like there's.
Let's agree on that. Look, if somebody could be transphobic, they could be cisphobic. I think that kind of makes sense. But we have to agree that there are just sociopathic, shitty people on both sides. But why would anybody say that anybody in this panel, for example, would be
that's what
homophobic, transphobic? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was going to. So, so you've got like the out and out, really, obvious transphobia and homophobia. Then there is like sort of casual, jokey kind of transphobia and homophobia. And I think often this is unintentional, and it's where you say a joke that might be transphobic without realizing that it's transphobic or homophobic.
Actually, I think that's just equality. I will make a disgusting joke at the expense of a guy because I perceive him as being able to tolerate that. If I make a joke at the expense of my wife, it's because I perceive her as being able to tolerate that.
If I never joke about your wife, your wife will not tolerate it.
At the expense of you, it's because I perceive you to be an equal and you are able to tolerate that. If I didn't make jokes at your expense, it would be because perceived you as being weaker somehow and not able to deal with it.
Exactly. Jokes are not supposed to be homophobic or transphobic. It is, hey, we're having levity and we treating somebody as equal that they're be able to take the humorous jabs like you would go on a roast. You know you're going to get shit on. You know that any one of us that goes on a roast are going to find something about us they're going to shit on. Period.
But I'd also say that, like, when it comes to that kind of stuff, you do have to be. I think that there is an extent to which you can joke about something without it crossing a line. Like if I came on here and started saying jokes about Steve's mum, and then Steve was like, "That's not cool." It's like, and I kept on doing that. That would be shitty on me. And I think that
of course.
Of course, but again, that's when somebody says, "Look,
that's just interpersonal relationships. That's no different.
Right.
That's no different than any other person." It's like I've had people make jokes at the expense of my mum, and I don't really care about mum jokes. I mean, I grew up playing rugby. I work in the trades. The stuff we say to one another is fucking horrific, and it's funny. I find it funny. Somebody made a joke at the expense of my mum, and I said, "You couldn't handle my mum. She'd rip you apart like a fucking chicken wing," and that was it.
But like the idea is that when it comes to certain things, it's like, and it's never just one joke as well. It's always a repeated kind of a repeated joke that is usually unfunny. That is like it eventually just gets to you, and it's like that's kind of transphobic. Like obviously not as trans. I wouldn't consider it as bad as like the people who scream on street corners about gods wanting to kill trans people or something. But like it is one of those things where I'd say, hey, maybe dial it back a bit.
But that at least be appropriate. Look, if somebody says a Westboro Baptist Church are homophobic and transphobic, I can get behind that. I think I don't think there's much. Hang on, I don't think there's much of a disagreement on that, right? Is there?
Yeah.
Do you see anybody? Does anybody disagree with that you see? I don't think anybody does. But that's when the word makes sense to use. When you have that kind of vitriol, hatred toward a specific group of people merely because who they are, that's when I could say, okay, you want to call that homophobic or transphobic? That's fine. I have never done that. Never.
But then there's also like
wait. I want to get this out. I have never done that since I've been in social media for 10 years. So I really want to know what somebody means when they're trying to label somebody transphobic, bigoted, or homophobic when those are terms reserved for people like the Westboro Baptist Church.
But I would say that there's also another type of transphobia and homophobia, one that's a lot more prevalent and a lot, and it's also can be a little bit unintentional. And I've actually been accused of this, and I was like, wait, hold on, maybe I should change. Maybe I should change things. And it's this idea that you might have a belief that you don't think is transphobic or homophobic. However, it does actually contain a lot of negative assumptions about trans or gay people.
A bias.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where we're refusing to acknowledge this
But the problem with that is people are using this word that should be reserved for the most egregious cases and watering it down to, oh, you might just have a particular bias. And we all have biases. That's how you deal with it.
I'm still lost.
If everybody in the world,
give a specific example of what maybe? Yeah. I'm trying to get
I have a great example. I don't care what gay people do, as long as they just do it away from me.
Well, I don't care what straight people do as long as they don't do it. As long as they do it away from me. Same thing. I don't think that's it's like it's one of those things where it's usually commonly done with people saying, I don't care what a gay person does. I just don't want any gay people to hit on me. And it's like that's kind of. Here's the thing. I don't see that. I don't think that's homophobic. It is like I don't want to. There's certain kind of women I don't want to have hit on me.
It's if you recognize that there are people that you don't want to hit on you, and it's not just gay people, then it's like then it's not homophobic. But a lot of
Right,
people, when
question.
they say it, they don't have that.
Look, I see your point, and there are some straight men out there that I would say they're creeped out by that, right? I don't get creeped out if a guy hits on me. I've been hit on by many guys. I'm going to brag here. I've had a lot of guys try to take my V card in that aspect. Okay, seriously.
In the Navy,
Right?
Seven Seas in the Navy.
Well, I was a submariner. Okay, so
that might have actually been a homophobic joke. I'm not sure.
So I can see your point on that as far as that maybe, but even then I wouldn't call him homophobic.
Yeah,
I'd say that might be a homophobic trait.
I think that sets the bar too low. So just as an example, let's say for argument's sake, you're watching the TV and like a straight guy, he's at home, he's got a beer in his hand, he's got a tomahawk steak in the other, massive beard, manliest man, probably with a giant lawn cross, and then like he's watching a TV program and then all of a sudden there's a gay kissing scene and he immediately changed the channel. Is that homophobic?
Oh, I'd say that is definitely like a homophobic thing. Yeah.
Why? Is that just preference?
But what if he just doesn't want to watch it?
Yeah.
How is that any different from a guy saying to a guy saying to lesbians that if they don't want to sleep with transgender men, they're transphobic?
I'll give you. It's one of those things. Hold on. It's one of those things where if he were to change the channel whenever any kissing scene comes on, then
no. But he's a heterosexual man. His sexual preference is in one direction.
Yeah, but like, am I straight phobic if I don't want to like see like it's one of those things where it's like if I didn't want to see didn't want to see straight people kissing, people would find that weird. It's one of those
Not
things
really.
where
a lot of people don't like public displays of affection.
Yeah, but
I'll
like,
give you an
as
example.
if I was okay with like just gay people doing that, it would be like it'd be kind of weird. It's one of those things where if you're and to base who you okay with seeing kiss on. You're not involved in the kiss, right?
No, see, to me, a homophobe would be somebody who says two men should not kiss. Now, I dealt with this just recently. I'll give an example. Andrew Wilson's wife, Rachel, is on my Twitter. I don't know her very well, but she's very, very clearly devout Christian, and she brought this very thing up about men kissing, and she thought it was disgusting, and shouldn't be ever be shown. And I gave her pushback on it, okay? And she unfortunately didn't take too kindly to it and said, "Look, if you weren't friends with Andrew, I would kind of block you." I'm like, "Why? I'm giving you pushback on this. I said something along the lines of like, how the Christians view two men kissing." And she's like, "Well, it's so disgusting." I'm like, but why? And I couldn't get a straight answer, and so, I kind of dropped that with her because I didn't want to like piss her off because I get along with Andrew, but that's because she was raised in such a Christian value home or whatever. She just finds that to be repulsive to her. Okay, I still wouldn't call that homophobic. I just think it's just her, her personal don't want to see it. Now, I do think it's. You can argue it's homophobic. The very fact that two guys shouldn't be kissing, that can be making an argument of that. You can say, look, that is pretty homophobic, right? To say, it's different between saying I don't want to see two men kiss rather than two men shouldn't kiss. Do you see the distinction there? I think there's a big distinction there.
But like, it'd be like, okay, have you seen the new Doctor Who series?
Unfortunately,
now
I'm not a fan of the new series. I'm not a fan of it. I think he's great. Don't get me wrong. He can act, and she's brilliant. I love her as an actress. But the writing has been so piss poor in the last season of this one.
I actually do like the writing. I saw some of it last night, and it's like it feels a lot more fun, is what I'll say.
It doesn't feel like Doctor. See, but here's the thing. I grew up with Doctor Who. I literally grew up with Doctor Who.
I've got to go, but just quickly with regards to the what we were saying about like PDAs of same-sex couples and things like that. I think if you start going down the route of stating that a person's personal preference is this phobic or that phobic or this phobic, I think you've gone beyond wanting to be tolerated, and you're now demanding ideological acceptance.
Exactly.
That's a step too far. You don't get to do that. I don't have to. Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, I agree with
that is way, way, way too far. People
they-
get to decide their own morality. They get to decide their own preferences. Nobody has the right to reach into
I
that,
agree.
regardless of how it makes anybody else feel. That's just tough shit.
Thank you, man. I'm gonna be ending soon too. So,
Yeah.
but we're wrapping up here.
And I'll see you guys later. I'm sure. Cheers.
Thanks, John.
Yes,
So-
thank you.
So, in a nutshell, again, I still
So
don't
what
know what anybody
Yeah,
would. Go
what
ahead.
I was getting at with the thing about Doctor Who is I have heard of people. A friend of mine has a friend of mine has a relative who refuses to watch the new Doctor Who because the lead is black.
Oh, that's pretty rare. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll grant that. I'll grant that. I mean, because like I said, he is a good actor. I do like how he plays that part. Don't get me wrong; it's a little bit over the top, but I mean, it's nothing too bad. But I mean, I happen to like a lot of I loved Sidney Poitier. I mean, he was one of my favorite actors of all time. And one of my movies that I watched years ago called Patch of Blue was my favorite movies. Idris Elba. These guys are just amazing actors. And so do not watch something because of a black actor. That's stupid. That's racist. I don't know. I would agree with you on that. Yeah.
And yeah, like I've also heard of people not watching Doctor Who because of because there's been gay characters or trans characters.
Yeah, that's stupid. Again, there's always been a gay character though. I mean, Captain Jack Harkness was bisexual. It was a big part of this show, and it was brilliantly done. That was good. Here's the thing. Nobody cared about that because it was so well written.
Yeah, and like I will say that if like there's just something that is really badly written, then it's something where I can because when it comes to I think it was Arrow, there were a few episodes that really rubbed me the wrong way because like they were just really badly written and it felt really forced. Could have been done a lot better. But
yeah, you could tell but here's the thing: you could tell when that writing is like that when it's forced.
Yeah, and I think that when it comes to a lot of things that aren't forced, like as you said with the Captain Jack Harkness, where they just like have a good
so
character.
good. I loved him. And by the way, John Barrowman, right, the actor.
Yeah.
I mean, I will tell you straight now, if I was to go gay, that man would have been mine. Okay, he was a beautiful fucking looking man, and his acting skills were superb. I would go gay for that probably if I had if I was to go gay. Okay, so I mean, I'm not homophobic. Okay, I'm just not. It's just like no, because I mean, I'm secure in my sexuality.
Don't worry. Like I have.
He was a good looking man. He still looks amazing.
Don't worry. There's been some guys that I've seen before that are like really not my type, but also like I wouldn't mind if they were into me, kind of.
But what do you think of Jodie Whittaker? Because again, she was in Broadchurch and she's a great actress. But you got to admit that during the last season, Doctor Who, the 13th season, there were some writing issues. It was sloppy.
I didn't really see that, but like I have heard of. I was actually talking to someone about.
They didn't give her good scripts. They didn't.
Yeah, and apparently there were like things that it was like certain things that seemed like it was being set up, and then they just dropped that whole.
Well, you know, they retconned the entire canon. I mean, because now Doctor's no longer from Gallifrey. She was an alien that was adopted, which totally changes the entire storyline. Which again, I'm not totally against, but the way they went about it was so haphazard. My favorite series of the Doctor Who was with the David Tennant series with Rose. Oh, yeah. And again, I loved the spinoff they had, Torchwood.
My
God, I love Torchwood.
One of my favorite episodes is actually the Weeping Angels one.
Weeping Angels, that's the best one they've ever had. I agree with you.
And that even featured the Doctor.
I very little, but I got to tell you, when people say what's the best Doctor Who of the new, re-imaged or reimagined series, most will say the Weeping Angels. Most of them.
Yeah.
And I think the actual name of the episode was Blink or Don't Blink, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it was something to do with blinking, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Excellent writing. But that to me was brilliant writing. And so I think I am capable of judging what's good in a series and what I like and what I don't like. And
Yeah, and
the
like,
two,
like every
but let me tell you, the 2 episodes I watched, she did watch them, Space Babies, right? And
Yep.
Okay, so the problem I have like Space Babies, the whole pushing around the carriages and things like that, it just came across as really bad graphics, and it just didn't
Yeah.
sit well with me. And then the Maestro, which I
Yeah,
get, she's really,
I like that one.
I like. Okay, I hate to admit it, I liked it more than I thought it was going to be. I was shitting on it, and I said, look, I'm going to watch it, and I will tell you what I think. I'm fair. The character was not badly portrayed. The acting was good. The character made sense, as relating to the toy maker and these ancient beings like that manifest. I get that. Do I think that the story was coherent? Yes, but it still was just not as well written as some of the prior Doctor Who's that I'm used to. And I'm gonna give it some more chance. I did like the Christmas thing, like the whole Gremlin.
Oh yeah.
That was good.
Yeah. I
But
have seen
that's
the
good.
most recent episode. The most recent episode is a bit more like some of the Tennant and Matt Smith episodes. Like it's a bit more serious. But like the first 3 episodes, I think, of this new Doctor have been like just very fun.
I haven't
Like,
seen
I
the third
don't-
one yet. What's the third one? Is
It's-
that out yet?
Yeah, it's
Is it out?
called
You seen
Boom.
it? Okay, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, and actually,
I
like,
did-
I've seen some people compare it to like one of the ones in the Jodie Whittaker series and saying so much better. Like,
I'll watch it. Tom Baker was my doctor. I'm used to Tom Baker. I really like Tom Baker. But the Matt, those days, I like the opening of the Pandora's box, the opening of the Pandorica. Remember that one? That was true. Watch the opening of the Pandorica. I think that was the name of the episode. That was a brilliant episode. The one he's inside a box called the Pandorica, and then all the aliens got together because they were so scared of it of releasing the Doctor.
Okay, I don't think I remember that one. I do remember like one where the Doctor was trapped on in a tower for like several millions of years.
Yeah, that was a Christmas one. That was the never-ending Christmas.
No. There was a different. There's a different one where the Doctor was. It was with Capaldi. He was trapped in a tower for several million.
That was
years.
the Christmas episode with
Really?
Peter Capaldi. Yeah, I'm almost positive.
I thought that was like before a Christmas episode. Or
No,
something.
wasn't it the Christmas episode? If not, it had to do with Christmas. It was a perpetual Christmas. He was in the tower for all that time.
Hold on. Let me
Look it up. Yeah, Google. Go ahead. Google's a friend.
Doctor.
And I loved. I loved Amelia Pond. I loved that character. But I also loved the other one too. What was her name? The dark-haired one. The one that was she was actually stuck inside of a Dalek. What was her name?
Hold on. That doesn't. Okay, so the one that I'm thinking of is Heaven Sent, I think.
I don't recall that one off the top of my head.
Basically, the thing Wikipedia is saying it's the 11th and penultimate episode of the 9th series.
Maybe it was just before the Christmas episode. But I remember it had to do with Christmas.
Yeah. It says the 12th Doctor is
Clara. Oh, that's her name, Clara. Oh God, Clara. She was. Gorgeous. Clara Oswald. Jenna Coleman. Yeah, that's her name. Jenna Coleman.
Yep. Oh yeah. It was preceded by Face the Raven, and then followed by Hellbent.
Yeah, did you ever watch the ones with Jenna Coleman?
No, I don't think so.
Stunning beauty, absolutely.
Wait,
and her acting was superb.
Wait, is that the person who played Clara?
Clara, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I did watch some of those.
Yeah, I really liked her as a companion. She did a brilliant job. So I guess after I wrap up tonight, I gotta watch Boom. But like I said, I was fair about it, and I'm serious. I actually said, look, I will give it. I'll give it a fair review. I'll look. I mean, I try to be very fair, and it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah,
It wasn't.
I liked the character of Maestro.
Again, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
I actually like a lot of characters that are designed like that. I think that if you look at characters like, have you ever played Final Fantasy 15?
No, but my ex played the Final Fantasy series. Like,
Okay,
there was
so-
like 6 at the time or 5, like way back early days.
Okay, well, Final Fantasy 15 has this character who is very who has an elaborate design, but is also like you can tell they're suspicious, but they do it in a very I'm trying to a theatric way, you know, and I like theatric characters, which are. Do you get what I mean?
I don't know. I don't know the 15th series, so I don't know the character you're referring to.
Yeah, the bad guy, Arden Azunia, basically has a very theatrical kind of vibe to him, and I like those characters, and I think we need more of them. I'm trying to think of like other.
I don't know who that would be. Martha was a good character too. I liked her as well. She was actually in Unit, you know, and she was in the spinoff too, Torchwood. She was a good actress.
Okay.
Yeah, she was played by Freema Agman. Yeah, she's stunning too. She's gorgeous. Here's another thing. I don't understand racism. I don't. I think, if anything, Black women, Indian, Colombian, Hispanic probably are the most beautiful women in the world. And so I don't understand anybody can be racist. I don't get it. It's anything. I'm like, holy shit, they're so fucking beautiful.
Yeah, I've like I do understand like how some people get pulled into rabbit holes, and then they and that often makes them racist. They're told to blame a race for all their problems. It's
true. I agree with you.
It's the same kind of thing when it comes to when it comes to like blaming poor people for all your problems, right? Like,
yeah, I agree with you. I think it scapegoats them into the the woes of all their issues. And again, going back to the Westboro Baptist Church, this is what they do. All these people are scapegoats to them just so they can have something to hate.
Yeah. And like, I do think that there are a lot of people that do get like sucked into these things without realizing it. And it's one of those things where I would urge you to like, probably just like because like I've noticed that your Twitter feed is if I go to your Twitter feed, right.
Listen, look at it. But I actually look at my bio. I even say not PC. You know, I'm like very clear that you know I do use humor. I do use internal critiques. And you have to take me as a whole. You can't just take, you know, something that I write into Twitter, because I deal with so many people on Twitter because it's been getting bigger. I mean, I've gone up. Just in the last 2 weeks, I went up 200 followers. That's a lot for Twitter.
But let's like take what you've said. Here we've got like and this is I'm starting from before you decided to host the Twitter space, because I feel like that would unfairly influence the results. So. First one is a response to Riley Gaines about trans women in sports. Then it's the one that I mentioned earlier. So we're 2 for 2.
Well, first of all, did you notice what I have pinned? The one I have pinned has nothing to do with transgenderism.
Yeah, but that's
right.
Pin,
and that people don't talk about that much. But that's still one of my big issues, is that people making false allegations, right? As it happened in that situation. So,
but then,
I just posted this one. Respect is earned, and this is not how you earn it. Sophia Mali, who's running, you know, for political office, she says, "Hey, look, if you don't affirm I'm a woman, I won't have anything to do with you." And people are like, "Okay, we don't want to have anything to do with you." It's backfired.
It's one of those things where where like I don't see the problem with a statement like that. Where it's
Really?
like, hey,
As a political person, especially trying to reach across the aisle, you're not going to be able to mandate who has respect for you, who has called you what pronouns, and certainly you're not going to be I'm not talking about you, but in general, Sophia's not going to be able to convince people that she's a biological woman, even though she's been trying to do that, and says, if you don't say I'm a biological woman, I'm not going to have anything to do with you. Okay, that's coercive. That's coercive.
It's
Because
well, she didn't say biological woman. She just said acknowledge that I'm a woman. Like,
but that's what she means by it. She said in other
does-
places, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
It's one of those things where, like, if I ask you to acknowledge me as a woman, like, it's one of those things where I don't see like a big issue. With,
Well, I would acknowledge
that.
that you again you identify as NB, so it's hard pressed to say that you know if you think that you're a female because you think you're a non-binary. So that's
Well, I'd say that I'm a non-binary woman, which a lot of people. There are some people that
seems weird, doesn't it? Though.
No, because I'd say that it is possible to, because especially being gender fluid, like sometimes I don't. A lot of the times I do fit into that, into the what would be what people might expect of a woman. But there are times when I just go fuck it and don't. And I think that because of that,
start growing a beard.
I have actually. There are times when I've decided to put on a suit to go to town, and one of the things I kind of have to do is I have to tie my hair back because otherwise no one's gonna like treat me like a guy. And I also like put a bit of eyeliner because somehow that helps, and it also gives kind of a drag king look.
Yeah, I don't mind a little eyeliner. I think people kind of looks cool with eyeliner. By the way, I am putting people have asked for your information. It's in the video description, and I just put it in the live chat as well. But non-binary woman makes as much sense. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Non-binary woman makes as much sense as triangular line segment. I don't look again. People can make up all these different terms, and I don't really care. But my whole argument has been you cannot force people to accept them. You can say, okay, look, that's what you believe, and it's cool. Let's go have a beer. But you can't force people to say, oh, yes, you are a non-binary, binary, bi-trans, whatever. It's just these terms mean very little to people. And you might know what you mean by it, but other people may not. And it's just, again, language. My thing is, do they accept you as a decent person?
Yeah.
If they don't accept you as a decent person, then why would they want to have a conversation with you to begin with?
Yeah. And I think that there's a lot of people that do look down on someone's character because they are trans. And refuse to like acknowledge anyone for like if they do anything that's outside of what they consider to be normal.
Sure, but by the same token, what about somebody who criticizes me by saying, "Hey, Steve, man, you have a trans person on your channel. Oh, you must, you must be completely into the LGBTQ type thing, and you're, and I get thrown into that category." Right. Or even worse. Oh, Steve, you shouldn't have a trans person on there. They're promoting all this bullshit. And I was like, no, not all trans people are alike. And this is what I think the takeaway needs to be. This is why I think these discussions are productive, because not everybody is this homogenous like that. Not all groups are.
But like I'm looking through your Twitter thing, and I haven't like been keeping proper count, but like there's one retweet that is like against energy healing, so not trans.
Oh yeah, but that's you gotta admit that's bullshit, right?
Yeah, I agree that it's bullshit. But like then there's one which I can't tell. It's like, now this is actually a creative insult I can appreciate.
Yeah, they blocked me. I think did they?
So that's why I can't see their.
No, they didn't. It says you're unable to review this post because account owner limited. But when I go to it, I am. The person said, "Bro, you look like a mid-level villain from Command and Conquer 2." And I'm like, that's good. That's creative. I like that. I don't mind that shit. That's fucking funny. That's creative. That's better than some of them, But
like, if I go down, there's a lot of stuff about trans people, and like I get the the
It's just
temptation
been a
to
topic.
like,
It's been a topic that comes up a lot lately. That's just
yeah.
again, you've seen my time. Like how long was I talking about atheism, and people are like, oh, you need to move on to something else. I move on to this, and they're like, oh, well it's like, first of all, I could talk about whatever the hell I want, but
I do disagree with I do disagree with some of your takes on atheism, but I think that's a topic for another day.
I will remove you. Yeah, we have to have that discussion then. Have you read my paper? I hope, right?
No.
No.
I
Would
just
you?
like. Depends how easy it is to follow. Like I do know that it
It's
is like
not.
one of those philosophical things, and it kind of like because
well,
when
I know it can be followed because I had here. I'll put in the live chat there. Because I know because I had a PhD in mathematics, review my paper and broke it down using Gensler logic, and it flowed perfectly. And they're like, yes, Steve's correct on this. So I know the paper is legit, valid, and sound.
yeah,
he did say the expository was a little rough, and I get that. I'm not proficient in writing a paper, but it was still well written enough to say this is a very coherent, logical, rational argument.
That being said, some of your arguments have made me think. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just an atheist, not even agnostic. But it's also I have a different sort of logical way of going about it. Because like if I am I agnostic about the universe existing? Technically,
You want to have that for part 2?
Technically, yes, I am agnostic about the universe existing because it may not exist. However, I don't consider myself to be agnostic because I think on that issue because I think the likelihood of me being wrong about that is
This is
so
very simple.
low.
Do you believe the universe exists?
I do.
Then you're not agnostic. There you go. Hey, simple.
Yeah, and when it comes to do I believe that God exists? No, I don't.
Yeah. Somebody says you can be agnostic atheist. You can be a square circle, apparently. But to me, agnostic atheist makes no sense. I've written extensively on that. We'll save that for another time.
I would say that it comes down to the extent of certainty. Like some people can be very certain that there's no God, and I'm fairly certain that God. I'm fairly certain that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, but why do we care about certainty when it comes to that? All I want to know when I ask a question is what's your belief. It's a dosastic nature. That's it. I don't care about knowledge. I don't care about certainty. I just want to know what your belief is when I ask these questions. And people go, well, how can you be certain of that? I couldn't care less if I'm certain about it or not. It's irrelevant.
But like,
I don't believe in God. Am I certain there's no God? No, because I don't believe there's no God. But I don't believe in God. I don't believe that God exists, but I don't have the belief that there isn't one. That's agnostic.
But like I'm just to go back to the original point that I was
go ahead. You're scouring my timeline looking for something.
Yeah, I'm just like going down, and it's like a lot of just talking about trans people and stuff. Like, sure, there is like this one here is God needed to have a reasonable justification for atheist morality. That there are a few outliers. But like, I think that it's a good idea to like step back because like one of the things that is pushing like the whole trans stuff to the forefront is like, firstly, like responding to it does that. And I've actually done this thing where I've cleansed my Twitter timeline to some extent, and it's been great.
Yeah.
And
well, most of the real radical ones have blocked me. Like I said, they send me a message, and then they just block me, and I'm like, okay, I don't know who the hell you are. Like I had one person like, oh, I'm not going to join your panel because, just echo chamber. I'm like, you're an idiot. What am I supposed to say to somebody who's that stupid? What has been an echo chamber in this discussion? We've been in 5 hours that we're going on, and I'll end this at the 5th hour because 5 hours is a very long time. What the fuck has been an echo chamber here?
Yeah, we've definitely had some disagreement, especially on the sports part. Like that was a huge disagreement.
Healthy disagreement though. That's the difference. And by the way, if you saw this post, I said I watched the first 2 episodes of Doctor Who season 14, and I wasn't at all impressed. I said Nakuda is an amazing actor, and Melly Gibson is absolutely adorable and very well cast. But the storylines are just so badly written, and the show no longer has a mysterious, intelligent sci-fi feel that Doctor Who used to have with time-traveling adventures. The diversity wasn't over the top as it was for the Christmas special, but still clearly prevalent in the season. Summary, they weren't bad, they just were rather boring, dull. I think that's a fair assessment from my point of view. They weren't that great.
I felt that they have been fun. Like
which is
as I
fine.
said,
That's good. Yeah,
yeah.
that's entertainment. Yeah, you're entertained.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where like sure, like maybe like I did feel like the Space Babies one was a little bit too trying a little bit too much to be
Yeah,
funny, but like
I thought the same thing. I was like, yeah, this is kind of silly, you know,
yeah,
and
but
not in a
like
good silly way.
but like the when it comes to like the Maestro and even like the Goblin one, it's like those just felt fun in general.
The Goblin was but the Goblin was that was some serious that was skill. That was good, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm like looking through my Twitter timeline, and like the majority of it is like cute trans girls. To be honest, but
well,
like
again, that's well, whatever.
and
Nobody could judge somebody. You know, that's what I'm saying. People could put what they want, you know. But you don't see. I don't put that stuff on my timeline.
yeah, I just feel like when you talk about like a single thing, it can feel like you're making a mountain out of a molehill. And it's like when it comes to J.K. Rowling, like I respected her more when she also talked about like feminism in the Middle East. It felt like it did feel like there was actually genuine concern for women in that regard. But lately, it's become a lot more of a just hating trans people. And
But do you think that's because of the pushback she's unfairly gotten?
I think that so back in 2019, I would have considered that maybe some of the pushback that she got was unfairly received. But that's like any person who has a social presence, right? If I go on, I get like any video that I make, I get pushback. And hell, even just being trans, I get pushback, unfairly pushed back upon. It's like I'm just like trying to be myself.
Right. But can we just end it on that? Because I think we all agree people have the right to be themselves. There's nothing homophobic or transphobic about that. And if anybody gave me shit for having you on because you're a trans person, I would be like, fuck off. I would back you 100% on that.
I think that there is an issue though when you focus on trans people and focusing on like, because like there are assholes in every there are assholes in every community. There are like some people intentionally maybe assholes. Maybe I should. I'm trying to make a joke about like how Steve like will acknowledge that he's an asshole, but like.
But I hear, but here's the difference. I'm an asshole to people that deserve it and that are dishonest agents. I don't think I've ever been an asshole to somebody that didn't deserve it. If I did, then I would walk it back. But I'm pretty sure that the people I've been an asshole to are just deserving of being people treating them like an asshole because they're assholes, and so I'll be an asshole back to them.
But I do feel like it's a bit like overblown with how much you focus on.
It's just been recently, and again, I go through phases. I'll talk about this. I'll talk about that.
Yeah.
And that's just this is a current topic right now.
Maybe you've got like a hyperfixation. I have hyperfixations all the time.
No, I don't. It's not even that. It's and here's the thing. Again, I think a lot of it is for me personally fascinating when I see bad argumentation, right? Because I like argumentation. I like argument theory. I like logic. And when I see bad arguments, I for some reason, maybe it is a fixation that I just have to dive in and go, okay, let me show you why your argument is bad, or can you explain to me why you think you have an argument? And I swear to you, they always just block, and they never have any coherent argument. And this is what I'm finding out in the trans community is most of them don't really want to have any kind of actual discussion.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that is because it's because having that discussion first takes a lot of energy. Like there's times when it's like, okay, I want to have a discussion, but like doing so on Twitter is the most draining place to have a discussion.
I agree. And even on YouTube though, I mean, you asked me to have this discussion ages ago and I wasn't up for it because I knew it would be, we've gone 5 hours.
It's one of those things where I often feel like it is you do get a lot of people that don't want to have this discussion because it like drains your energy. It drains a lot of it's how do I put it?
Yeah, no, it's
It's
intellectually
like
and physically draining. Yeah, I get
yeah,
it.
it's like debate. It's like debating the validity of like gay people. It's like trying to argue. Sometimes it can feel like you're trying to argue against someone who fundamentally thinks you shouldn't exist.
And
As to why
I
you
would be
should
against those
exist.
people. Yeah, I would
Yeah,
be against those
and
people. You know, I
It
would.
is, and it is hard to distinguish between someone who may be genuine in wanting a discussion, but to people that are just trying to, you know, provoke reactions. People like
Yeah.
Matt Walsh, for example, and it's one of those things where it like I'm always up for a discussion, and I'd like to actually like try to have more discussions on my channel with people, but like it's one of those things where nobody really wants to.
We can have
It feels like
we can discuss my paper or atheism on your channel. We can have part 2 on yours if you want.
I'm meaning more like I want to like talk to different people about like because I am heavily invested in like in trans discourse, but that's because of how prevalent it is. And I want to like discuss with different people. Hey, what's your objection to this? And like, and I feel like people generally they don't want to have that you get people that say they want to have that discussion, but when I've actually gone ahead and been like, okay, let's have that discussion, there's been the people that show up have been they haven't delivered any of the hot takes, so like I guess that's good. But like it's like I then get people afterwards that do have the hot takes, and it's like you didn't show up to the panel, and it feels like a lot of the people that do have those things that I really disagree with, they are unwilling to have that discussion or willing to show up on time.
That's the problem I run into. So, anyways, let's wrap this up. So, let me ask you. So, if anybody says, "Hey, Steve is a transphobe," would you disagree or agree with that? Would you say no, Steve's not? You can say, look, some of his ideas or things might be this or that, whatever. That's your view. But when somebody calls me a transphobe, would you actually agree with that?
To some extent, I would, but that's because you seem really focused on trans.
So do you. That's the criteria.
Let me go to like my Twitter feed, like, and
you said it was all cute trans girls. You said
no. That was when I go to my chat. I'm going to my Twitter like thing. My Twitter feed is like cute trans girls, but like if I go to my Twitter Twitter page,
okay, your feed versus your timeline.
Yeah, we've got like 6.
But I don't see how talking about a but wait. I don't see how talking about a subject makes somebody a transphobe. Again,
but
look, I used to, a lot of atheists talk about atheism all the time. Are they Christian phobes? Not necessarily.
Consistently giving weight to one side of the discussion. Like if you were to like come out and defend like trans people when they're getting unfairly attacked.
I have. On my yes, go look at my timeline from like a couple weeks ago. I had people block me because I had what was it? Yeah, like the whole thing with the 2 guys kissing. I pushed back on that. I was like, who cares? Or what was it that?
But like it's
one. People saying, people don't. There's no actually trans people that actually exist. None of them actually believe that they are the opposite sex. Some of them have gender dysphoria. I'm like, that's completely wrong. I absolutely believe that's gender dysphoria. How's that not standing up for them?
It's one of those things where I find it hard. I find it hard to find that if I just look at your Twitter.
Well, I read a lot of shit. Okay, and I do. I mean, seriously, I have. Look, I have. Let me look here. Oh my God! It used to give how many tweets you. Oh yeah, 176,000 posts. I mean, come on! I've been around a long while. Okay.
Yeah, but I think that if it's easy, like if I can easily find you giving weight to one side of the conversation, and I have to really look for you giving weight to the other side of the conversation, then that does
because the ones I'm addressing are the ones that are putting forth bad arguments from the trans side, and also even the conservative sides. I've called them out before, and I've said, look, this is a bad argument. You think I agree with like Matt Walsh that gay people shouldn't get married? No, I pushed back on that before.
It's one of those things where like it's one of those things where I consistently I've been looking for like something pro-trans on your page, and I can't find it. And it's one like
What would be considered pro-trans?
Like saying something like the recent harassment that was put forward towards a whatchamacallit, a referee, trans referee who was basically harassed by people on Twitter.
I don't know the situation. I'll look into it, but I'll give you an example. On May 1st, people are going after Jessica Gill, a friend of mine who's trans. And I absolutely defended her. And I said, she's my friend. And strange, I have actual trans people as friends for me being such a bigot. I said, because they had said that I had called in Jessica Gill to be a tack dog on somebody. And I was like, no, Jessica Gill wants to have debates with people. You want to have a debate with me, this person said. I'm not interested, but I know somebody who is. And I tagged Jessica into it. And they're like, oh, you just brought in your attack dog. And she said, this person said, I'm glad to meet another trans person. If she wasn't so set on defending you and you both kept your chill, I wouldn't even be saying anything at all. But you called her here to the convo, and that's on you. Because I was saying, look, you are asking me to debate. I'm not interested in having a debate with you on this, because it was something very specific, and I don't know this person. But I was like, here's a person who would gladly have a discussion with you, and I tagged them in. And they're attacking my friend, and I didn't like that, So I mean, again, I don't care if somebody's trans or not. This is not a factor to me.
Yeah, like you can like be okay with individual trans people, but like it's still looking at your page. It does very much.
Isn't that your bias though? I mean, again, I post a lot of stuff over years, and this has been a big thing because lawsuits have been coming out. You have the Biden administration being sued, you have the athletic commissions being sued, you have doctors being sued, and it's just the topic of the day. Next month might be something completely different.
But like,
I don't think it's a fair way to say, oh, somebody's transphobic because they talk about something. That's not an argument.
A lot of the things that you talk about though are like it's just stuff that is being pushed by the it's just stuff that is being pushed by the right. If you were to
but I don't care if it's pushed by the right or by the left. That's irrelevant to me. It's the actual argument.
Yeah,
because again, we've already talked about those things, and the reality is, I still haven't seen what really I've said that's wrong. At 5 hours, I haven't seen what I've said that's wrong.
Like if I go back to like some of the stuff that I remember, like it's like, oh, I remember a good example. It's like when you said that hold on, I'll just go to the thing. I remember the one that it was. I remember vaguely where I.
Yeah, this is a good point. Obviously, she said Steve's valid criticism of transphobia, and exactly, I think the same. My points are valid. I have valid criticisms, and just because because there's a lot of it, it doesn't entail transphobia. I think that honestly, you're absolutely wrong on this. I really do. I respect your opinion on it, but I think you're biased on it. I really do, because there's nothing on my Twitter feed that's transphobic that I've seen.
Like the whole saying that there is no trans panic thing. That
I don't think there is. How's that? That's not transphobic. That's my.
It's ignoring the fact that
I didn't think there was a satanic panic either.
It's ignoring the fact that there is a bunch of
shitty people that exist. Yes, that's not trans panic.
Or people making mountains out of molehills over nothing when it comes to things like things like trans women in bathrooms, right? A lot of people make like you could have like a point against maybe there are some trans people that
My argument is against AGP. If you look at my timeline, all the bathroom stuff has been 99% against AGP.
but like that AGP thing is like even if we accept that AGP is a problem, it's very like firstly there's no
But it's still a
true way-
problem. It's a problem.
It's one of those things where I haven't seen like if we go to like New Zealand, right? I haven't seen anything come out from New Zealand about trans women in bathrooms that has been a problem. And
I don't know anything about New Zealand, to be honest with you.
yeah,
but I mean, I
just have a lot more transphobes.
I just think that, and I mean this with the utmost respect. I just think that you're looking at through very biased eyes, and people always talking about our overcoming our personal bias. If you looked at my page objectively, you would see that there's nothing on there that even remotely is condemning the trans community as a whole, except for one thing. I condemn the trans community as a whole for not actively speaking out more against injustices.
Yeah, but like a lot of the things that a lot of trans people, the way that we because if we kept on speaking out against like every little injustice, it then starts to be a whole thing of how do I put it?
It's time consuming, but here's the thing: I speak out against the injustice, and I get labeled a transphobe for speaking out for things that I find to be egregious.
But also, like having an immediate reaction of, "Oh, this person is in the wrong." I disagree with that because sometimes you actually find out that no, actually, turns out that this person is in the right. Sometimes it's like, okay, I take the position of if a trans person is a shitty person, then obviously I don't want to associate with that person. But then there's a lot of but I can't be expected to denounce every single.
No, I would, but I agree with you. But that same token, you can't expect me that when I do denounce them, that I should be criticized for that. For example, that one guy that went to Disneyland and he was, all dressed up and he was talking about getting his schlong, removed, and he's using, the candy in front of kids and things like that nature. Don't you think that's a little over the top?
I saw that, and it's one of those things where if she had been talking about that in a way, in a graphic way, then sure, I'd be on your side there. But
it was graphic. It was very graphic.
It was very much using
at Disneyland. At Disneyland, though, do you think that's an appropriate place for Disneyland?
I mean, if it was just like a random thing that she decided to do at Disneyland, sure, maybe not. But like, it seemed like it was part of a stream or something like that.
No, it was pretty calculated. I just find it to be bizarre behavior, and I think I have a right to step up and say I think this is not.
I'm just gonna say to Space in the chat that if you find me like evidence of me canceling rationality rules, go for it. I do not remember canceling rationality rules.
And here's the thing. You talk about parroting bigoted right-wing pundit points. Half of the talk, I don't know what the hell half those talking points even are. I watch them so infrequently. I have my own opinions based on my own beliefs. So if my belief here's that reflexivity that I mentioned before in the space that I was in on Twitter, is that these right-wing pundits that you're talking about happen to agree with me, and I'm centrist. So if I'm centrist, aren't they just parroting centrist talking points? Because my talking points are centrist. There's a reflexivity there that if I agree with some 1-2 things that some of the right-wing pundits might say and disagree with them on all the rest, then maybe that they have 1 or 2 points that they make that they might be right on. But if I'm right on it, then I'm a centrist. Then they're agreeing with the centrist view.
I think that
my view is centrist.
I think that the issue is that sometimes we like to think of ourselves as being centrist or being left wing or being right wing. I think a good example is like, have you seen the Blair White thing where she took the political compass test and it gave her a result of being libertarian left?
Yeah, which is then funny because she's conservative.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where she has a view of herself that is conservative, And she like edited the thing to be to look like she got a conservative result, but people actually went through and said, actually no, that's a libertarian left result. And I think we have these ideas that we fall into a certain place on a spectrum that may not necessarily reflect where we actually fall. And also, but to add to that, maybe we do fall in that place, but like on certain issues, we fall more to the left or more to the right or more to progressive or more to traditional.
Yeah, there's also social and economic factors that factor in. So you can be socially one way and economically another.
Yeah, I am very, like, a lot of people say that I'm barely even left wing because like I don't really consider myself a communist. But like I would like a lot of social, like I do like a lot of socialist policy, but like the policy that I want to focus on generally comes down to urbanism, which can be achieved with capitalist policy.
Yeah, out of my depths. I really don't do well with political type governmental structures, socialism, communism, Marxism. Not a field that I really bother to have looked into too much. But I will say this: look, if I was just regurgitating right-wing pundit points, I'd be like, "Oh, traditional marriage, gays' marriage shouldn't be a thing." And some of them actually believe that marriage outside Christianity. This was actually what brought this up with the whole Andrew Wilson, his wife Rachel, is that they were putting forth a position that marriage should only be in a Christian thing. There should be no secular marriage. And I'm like, what? So of course I was pushing back on them. That to me is more conservative. The radical religiosity involved with that.
There's like so there's a bunch of stuff that I'm like seeing like Space in the chat said like what a shock of commie trans activists. I'm not a communist at all. But like
so you don't. So wait a minute. So you're being unfairly attributed a word that doesn't apply to you. I wouldn't know what that's like. Planner? No, I don't know about that. See the problem when people just get thrown around and you know your positions and yet other people try to tell you your positions instead.
Yeah, but like the thing that I wanted to like get to like with this, like you can disagree. I disagree with people on the left all the time. Like there are people that like, especially like the tanky types. There are but that doesn't make me more of a centrist, I'd say. I'd say that I'm still on the left, despite disagreeing with people on the left. It's one of those things where you can still hold, like, you can be, like, on the right on a certain issue. You can be, like, on the right on a certain issue while still disagreeing with the other issues that the right tries to
correct, but that's because I'm a centrist. Certain things I draw from the right, some things I draw from the left. That's what centrism is.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is you can be on the right on an issue, and you can still be a centrist. Does that make sense? Like you could be like you
can lean one way or another, but again, I think that there's so much overlap nowadays, but this person's right. This is a Midwestern goodbye. I've been trying to wrap it up forever. So let's adjourn this. I don't mean to cut. I hate to say let's not cut it short. It's been 5 hours, but this was productive, and I hope there was a productive conversation, and look, you're entitled to your views. If you think I'm transphobic, I'm not going to be able to change your mind on it. But I think that if I was really transphobic, you wouldn't be here for 5 hours. I mean, it's just
I'm okay with having conversations with people I disagree with.
But disagreement doesn't mean you're a transphobe or homophobe. Just like you're not a communist. These words have utility, and just by throwing them around, it diminishes. And that's my whole takeaway from all this.
But what I'm saying, like, is like if someone is like, I've had conversations with people that I definitely consider like homophobic, and it's like,
sure, they exist. I'm not saying they don't exist.
Like I have had a conversation for like 5 hours with someone who literally thinks that all gay men should be locked in prison. And
okay, but there's been but we've had none of that kind of dialogue here. There's been nothing over the top dialogue like that.
What I'm saying is that like I can have a conversation with someone who is like objectively.
I agreed. I sure can. But when have I ever said that's homophobic?
I don't think you're homophobic. I'm just saying.
Oh, just transphobic.
Yeah.
Even though there's nothing you can point to that of anything I've ever said, just you talk about a lot on your timeline. That's not an argument to be transphobic. I just want you to think about that. You know,
I think that the weight that you give to a certain thing can can like point to transphobia. Like if you give like weight to something without like going through like
see, I think honestly, and I really do mean sincerely, I think you're just looking for things to find transphobia in, and this is what I see a lot from the transphobic, the trans community. They want to find something to say, oh, this is transphobic, rather than just address the issues, which you've done very eloquently tonight. You've done a good job on that.
Yeah, and I don't think like there was a point where I don't want to consider people transphobic. Like there was a time when I was like really not thinking that you're a transphobic, and it's like it's one of those things where as time has gone on and you've posted more and more about it, that's when
But that's just posting. But have I not been articulate? Have I not been reasonably measured and been able to change my views and taken data and find reasonable common ground? That's not what a transphobe would do. A transphobe would literally be against you merely because you're trans. That's a transphobe to me.
Well, there's different types of transphobia.
There's not.
Like,
There's not.
Yes, there is.
The reason why there's not is because you're just watered down, where anybody who disagrees with somebody is now labeled a pejorative. It's been, oh, you're disagreeing with me, you're a bigot. You disagree with me, you're a homophobe. That's
like,
my view. It doesn't have to be yours.
It's like there's different types of racism, right? Like you can be openly racist towards someone, call them the N-word or something. But then there's also other types of racism which aren't as.
But that's not racism. You're talking about latent racism. You're talking about unacknowledged racism. These are not racist people. People might have racial bias, and I admit that some people do, and that would contribute maybe to people that are actually racist. But that doesn't make somebody actually racist because they're biased.
If someone kept on 1350 posting. I would consider them racist.
Why?
Because like it's one of those things where
I know somebody who I know a black guy that talks about this kind of stuff all the time. Is he racist?
Does he like 1350 post all the time, like saying that you know what 1350 is, right?
No.
It's basically saying that black people are responsible. 30.
Oh yeah, 50% of the crime. Yeah. 30% of the population is responsible for 50% of the crime. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard
and
that
when someone continuously posts that, I've seen people that don't that post that don't think that they're racist, but I would absolutely consider that to be racist if they're continuously obsessing over it.
See, I think that anything that's objective fact is an objective fact. Now, if you were to say 13% of the population is black and they commit 50% of the crime, therefore blacks are bad, that's racist.
Yeah, well, sometimes it is.
You're drawing a conclusion. You're drawing an inference, and you're putting against an entire race of people.
Yeah, sometimes
just stating a fact doesn't matter. I can say the fact a million times, doesn't matter. It doesn't make somebody a racist or anything. I think you need to readjust. I think you need to reevaluate that.
Keeping on pointing out a stat and giving weight to it without
if there's reasons for it. I give reasons for it. Every people look, and here's the thing. I offer people to criticize what I write. You know this. I've proven this. I've demonstrated this. Okay, nobody can say that I have an echo chamber. You can agree I do not have a fucking echo chamber. Please give me that.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
Okay. So I invite people to criticize my views. I don't think that a transphobe or a homophobe would invite that kind of criticism. And I will tell you right now, I'm just telling you. Listen, I'm just telling you. This is a fact. There's nothing about me that's transphobic or homophobic. I understand that people want to label these things, but my view is that it diminishes the actual terms then used against the people that are transphobe, and it doesn't help your cause. That's just my view. Take it for what it's worth. And my audience may agree or disagree, but this has been a very productive conversation, and I'm so grateful that you're able to come on and have it. I really mean that. You did an excellent job, honestly. No, it's not a matter of acceptance. It's a matter of just like somebody had called you, called her a communist. She's not a communist. And she could say that for me to, over and over again. I'm not a communist. Oh, you're a communist. That's what it's like when you hear terms that you're not. And I just think that maybe incorporate that in your views. That's all. I don't care about acceptance. She doesn't have to accept me. She's my friend. She can believe what she's wrong. That's the greatest thing about being friends. They can accept other people that might have positions they disagree with.
Yeah.
You know. But if Planner really thought I was a shitty person, I don't think they would bother with me that much. And we've had some great conversations. Because I certainly respect her. I certainly think that she did some wonderful stuff in her channel. I haven't watched it for a while. But
I have some banger videos. I actually have like a really big
banger
video.
videos. Banger videos. I haven't heard that term in a while. I got some banger videos.
Like definitely like check out the video that I'm making on Matt Walsh. It's going to be like a few hours
I will.
long, probably.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Look, I don't agree with Matt Walsh with a lot of shit. Okay, I just don't. I don't know why people lump me in with that shit.
Yeah, and like I think that it does like I think that it actually goes into like some of the things that we've talked about today. Where like when it comes to Matt Walsh, he often will say that he's not a certain thing, and then it's like actually like when we
but here's the thing: he has religiosity, so he is a little bit phobic because according to his religion, you shouldn't exist.
Like he'll say things like that he's not racist or something along the lines of that, and then go ahead and not be explicitly racist, but give weight to racist arguments. Like all someone has to do is like connect two of the dots between what he's saying, and it's like you arrive at a racist position.
Yeah, not when when somebody puts forward an objective fact. I don't put that into the equation if somebody's racist or not. If it's objective fact, it's objective fact. If they're drawing a conclusion from it, that's a little different story.
Yeah, and one of the things that people can do is they can often present some facts, right? But leave out the conclusion. Like Matt Walsh has actually done this with like talking about DEI, where he'll talk about DEI. And then he'll say that there's a competency crisis. Now he doesn't mention the conclusion, but the conclusion that one might draw from that is that there is a competency crisis because of DEI, because they're hiring people that are...
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I still think that when they hire DEI, they're going to hire competent people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not worried about I will grant you this. If I had a black woman pilot and somebody says, "Oh, DEI," that's fucked up.
Yeah, exactly.
That I agree with you on, and I disagree with Matt on that. I do.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and when it comes like if there is a competency crisis, it's more likely caused by the way that the system's set up, where it's easier to people tend not to get demoted as much as they get promoted. And so when you're getting promoted, you usually get promoted to a point. The last promotion that you get promoted from a position that you were competent in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, there's remember the what's it called? Peter Principle. Ever heard of that? Peter Principle basically states that people are going to reach the highest degree of their ineptitude. So if you have a position you do well, you're going to get promoted, and you're not going to do as well as you did earlier, but you do a good job, and eventually you keep getting promoted till you reach a state where you cannot do the job anymore.
Yeah.
But anyways, my voice is shot. I got to go.
Okay. Well, take care.
No, thanks, Planner. I really do appreciate it. If you want to check out her channel, I have the video description. Again, this has been very productive. And I welcome conversations like this. If anybody wants to challenge me on stuff, I'm all for it. I think it's fun. I think it's entertaining, and I think you get something out of it, because there was really no negativity in this last 5.5 hours. Sure, discussions and debates, but I respect you. I would hope that it's reciprocated, but even if not, it's cool. I don't I'm not looking for validation. I just wanted people to know that, look, if my views are wrong, I'm open to change them. That's something you don't find from a lot of people. So,
yeah, I think that's a good thing at the very least. Like, I'm open to changing my views. Everyone should be.
Exactly. All right, I'm going to leave the StreamYards here and end it. So thank you very much for watching. Appreciate the super chats. I'm going to go to bed. I'm tired.
All right, take care.
Good night.
Good night.